daily routine of business.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to subsection 94 sub 1 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2024 annual report to Parliament on immigration.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me today to table in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages, Economic Development of Official Language Minority Communities. 20 excellent recommendations where the federal government can play a frontline role to develop the economic potential of all official language minority communities. So pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee has requested a government response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. I would ask the unanimous consent of the House to table the dissident opinion of the Bloc Québécois. All those who are opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those who oppose the motion will please say no. Carried. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to speak and announce that the Bloc Québécois will table a dissenting opinion. Particularly, I want to make sure that Quebecers know that all of the recommendations in this report exclusively target economic development for English-speaking Quebec. So it's really unfair, it's abhorrent to see the direction that's been taken. We know that the Anglophone community is growing and has many benefits already. So for French language Quebecers, who are majority in Quebec but are a minority within Canada as a whole, there's nothing at all. Absolutely nothing for Francophones, despite the new elements that we've made sure are included in the new Official Languages Act for Quebec and for all programs to support official languages, to support the Anglophone community here. And I'll remind you that these measures are funded by federal taxes that Quebecers send to Ottawa every year. The recommendations all received the support of the Liberals, the Conservatives, and the NDP. That shows very clearly that only the Bloc Québécois defends the French language in Quebec, and that the only path to the future to ensure that our national language thrives is Quebec's independence.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member from Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans entitled Challenges to the Sustainability of the Yukon Salmon Stocks. This study and its report examine an issue, the decline of the Yukon River salmon, and how we can restore this ecosystem that is of enormous importance to my constituents in the Yukon. Thank you to the clerk of the committee, the many members, Canadians and Yukoners who participated in the study, and to the analysts who made this report possible. Pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports, the Honourable Member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee of Indigenous and Northern Affairs in relation to Bill S-16, an act respecting the recognition of the Haida Nation and the Council of the Haida Nation. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good.
Of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Mr. Lemire, seconded by Ms. Larouche, moves that the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, presented on Wednesday, June 19th, 2024, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak about a subject that touches the very heart of our society, and that's the safe practice of sports in Canada. Now, unfortunately, we see before us a broken system that has been allowed to deteriorate over the last 2 decades. This debate was launched by the motion that I tabled here in the House, Hockey Canada's actions in a cover-up of an alleged gang rape of Team Canada 2018 players. It was first reported in the media, and I wanted to spark a dialogue on the importance of safety in sport by urging everyone to listen to the experiences of athletes so that we can improve their protection and well-being. Many experts have come forward to shed light on the systemic problems, and I feel that it's very, very important to raise these issues to another level. I have worked on this several times, including by calling for an independent public commission of inquiry. But after 2 years of debate at the Heritage Committee, there have been open letters, particularly from gymnasts, from athletes in over 16 disciplines have spoken out: water polo, swimming, soccer, canoeing, rowing, sailing, track and field, curling, fencing, speed skating, figure skating, boxing, as well as players who have been the victims of sexual abuse, not to mention all the other articles that have been put forward by journalists like Rick Westhead. We've seen in action good words but few good actions from this government. The government's passivity on these issues is frankly a land attention to this situation. Particularly, and I'll go into the report, Recommendation 20, the requirement of creating an independent public commission of inquiry. We need to get to the bottom of things. An independent public inquiry is necessary to examine in depth the systemic problems that are affecting sport in Canada. Annie, Mario, please. We need to understand how these abuses and shortcomings have developed and how they've been allowed to continue for so long. The inquiry must focus not only on individual cases, but on the governance structures that have allowed for such problems to fester. It's essential that athletes, coaches, and all those involved in sports be able to testify financially. We need to do this so that we can restore trust and ensure that concrete measures are put in place. Their largest call for an inquiry is a serious mistake and would continue to encourage indifference to these issues that have such a profound impact on our society. I'll remind you that a public commission of inquiry was approved by over 90% of witnesses who appeared at the committee, including by the Canadian Olympic Committee and by Own the Podium. I'd like to raise a very important point concerning the Commission on the Future of Sport, and this is something that the Minister has spoken about very often, and let me be clear, this voluntary commission is no more than an advisory body. It has no real powers to bring about significant change. The Minister's fine words about this initiative should not mislead any of us. Instead of taking concrete steps to fix the urgent problems that we face, the government seems to be content with this sham of voluntary consultations. The Bloc has also noted that the Minister has announced her intention not to stand for re-election. This decision only reinforces the idea that her commitment to sport was only a way of ragging the puck with no real desire to resolve the issues. If the government really wants to move forward and fix sports in Canada, it needs to stop hiding behind empty words and take some courageous decisions. We need strong leadership. We need concrete initiatives, not just lip service to these serious problems. It's as if the Minister had been put in place to protect her own system. It's also important to remember that the minister had the power to introduce legislation to better align safety issues in sport with justice, coercion, and the questions of grooming surrounding grooming of athletes. Instead, for the last year and a half, there has been worrying silence from the government. We absolutely need to end mediation in cases where actions amount to criminal abuse. The safety of athletes, and particularly of children, must take precedence over any other consideration. We need to reinforce the message that it's essential to report any abuse in sports to the police. Sport has to be a safe space for everyone, and abusive behavior must not be minimized or covered up. Victims must feel supported in their efforts to come forward. They must not be silenced by procedures that put them in a vulnerable position. The government has a responsibility to protect children who participate in sport, and this starts with taking concrete legislative actions that reflect a real commitment to children's safety. Ignoring the issues is not only a question of negligence, it's a question of danger for the future. That's why we need an independent commission of inquiry. It's alarming to note that when cases of abuse are reported to Sport Canada, well, we've learned that over the years, the department has done nothing. No follow-ups, no investigation in the community. This is unacceptable. This lack of active response not only exposes victims to ongoing vulnerability, but it also sends a dangerous message about the culture of impunity that seems to reign in our sports system. We've also discovered through the study at committee that we're debating today that some national sports bodies have been using funds to cover up cases of abuse. And this obviously is a practice that raises serious ethical concerns, as we saw with Hockey Canada and Soccer Canada. This behavior reinforces the perception that these bodies are more concerned about their image than about the safety of their athletes. We've also learned that they have suppressed reports commissioned by independent third parties who have identified safety and abuse issues. And, Mr. Speaker, what they've done is they've said, well, we don't like this, so they've set it aside. How can we expect real change if this information is ignored and set aside? No mechanism exists to monitor this practice, which opens the door to a culture of silence in our national sports organizations. This has to end. We need full transparency and clear accountability mechanisms to ensure that all abuse in sports is not only reported, but also treated with the seriousness that they deserve. Faced with these serious failings, we've asked the Auditor General of Canada to familiarize herself with the issue and to conduct a review of all of these allegations in sports in Canada. This is essential to ensure that the systemic problems we face are brought to light and then appropriately addressed. An independent analysis will not only make it possible to assess the effectiveness of the current measures, but will also propose concrete recommendations to improve safety and integrity in sports. It's high time that we take these issues seriously and that we act on the facts that are before us. The Auditor General's review and recommendations 3 and 7 of this report could also serve as levers to encourage the government to adopt the necessary reforms and to put in place rigorous control mechanisms. We need the truth, not half-truths and half-measures. Public trust in our sporting institutions depends on our ability to face these realities head-on and to commit to building a better future for our athletes and our young people. The minister has played a key role in shaping the support system in Canada. It is incumbent on her to show courage and humility by acknowledging the mistakes that she has made. And she must commit to making the necessary corrections so that we don't one day have to face the need to rectify further injustices. How can the former president of the CCES board be objective, if only as a means of covering up all the problems that have risen at the Office of the Commissioner for Integrity in Sport? How can the former advisor to the Director of Canada carry out reforms on measures that she herself put in place? How can she justify all the trips around the world that she took that were paid for by taxpayers when the sports system was in such bad shape? How can the minister award a contract to BCIS without a call for tenders? without any prior analysis. She is the architect and the protector of what's been going wrong in sports for the last 20 years, of this culture of silence that protects abusers and not victims, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to talk about the financial challenges and the problems of access and inclusion in sports. The government has promised investments, but where are those investments? Where's the money gone? Budget cuts to sports programs at both the provincial and national level are having devastating consequences. Amateur clubs, schools, sports associations, all of these groups are in the front line of this crisis. Regional inequalities are also glaring. While major cities benefit from new infrastructure, rural communities, such as those in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, continue to struggle to get basic facilities. Young people in the regions are being left behind. They're being denied access to the sport that could transform their lives. Ignoring these inequalities means sacrificing the future of our young people. And it maintains inequality in place. Now, access and inclusion. Sport should be a right for all, but in reality, it's a privilege for a select few. Registration fees and the cost of equipment and the cost of traveling for athletes and families, these are all barriers that many cannot overcome. The government talks about inclusion, but young people from disadvantaged backgrounds remain on the sidelines. And what's more, minorities and people with disabilities are often invisible in our sports programs. We hear people talk about fairness, but the figures speak for few real initiatives have been to ensure that everyone has their place on the field. The government's indifference to these issues is unacceptable. And there's an article in La Presse that's very timely. I've spoken to the Office of the Minister about what's happening in Témiscamingue and how the programs are not adapted to the reality of small communities in remote regions. Governance now. Sports federations should be models of transparency and integrity, but this is not the case. We've, thanks to the study and my motion, we've seen scandals of harassment and mistreatment within organizations be brought to light. And what is the government doing? Well, it's done nothing. It's high time to demand accountability.
Public outcry has done more than the government and the minister has been able to do. The culture of performance at all costs cannot justify sacrificing the well-being of athletes. The government's finely woven words are no longer enough. We need concrete action to reform this system to ensure a healthy and respectful environment for our athletes. Failure to act now will open the door to future abuse. Shouldn't sports be attached to the Department of Health rather than the Department of Heritage? How do you explain the presence of coaches with active criminal records at the Paris Olympic Games and the silence of the Coaching Association of Canada on this incident? What explains the drone scandal at these same games? From that to the fact that some players doubt that the complaints from other teams are true. Why does Own the Podium decide who coaches Soccer Canada's women's team? What explains the cost overruns for the FIFA World Cup 2026? Another scandal is on the way. How much is the federal government spending on security for these events? The Liberal government won't even be here to defend itself by the time we get to the World Cup. Can the Minister for Sports stand up and tell us that all national sport organisations will have made the changes to the composition of their boards of directors and will meet the criteria for receiving Sport Canada funding, as announced in May of 2023? Can the Minister for Sport assure us that there are no confidentiality agreements in effect with Soccer Canada and Hockey Canada regarding reports of abuse and mistreatment or toxic environments? What about the situation at Gymnastics Canada? Do all national sport organisations have an independent third-party firm and that have been at the centre of wrongdoing? Can the Minister explain what oversight they have of wrongdoing, abuse and complaints by athletes who go through the system in parallel with the legal system? How many cases of wrongdoing were not reported to the police? Today, thankfully, outside of the consequences, sport is often approached from the angle of national pride, much less in terms of health and well-being. We celebrate our athletes' successes on the world stage, but this should not blind us to the real issues affecting sport. Athletes should not be seen as mere commodities, tools to enhance our national pride. This utilitarian vision exposes our young people to all kinds of abuse, whether physical, psychological, emotional, or financial. By placing performance above well-being, an environment is created where abuse can flourish, where the voices of victims are silenced, and where the mental and physical health of athletes is often sacrificed on the altar of victory. Athletes, especially those who are young and vulnerable, need to feel supported, need to feel protected. However, when their value has been reduced to medals or trophies, we overlook, therefore, the real benefits of sport, personal development, team spirit, and the promotion of a healthy lifestyle. We need to change the way we talk about sport. Instead of focusing solely on performance, it is crucial to promote sport as a vehicle for health, inclusion, and personal development. This is how we will protect our athletes and offer them a secure and fulfilling future. Finally, a reform must of our sports federations. We need to introduce mechanisms for transparency and accountability. These are not just promises, but the systemic changes that are needed to restore the confidence in our athletes and our citizens. Also, who is legally and ethically responsible for ensuring the safety and well-being of athletes? This fundamental question deserves urgent attention. We have yet to receive an answer. Sports federations, clubs, and even the state all have a role to play in protecting those who devote their lives to their passion. It's time to ask ourselves why we are avoiding this crucial issue. Having the courage to review the last 20 years of willful blindness is a necessary step in understanding how we got here. That is why we need a public and independent investigation. We need to recognize that Canada has not been taking its responsibilities seriously. It is unacceptable that abuses have been allowed to flourish without concrete measures being put in place to prevent them. Legislation and policies must be adapted to establish clear standards of safety and well-being, and organizations must be held accountable for their actions or their inaction. This reflection must be accompanied by a firm commitment to change things, because as long as we continue to turn a blind eye, we'll be jeopardizing the future of our sport and the safety of our athletes. We must encourage private companies as well to invest in community sports, but not at the expense of ethics, never at the expense of ethics. Sponsorships must not influence the decisions of federations. We need a clear regulatory framework to ensure that sporting values remain at the forefront. Finally, it is imperative to reform the governance of our sports federations. We need to introduce mechanisms for transparency and accountability. These are not just promises, but the systemic changes needed to restore the confidence of our athletes and our citizens. This includes the creation of independent ethics committees to examine complaints and scandals. In conclusion, we cannot afford to remain passive in the face of these issues. Indifference must not be an option. The government's finely woven words are simply no longer enough. We need action, commitment, and determination. Change is possible, but it depends on our collective will to challenge the status quo. I urge everyone to act, to take a stand, and to ensure that every young person, whatever their circumstances, has the chance to dream, to play, and to fulfill their full potential through sport. And to finish, I would like to thank interveners of this study that has happened over the past 2 years. Thank you, Jessica, Rob, Kim, Kelly, Randy, Whitney, Professors Ross and McFarlane, Judge Aquilina, Judge Cromwell, Mélanie, Sylvain, Janine, Quinn, Sophie, Christine, Andrea, Chiara, Miriam, the members of the committee, the Status of Women Committee, the members of the Heritage Committee, the former Minister for Sports, who is now Minister for Heritage, who is an interesting element. She committed on the 11th of May as Minister for Sport on behalf of the federal government to carry out a public and independent investigation to cast a light on sports. Unfortunately, her successor, as she was promoted, merely camouflaged the clear will put forward by the witnesses of this study. I would like to say thank you as well, a huge thank you to Millie, my parliamentary assistant, and Jean-François, who was also there. A big thank you as well to parliamentary colleagues. I will continue to name them by their names. Exceptionally, Madam Speaker, André Kirsty, Peter, Members of the Conservative Party, with their spokesperson Richard, there's also Adam from the Liberals. Thank you for your collaboration. I think that together we've made great progress, but the biggest step is yet to be carried out. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from the Bloc who spent hours, along with myself and other Conservatives, on the Safe Sport Committee. It's been a failure since day one. I mean, this government is clearly trying to support Sport Canada. Sport Canada has never done its job. It never checks in with the 62 national sport organizations. That was evident with the sexual assault charge against Hockey Canada in London, Ontario in 2018. Then the government added the OSIC committee. That's another layer of bureaucracy. That OSIC now is doing the work that really Sport Canada should be doing all alone. So to the member from the Bloc who put this concurrent motion forward here today, what's his thoughts on what the government should do with Sports Canada? I have my own thoughts, and that would be to disband it altogether.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a big thank you to my colleague. You know, Mr. Speaker, Scott Smith and other leaders of Hockey Canada did not see something coming, because they were above everyone at Hockey Canada. What they didn't see was a young man who loves hockey from Abitibi-Témiscamingue who would try to take them on. I would like to thank my colleague, my Conservative colleague, who has been a rigorous ally throughout this questioning. What should Sports Canada do? Is launch an investigation as well. What we see are institutions that protect institutions. Sometimes we have to make things public, and independent is the only way for us to leave this culture of silence behind. It's not Sports Canada that should investigate Sports Canada. We need a public and independent investigation with independent recommendations from an independent judge that will be able to compel that documents be published, like we can do here in the House. And that's how we've realized that there have been scandals in the past. And so we need to have this kind of system right now. We need to fight corruption through a public and independent investigation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that Conservatives stand up to provide comment on the report. And what do they say? They want to get rid of Sport Canada. Why am I not surprised? Because when you talk about Conservatives, all they want to do is take things apart. Cut, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, the question I have for the member opposite is that there was the ministerial response to the report. Has he actually read the ministerial response? And if the answer to that is yes, can he give any indication, is there any aspect of that ministerial response that he supports?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Of course, I've done my due diligence, but the problem is that it talks about a optional commission, which is great, but we need tangible actions. It needs to be an independent inquiry. And that's how we ensure success in our sports in the future. This is a government on life support. Now we need fresh ideas for new sports in the future, and that's not what the Minister has currently decided to do. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kawatanukaski. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his diligent work on this issue, this essential issue. We at the NDP, we support a public and independent investigation on the matter, but I wonder the following. The Honourable Member is very passionate about ethics in sports, so why this week did his Bloc Québécois colleague vote with the Liberals to block a study on the soccer drone scandal, which harmed our athletes and harmed our international reputation? Why did the Bloc support the Liberals in covering what is happening in Soccer Canada in order to put an end to a culture of espionage, a culture that is a polar opposite to the ethics that we all believe in and that should be the very core of sports in our country? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, and thank you to my colleague, and thank you for her commitment for social justice in sports and elsewhere, and her sensitivities have allowed many causes to move forward in this Parliament. Now, with regard to the motion itself, of course, there is a fund. There is the core elements that I agree with. She also talked about the harm to the players who've had to suffer through this scandal. The reality is that sometimes there's elements that affect policy and our priorities, but I think that this independent study will be able to come back. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The temptation is strong to answer my NDP colleague's question because I'm part of the Heritage Committee, and there were many good reasons not to support the motion as it was drafted at the time. My colleague has been doing excellent work on this file at the Heritage Committee as well with regards to safe sport. Now, the Bloc Québécois, from the very beginning of this study, from the very beginning of these scandals that were cast into light by the work of my honourable colleague and his team, and excellent work from him and his team. At the end of the day, there was only one important recommendation that the Bloc Québécois made, one single recommendation, which would have been easy to implement, easy to support and easy to vote for, an essential recommendation to improve safety in sports, in amateur sports throughout Quebec and throughout Canada. I would like to hear what my colleague has to say on the matter. Can you talk to us about the importance of this one recommendation that was made in the report? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much to my colleague, the member for Drummond, and for his passion and patience. Why is sports under heritage? That's another question. Perhaps this committee has too broad a jurisdiction. We should perhaps have a standing committee on sports to really study these issues that are germane to our national sporting bodies. There's a fundamental recommendation, and I mentioned it very clearly. We need a public and independent inquiry so that we can have independent recommendations that will be binding, not just optional recommendations saying, hey, look, these are some great ideas, do with them what you will. The Bloc Québécois also suggested and put forward a supplementary report because beyond the 20 recommendations in the Heritage Committee report, we added a number in our supplementary report because we need to go to the very bottom of things for sports so that no young person, no athlete be left by the wayside. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Sports.
Mr. Speaker, and I'll have a speech in a few minutes, but before I get there, I would like to ask my friend and colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue a couple of just brief questions. He seemed to have perhaps temporary amnesia with respect to all the progress that we've made collectively, and I think he should actually take some credit for some of that progress that we've made collectively. We've agreed that this, abuse in sport ought not to be a partisan issue, and that when we make collective progress, we'll make it together as a Team Canada approach. We've invested in community sport to an unprecedented degree, $75 million over the last couple of years, inspiring young kids and making sure that there's an inclusive sport system right across this country. We've stood up the Office of the Sport Integrity Commissioner. They've got tools now and resources to adjudicate cases and make sure that we get to the bottom of abuse and make sure that abusive coaches and individuals are kicked out of the sport system. We made incredible progress. The evidence of that is really clear. Will he not acknowledge that he's been a part of that progress?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Milton. Yes, we had a lot of debates here in the House and elsewhere. I've asked him questions many times, whenever I was able to ask questions about the matter. We need to know what the government's true strategy is, because their current strategy is to hide behind optional investigations with optional recommendations. What are they trying to hide? That's always my question. Parliament has an opinion, but the government seems to have another opinion. The minister committed to having a real investigation. There's been no follow-up. There's been no public and independent investigation that has been struck since then. We could have been an example for the world, like we did in the 80s. However, Canada has decided to do nothing for this case. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, I find it interesting that the Liberals are offering such a strong defence of Sport Canada. But here's the facts, Mr. Speaker. Senior officials at Sports Canada, a government agency, knew about the sexual assault allegations at Hockey Canada on June 26th, 2018. They knew about it for 4 years before they did anything. They knew of the allegations and they did nothing. Would my colleague from the bloc agree that the government failed by sitting on these allegations for more than 4 years?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I would like to thank my colleague for Perth Wellington, who has also been a great ally at the Heritage Committee when we discussed with Hockey Canada. I remember his rigorous and diligent work. The call I have for him today is that were there to be a new government earlier than later, I hope that he will take responsibility for his party to make sure that we will have a public and independent inquiry, that his party will vote for the adoption of this report, which includes recommendation number 20 to have this public and independent inquiry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Sports.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honour to be standing in the House this morning talking about an issue that is so close to my heart. I have been an athlete my whole life. Although, you know, when I was a young boy, I didn't believe in myself. I didn't think that I could become an athlete. And thanks to the great coaches down at the Burloak Canoe Club who gave me the skills and the confidence necessary to achieve my dreams in athletics, I'm able to stand in this House. I honestly don't think I'd be here in the House of Commons if it weren't for all of the institutions that support athletes across this country. And it's a huge honor and privilege for me to be able to continue to support those institutions and make sure that they're even better. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first thank all the members of the committee that have helped the government create such progress over the last 4 years. I was first asked to work on the safe sport issue back in 2017, a year after I retired from the national kayak team after 18 years on the team by the then Minister of Sport, the member from Etobicoke North, and I'm very proud to have joined a woman who we celebrated last night at the Order of Sport Awards, and that's Dr. Guylaine Demers, a researcher, an advocate, an athlete, a coach, a professor at Laval in Quebec. Dr. Demers has empowered generations of students and coaches, athletes, administrators, and people like me to make sports a more safe and equitable and welcoming place. She was a former high-performance basketball player and a coach, and she's become a driving force for gender equity and safety in sport right across Canada and around the world. She typically works as a volunteer. She was chair of the Gender Equity Task Force for the Minister of Sport when I joined in 2017. She's currently the president of Égal Action, Quebec's Association for the Advancement of Women in Sport, and she's an active member of the Canadian Olympic Committee's Sports Inclusion Task Force. And last night, very deservedly, she was inducted into Canada's Order of Sport, Canada's only sport Hall of Fame. I'd also, take a moment to just thank every single witness for their brave testimony at Heritage Committee over this very, very challenging period of time, where some very important conversations were had, and I know that it was very, very challenging for a lot of people, including members of Parliament who joined on those committees. But to every single witness who was brave to come forward and courageous with their testimony, I'd like to say a deep, deep thank you on behalf of the government and for the sport movement here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this past summer, Canadians from coast to coast to coast tuned in to cheer on Team Canada at Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Athletes like Nicholas Bennett, who was also there last night at the Order of Sport Awards, made history, securing Canada's first gold medal at the Games and followed it up with silver. Brent Lakatos, with his incredible speed on the track, secured multiple podium finishes, and Aurélie Rivard continues to make a big splash with her 3 medals at the Paralympic Games. Mr. Speaker, Team Canada athletes are the pride of their communities. When Canadians come together to celebrate their hometown heroes, we see the testament to unifying power of sport. These athletes show us what is possible, and they inspire the next generation of Olympic and Paralympic heroes. But not just that, Mr. Speaker. When athletes come home with medals, we see a rise in registration at clubs right across the country, because it's an inspiring thing watching Canadians perform on the world stage. And I can speak from experience down at the Burloak Canoe Club when we had success at the Olympics. Registration was always through the roof in September. These moments of triumph and perseverance unite us as a country. While conservatives seek to divide us and destroy the institutions that support Canadians, Canadians of all political stripes unite to cheer on Team Canada. But more than just a unifying force, sport must be grounded in human rights. This means making sure that everyone, regardless of their ability, gender, identity, or background, has the same access to safe, and welcoming sport experiences. Unfortunately, that's not the case everywhere across the country or around the world. Back in 2006, 2007, I started working in sport for development with organizations like Right to Play. And they use sport to unify people and to rebuild after countries and communities have been affected by war, poverty, and disease. Our challenges here in Canada are different, but they're important to address. I'd like to single out some organizations like Spirit North. Spirit North is an organization that brings sport to First Nations communities, primarily in Western Canada. I'm proud that our Community Sport Initiative has helped to fund some of that great work, and I just give Becky Scott, former Olympic champion in cross-country skiing, a shout out as the founder of that organization who brings sport to so many kids that enjoy it very, very much. Back in 2022, Mr. Speaker, Canadians were shocked and dismayed to hear revelations of alleged sexual assaults by members of the 2017-18 World Junior Team. Over time, and more survivors came forward to speak about the various types of abuse at all levels of sport, through other sports, and across other sport disciplines. This abuse should never have happened. It has no place in our sports system, any system, or our country, not on our fields, not in our rinks, not in the locker rooms, not in corporate Canada, not in education, not in the arts, not in politics, nowhere. Abuse is wrong. Those systems and those abuses of power resulted from a lack of accountability, from a culture of silence, and too often, a desire to win at all costs. The reckoning that we are now seeing in hockey and across the sports system is the result of brave survivors coming forward to share their lived experiences. And it takes a lot of strength to stand up and share those horrifying experiences, so I'd like to once again thank them for their courage. But because of that courage, we can learn. We can better protect children. We can work to improve Canada's sports systems, and we can believe them. We are listening to them every single day, and we are supporting long-term meaningful changes that make our sport system safer. Many of these stories were shared at the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage or at the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. I thank the members of both committees and their work for all of those recommendations that they've made. We support these reports. Indeed, the government has already acted on the majority of these recommendations. We are standing with survivors to implement long-term, meaningful changes that are improving governance, enhancing accountability, increasing transparency, and applying funding. Mr. Speaker, this is a really important thing. You can't expect a system to develop new practices, new policies, and implement them without properly funding those organizations. We are demanding increased transparency and ultimately delivering a safer sports system for all Canadians. We have made remarkable progress over the last 6 or 7 years. So I'd like to take a moment now to highlight some of these actions. Most recently, in June 2022, the Sport Dispute Resolution Centre of Canada launched its Abuse-Free Sport program. This program prevents and addresses maltreatment in sport by offering a wide range of resources, mental health supports, and services for sport participants. Since April 2023, our government requires all federally funded sport organizations to be signatories of the Abuse-Free Sport program, including services of the Office of the Sport Integrity Commissioner. Now, Mr. Speaker, prevention to what my friend and colleague from the Bloc Québécois has said. It is not optional. This is a mandatory system. This is obligatory for all national sport organizations that receive federal funding. The Commissioner administers the Universal Code of Conduct to Prevent and Address Maltreatment in Sport, or UCCMS. They oversee a complaint management process. They commission independent investigations regularly. They maintain a registry of sanctions, and they monitor compliance of sport organizations. And Mr. Speaker, once again, I would like to say that this is mandatory, obligatory for all national sport organizations. This has been a process of learning and implementing a brand new system. And this institution has integrity, it has funding, and it has the resources necessary to implement these new policies. And Mr. Speaker, they are working. If sport organizations don't participate, they simply don't get federal funding. That's how it works. It's as simple as that. Just now, the Conservatives recommend that we burn it all down. We weaken and destroy our institutions and systems which are currently protecting athletes. Mr. Speaker, I was a part of that sports system for 2 decades. There was times when I found it frustrating. There was times where I wrote letters to Sport Canada and my Member of Parliament. And to be honest, for decades, I did not see progress. I did not see progress when I wrote to my Member of Parliament in 2008. I did not see progress when I wrote to my Member of Parliament in 1999 when I was 17 and I had problems with the Selections Committee. But recently, because we have athletes in this government, we have athletes in other parties, who know the sports system, who want to collaborate with athletes from across the country, we have made such tremendous progress. And it's not just me saying that. Mr. Speaker, last night, Dr. Guylaine Demers was asked directly, you've been doing this work for 25 years, Dr. Demers, what have you seen? And her response was, we must keep going, but we've seen remarkable progress. And that's something to acknowledge and at times even celebrate when we see headlines of athletes being protected by a system which now has integrity, it has strength, it has resources, and just again, the Conservatives want to burn it all down. Through these funding agreements, we've also prohibited national sport organizations from restricting the rights of athletes and sport participants under the UCCMS. We also prohibit any contract, policy, or procedure, action from restricting athletes under this code of conduct. This is a new code of conduct, Mr. Speaker. It's been developed, it's rigorous, it's world-class. Other countries are following suit, and that's good because a lot of these athletes compete internationally, a lot of them train internationally. It's important that we ensure that this system is adopted by other countries, particularly peer nations with similar challenges. The process is a bit complicated, but bottom line, athletes can no longer be muzzled by non-disclosure agreements. This is essential, Mr. Speaker. Every athlete needs to sign an agreement when they get funding from their national sport organization or through Sport Canada. And in past, I'll be honest, as a 2-decade national team athlete, sometimes it seemed a little bit, burdensome. Sometimes it seemed a little bit as though we were being told what we could and couldn't say, and that's over. I'm very proud of this government for taking action on that. Last March, we also launched the Abuse-Free Sport Registry. This provides a searchable database of participants subject to the UCCMS whose eligibility to participate in sport or coach has in some way been restricted due to provisional measures and sanctions. It's a tool for athletes and parents and organizations to make informed and safe sport choices. Now, looking to longer-term solutions, Mr. Speaker, last spring we launched the Future of Sport Commission. Through a trauma-informed approach, the independent commission is seeking to learn from the experiences of victims and survivors, experts, academics, parents, and coaches. This process will bring these experiences to light. They will help and until you knock it all down, and applying some cowboy approach to the sports system in Canada. We know that's what the Conservatives want to do with broadcasting by burning down the CBC and selling it off for parts. We know that they're against the Public Health Agency of Canada. We know that they, just like Doug Ford, want to burn down institutions, result in weakening and making Canada poorer. Mr. Speaker, that's not what we're going to do. We're going to keep trying to strengthen our institutions. We're going to ensure that we have more rigor in the system, because if there's nothing measured, then nothing will be managed. And that's what the Conservatives don't understand. If you don't measure something, you can't manage something. So we're measuring these challenges. We're applying resources. We're putting in place leadership and expertise to confront these challenges head on, not ignore them. And that seems to be what the Conservatives want to do. I want to clarify briefly about our decision to launch a commission rather than a public inquiry. Our government spoke to survivors, athlete groups, external experts, the Canadian Women's Foundation, and the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, among many, many other experts. Many experts. We looked at other commissions in Canada and others around the world, and other public inquiries to inform the structure that this one would take on. We chose the commission because it prioritizes the voices of survivors to improve safe sport. Reaches by requiring testimony under oath or subjecting them to subpoenas and cross-examination. That's not productive, Mr. Speaker. That's not helpful, that's not trauma-informed, and that's not the type of progress we need. We will not force people to relive their trauma. We believe survivors. We don't need to question them or call in to question their integrity. We want to make the system better. We don't want to reopen old wounds. And given that sport is a shared jurisdiction between municipal and regional, territorial, provincial governments and jurisdictions, a public inquiry would have required months of negotiating with provinces. I've been to a couple of TPP meetings, and you know what? They can be really, really challenging to develop consensus with. Canada's a great country, but we've got a lot of various jurisdictions, and sometimes it's who wishes to participate in the commission to do so. It is currently open to your input. We want to hear from you. We want to make the system better, and we know you do too. We know that Canadians love sport. We know that Canadians love physical activity and recreation. This is not a partisan issue. This is about building the Canada that we love, to make sure physical activity and recreation are available to anybody that wants to participate. We want an open door policy and we want to ensure that everybody has an opportunity to engage with this commission. Despite all these efforts, we know that there's still more work to be done, Mr. Speaker. Like a country, a sport system is never complete. We have to lay bricks every single day to ensure that our sport system improves, encourages people to get involved, and it is as safe as possible. This past summer, the minister launched the Ministerial Athlete Advisory Committee to put athletes at the heart of decision-making about sport. And Mr. Speaker, I could not be more proud of this effort. The minister is also establishing an international integrity work group to promote a unified approach to sport integrity globally, including safe sport. Because like I said, Mr. Speaker, sport is an international concern. We have coaches coming in from other countries. We have our coaches going to work in other countries. We have our athletes going to compete in other places and train elsewhere, and we want to make sure that the global community is following suit. Our government is in the process of developing a sport framework. And through these efforts, Mr. Speaker, we're working with sport organizations, but we're also holding them accountable. And I'd like to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, none of these things are optional, as my friend and colleague from the bloc pointed out. They're not optional whatsoever. They're mandatory, obligatory, they're challenging. The system has rigor. They have to do training. They have to adopt new policies. I was on the national team for years. I could not get into the boat until I did a 15-minute survey online. I sat down in a chair, I did the survey, I learned some stuff, I completed the training, and I submitted it with my signature. And then I was allowed to compete at the national championships. It was my 25th national championships. But because of these new rigorous measures, every single participant needs to be accountable. They have to demonstrate that they have the interest and the willingness to learn. And Mr. Speaker, I've been participating in sport my whole life. I learned something through that process. I'm proud of that work. I showed my coach my phone afterwards and I said, you know what's really, really cool? I've been working on safe sport since 2017 and I'm really, really glad that this survey exists because every single person, the 2,000 participants at the national championships, I was just going to paddle war canoe with a couple of 17-year-olds from my club. I had a great summer. But that was great to see. And support those with concussions and mental health challenges and advance inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility in sport. We've made specific investments in athlete mental health, Mr. Speaker. That didn't used to exist. I'll be a little bit vulnerable here. When I retired from the national team in 2016, we didn't have a mental health package. I didn't have benefits. So I had to go to an external agency to get a counselor and to sit down and talk about some of my challenges and problems. Athletes don't have to do that anymore. We have funding for them. We have applied funding and investments in athlete mental health. They can go to Game Plan. They can work with their safe sport advisors. They can work directly with their national sport organization or outside of their national sport organization. It's up to them, and it's so much better than it used to be. We've also made investments in athlete well-being. We've invested in the sport institutions right across the country. I'm very proud to have one in Milton. The National Cycling Center at the Mattamy Athletic Center in Milton is fantastic. Our track cyclists are amazing. Kelsey Mitchell is an Olympic champion, and we just had another young guy win a medal at the World Championships. I'm so proud of our investments, whether they come from big games like the Pan Am Games or the 2010 Olympics, or from the Community Sport Initiative that I'm going to talk about in a moment. We also, Mr. Speaker, did something that athletes have been demanding since 1999. And this government's done it twice, I want to acknowledge. We increased the Athlete Assistance Program. Many people ask me, it's like almost a weekly thing, do we fund our athletes? Do we support our athletes enough from a financial perspective? And I'm proud to say it, Mr. Speaker, we've given them an over 20% raise in this budget. Back in 2017, we gave them the largest ever raise they had received up until that date. And recently, we've done it again. So athletes still don't make enough money in Canada. I still don't think that Olympians and Paralympians are properly funded, and I'm going to continue to make sure that we fund them even more. But we've basically, paid for grocery money every single month, and they'll be getting that money in short order. It's with the Treasury Board, so I'm really, really proud of that Athlete Assistance Program boost. And to every national team athlete in my DMs asking me when it's coming, it'll be there soon. Mr. Speaker, the Community Sport for All initiative, a hallmark of this government's action on making sure that sport is inclusive, available, equitable, and safe for everybody across Canada. It's ensured that over 1 million Canadians have gotten more active through the Power Sport, Physical Activity and Recreation over the last couple of years. I'm extremely proud of the Community Sport for All initiative, reinvested in Budget 2024 with an incremental $15 million, Mr. Speaker. We're making those investments. It's making an impact. Canadians are healthier. Our communities are more connected. They have better mental health services. Whether you're playing in the sandbox or playing beach volleyball at the Olympic Games, Team Canada is supporting our athletes. But unlike the Conservatives, we refuse to let Canadians go at it alone. They want to burn down our institutions. They want everybody just to be a cowboy and figure it out on their own, Mr. Speaker. But our Liberal approach is to invest in the things that make our community stronger, like sport. Our approach is to work to strengthen our institutions that serve Canadians instead of tearing them all down. Our approach is to invest in the things that support strong communities like affordable childcare, dental care, and yes, local community sport programs. To invest in the things that unite us, such as our athletes. Our approach is about making sure that everyone, regardless of ability, gender, or identity, has the same access to safe and welcoming sport activities. And our government's quick action to create a safe sport experience for all Canadians makes me proud to stand on this side of the House. By investing in sport and athletes, Mr. Speaker, and by building a safer sports system, we are making Canadians safer, stronger, healthier, and more united. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Milton for his very personal remarks and also what he said on behalf of his government. This debate is 2.5 years in the making with 2 standing committees that looked at the matter, heritage and status of women. More than 100 witnesses appeared. They answered parliamentarians' questions with 21 recommendations from the Heritage Committee, a 200-page report. And everyone seems to agree, even on the podium, even the Canadian Olympic Committee. They all agree we need an arm's-length inquiry. Everyone seems to agree. Why is this not happening? Why are we not protecting victims? It's shocking. This has been allowed to happen by our parliamentary institutions. Why not bring in real mechanisms to protect victims? Everything is going wrong because we're not protecting victims properly with an arm's-length independent inquiry.
Secretary, the Minister of Climate Change and Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and I'll congratulate him for the progress that he's contributed to making over the last 2.5 years.
It has been challenging. The testimony has been hard to listen to and hard to read, Mr. Speaker. But we've made extraordinary progress together. The one place where I'll disagree with my friend and colleague is that we haven't made progress. It's extraordinary. We've stood up the Office of the Sport Integrity Commissioner. We've invested incremental $75 million into community sport for all in a safe, equitable, and accessible manner. We've made sure that the Safe Sport program is not just optional, as my friend keeps pointing out. It is mandatory. It's obligatory. It's absolutely essential for every national sport organization that wishes to receive funding from Sport Canada, Mr. Speaker. The system is changing. The Commission is underway. The member refuses to acknowledge that the Commission is absolutely underway. It's taking place as we speak, and that's remarkable progress. I'd like to thank him once again. I'd like to thank members of the committee and all witnesses who have come forward to bravely share their testimony. It's created a safer sports system in Canada.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was part of the FIO committee when we had the members and the witnesses come forward about the abuse in Gymnastics Canada. The CEO at the time did not do his job. He did not do a proper investigation. So I'd like to ask the member opposite. He made a statement earlier, and his statement was, he states that he believes survivors. That, to me, is a little strange. So I want to ask the member in this House, as he stands up with his message, and he explains the protection of all athletes in safe sports, why is it that during the committee meetings, he tried to intimidate one of our witnesses?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, that's absurd. Mr. Speaker, that's false. It's defamatory. And I'm disgusted that in this House I would be accused of something like that. I attended those meetings as a participant to ensure that we were listening to survivors' voices. Challenging for all of us. Challenging for somebody who's been part of the sports system and recognizing that it has had its challenges. I want to be part of a process which improves it. Mr. Speaker, the CEOs of multiple national sport organizations have been dismissed. That's what needed to happen. We needed leadership change. We needed those reviews to take place, and we needed sunlight to cleanse the system. But accusing each other of such things is disgusting. I won't stand for it. I refute those allegations, if you want to call them that. You made them up. She made them up. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's beneath that member to be accusing me of such things.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Churchill, Kawatanuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary speaks of the Liberal government's commitment to integrity in sport, which we can all obviously say integrity is critical to sport. And yet this week, the Liberals voted against my motion to have public testimony on the soccer drone scandal that took place at the Paris Olympics this summer, a scandal that did a disservice to our women's soccer players, a scandal that tarnished Canada's reputation when it comes to soccer and sport on the world stage. What are the Liberals hiding? Why did the Liberals vote against public accountability? Why did they vote against, to use the Parliamentary Secretary's own phrase, bringing sunlight to a scandal that has rocked our soccer and sport world? Our athletes deserve better. Why did the Liberals vote against my motion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sport and Physical Activity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An investigation is underway in the very concerning case that my colleague has referenced. It's unacceptable. That form of cheating is absolutely unacceptable. Our Minister of Sport rescinded funding and demanded an immediate investigation with Soccer Canada, which is currently underway. Performing a concurrent study in committee would be a distraction to that important independent investigation of Soccer Canada, and it's important that we let that process remain with its integrity and not add this sort of committee business as a distraction to that very, very important independent investigation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary, given his history in sport in Canada, certainly would be somebody who would have a lot of insight into issues such as these. I know that he talked about some of his personal experiences about when he had to complete various different testing or educational opportunities prior to participating in sport. Can he talk about the importance of those and what he sees the true value is, not just for individuals, but for the sport community as a whole?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much for my honourable colleague's question. It's a personal ambition of mine. It's a professional obsession. In fact, I love sport. I love community sport. I love high-performance sport. I love international sport, summer, winter. Yesterday, I was the keynote speaker at the Ottawa Special Olympics Ontario breakfast, and I had a great time. The athletes there were amazing as always. They were articulate. They were kind. They were generous. They wore their medals. We had the Ottawa Police and the Ottawa Fire all there, and my message to everybody was participation. Participation is key, whether it's in democracy, in sport. We've got to stand up for each other and make sure that we show up, whether it's to hand out medals or to do a little talk, to coach or to hand out sliced oranges. Whatever it is, sport requires participation. It makes our communities healthier and more active. And you know, the survey that my friend and colleague pointed out was a great step forward for Canada. It's an educational tool. It's another layer of accountability to make sure that people are undertaking those reminders on a regular basis. And despite having worked on the policy, despite having contributed, I still learned something from that survey, and that's remarkable, I think. I'm so proud of the work that we've done. I'm proud that it's been remarkably nonpartisan, despite some accusations in this House. I'm so proud that this government has taken action on protecting young athletes, ensuring that high-performance athletes, Olympics and Paralympic athletes have access to services, additional funding, and supports. And I'm so proud that the Community for All initiative has funded organizations like Spirit North in Western Canada, like the North American Indigenous Games in Eastern Canada just recently, and so many little community sport opportunities that I've visited, from free basketball games to cricket in Mississauga. Mr. Speaker, it's been a fantastic thing, and I hope it continues.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleague. My colleague would have made a good sports minister, but I'd like to hear him talk about the current sports minister who played a key role over 30 years. What impact do you think that she had on the Canadian Olympic movement over the years? She was involved in, building a system that has seen, people abused and cover-up of that. Does my colleague not find it strange that files have been passed from one organization to another and that contracts have been awarded without tender? The current sports minister has not shown enough diligence and it's been suggested that she has protected her friends at the Canadian Olympic Committee. She's contributed to maintaining the status quo. Does my colleague, and this is my question, does my colleague think that that there will be that the minister will go on to an international career in sports, that she'll be awarded for the work that she's done?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank three incredible women, if I could, and that's the member for Etobicoke North, who was here in this House this week after a prolonged time away. I'd like to thank the member from Delta, who recently announced that she would not be reoffering, which is a hit to this House. The House is stronger when we have representation, and the member from Delta is a strong representative for various organizations. As a Paralympic medalist, I look up to her very, very much, both professionally and athletically. And I'd also like to thank the current Minister of Heritage, the member from Brome-Missisquoi. Those three women have been steadfast advocates for safe sport over the last little while. I'd also add my current minister, the current Minister of Environment and Climate Change, who served. Mr. Speaker, the sport community is well served by this government. I'm proud of that.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and as always, it's an honour to be able to stand in this place and talk about issues that are so important to Canadians. And I would just note, it's interesting, the previous Liberal Speaker spoke a lot about how his experience of an athlete has informed policy. I wish that they would take that same approach when it comes to some of the expertise offered by, farmers in this place helping inform things like agriculture and environmental policy. Mr. Speaker, before I jump into my speech here, I would just like to note to you and the table that I will be splitting my time with the fantastic member from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. Mr. Speaker, we rise to address an important issue, safe sport, and the need to ensure that as Canadians, when what really comes down to trust, whether it's a parent dropping their kids off with an athletic organization, whether it's an athlete going on an international trip to compete with the flag on their shoulder, that there is trust within the institutions of sport in this country. And we see how it's been revealed over the last number of years, dating back to 2018 in the specific instances, but I know this has been something that has throughout history. We've seen examples where people have taken advantage of that trust that is given to abuse and hurt athletes. And Mr. Speaker, it is unacceptable. It needs to be stopped, and we cannot overstate how important it is to ensure that we have those very real and honest conversations, because when it comes down to it, Canadians and our country should and can be proud of much that we've accomplished in sport, whether it be the things that make it onto television, or unlike what the previous Liberal Speaker thinks, I'm very proud of a professional and amateur rodeo circuit in this country that is actually a sport that we can be proud of in this country, or whether it be minor sport associations. And I know my kids, I'm very proud of my two boys, first year of baseball this last year, and had a fantastic time in learning some of those key and formational skills of teamwork and the discipline associated with a team sport. And I know each member of this House, I'm sure either directly or just one or two steps removed, would have a story of whether it's themselves or their children or a family member who's been involved in various levels of sport. And we cannot understate how important it is that, like I said before, whether it's dropping off a child, whether it's participating participation yourself. You need to be able to trust those in authority, and especially when it can be in vulnerable situations. You have a power structure that comes along with the way that sports organizations are ran, and we see how there has been abuse that has taken place that is absolutely egregious. And when it comes to the report, that I appreciate my colleague from Quebec moving this concurrence debate today, because it gives us the opportunity to talk about how important it is to not just talk about these issues, but to ensure that there is, in fact, action, so that both we can, as a nation, whether that's us as parliamentarians looking at national sport organizations and demanding that there's excellence and trust within the structures that exist, or whether it be all the way down to the parents dropping their kids off with those for those minor sports at a young age. There has to be trust throughout that entire process, because, Mr. Speaker, when that trust breaks down, it leads to absolutely tragic situations, and we heard about a number of those scenarios, whether it be in relation to Hockey Canada. I know gymnastics and the hearings at the Status of Women Committee. There are tragic stories that this Parliament has heard where action should have been taken and it was not. Words were not enough, and the result is lives broken and destroyed. We have to ensure that and because it comes down to the idea of sport is an important one. It's something that is not lost on me, as I mentioned, my kids starting organized sport at a young age, or whether it be the impact that sport has in building a resilient workforce, a capable structure, and of course we saw with the Olympics and the Paralympics this summer, the national pride that can be expressed. I had a number of to reference my personal favorite sport again, rodeo. I had a number of local athletes from Battle River Curlfoot compete in the Canadian Finals Rodeo here just a number of weeks ago, and I'm very proud that a high school friend of mine will be going to the National Finals Rodeo here in a couple of weeks. So we talk about sport and international competitions as being that point of pride that we can show in something. It gives you something to believe in, including when times are tough. And I know I remember in the 2010 Olympics watching it was at a professor's house, the gold medal game. It was incredible. It was a moment of an intense national pride when Canada scored that winning medal. And so we have to be able to, at the foundational level here, when it comes to the role that the government plays, is to ensure that these national sport organizations and the leadership they provide in sport in this country can be trusted every step of the way. Now, Mr. Speaker, there was, in addition to, and I understand that time is often short, so I did want to highlight, there was a number of things that Conservatives who were proud to participate in the report that we are debating concurrence here today. We did put forward, in addition to the work that the committee put into the overall report, there was a number of additional recommendations that were submitted in a dissenting report, and to ensure that we can, like I referenced before, can see that trust be restored. And the first one is I think at the very foundation of everything we're talking about here, that Sport Canada must hold national sports organizations accountable. There has to be that accountability throughout the entire system, leadership from the top all the way through our sports organizations. And I've heard from constituents, Mr. Speaker, where there have been examples where that has not been the case, and that erosion of trust and the inability for different organizations to have that clear accountability structure that is required to see that in fact happens. Second, Mr. Speaker, in the dissenting report, Conservatives highlighted that the Office of the Sport Integrity Commissioner must investigate complaints in a timely and impartial fashion and enforce the consequences for non-compliance. It's great to have, Mr. Speaker, an office with an idea, but I've heard from other members of civil society, those who have been through various ombudsman processes and whatnot, that if there's not teeth associated an office to ensure that there can be investigations, to ensure that there can be actual resolution to concerns that are brought forward. It may look nice on paper. It may even have a nice office building in a downtown centre somewhere. But, Mr. Speaker, if that can't actually result in action, then truly one has to ask what the point is. And in terms of ensuring that and again, it comes back to that fundamental concept of trust. You have to be able to trust the process and to be able to investigate in an impartial fashion, to investigate complaints in a timely manner, and to enforce consequences for non-compliance. Mr. Speaker, the third recommendation that the dissenting report put forward was that Sport Canada must work with provincial and territorial governments to ensure provincial and post-secondary sport organizations are held accountable. And Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that sport is not something that starts and ends in the nation's capital. It is something that, and like referenced, I'm sure we all have stories, whether it's our children, whether it's ourselves, whether it's high school sports all the way up to professional athletes. There's those stories where we have to ensure that there is that Team Canada, if you will, approach that goes across governments, across different levels of organizations to ensure that there is that accountability, again, coming to that fundamental principle of trust. And then I would note the fourth recommendation in the dissenting report, Mr. Speaker, is that Sport Canada must establish a public registry. And I want to dive into this just very briefly, Mr. Speaker. This is fundamentally important. As we heard in testimony before the Status of Women Committee, there has to be that ability for athletes, coaches, parents, those involved in organizations to look and know that the person that they are entrusting either their lives or their children's lives with can be trusted. If there are that to ensure that they are going in with eyes wide open, that full accountability and trust that needs to be there. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the government's response, and I found it interesting, the previous speaker talked about how great they've been doing, yet it was that government that oversaw that Sport Canada saw that knew about allegations for 4 years, yet did nothing. That's 4 years, Mr. Speaker. Action needs to be taken, trust needs to be restored, and this debate today is an important step, but without action, it's just words.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you to my colleague for his speech and his sensitivity on such an important subject as this one. He's talked about tangible actions. I'd like to hear what tangible actions he considers and his potential government in waiting considers, because it is highly likely that tangible recommendations will not be implemented by the Liberals but by Conservatives. Is he committing to acting concretely for a public and independent investigation if his party comes to power? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do appreciate the little bit of a change in attitude that the Bloc is acknowledging that there could be, in fact, a Conservative government at some point in the future. I certainly hope that is sooner than later. And, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to concrete and tangible actions, that's the foundation of my speech, was to articulate exactly that. It's one thing to talk. It's one thing to have nice press releases and announcements and even training systems and questionnaires that have to be answered. But without the tangible action and then the results that follow that tangible action being quantified and that accountability being enforced, Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that happens, especially when it comes to an issue that is as important as ensuring that our kids, our children, our athletes are able to be kept safe in this country. Tangible action absolutely is required. That's why Conservatives put forward a dissenting report, and we'll take that action when we have the opportunity to make the changes that are needed in this country.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the member. The Conservatives would take action if they were actually in government on this file. Because the first question that the Conservative Party had to ask on this issue was that he would cut Support Canada, get rid of it. And that came as, I shouldn't say as a bit of surprise, because I'm used to the Conservatives saying, whether it's cutting CBC or, the dental program, you name it, they have those big scissors and they're prepared to do all the cutting that their little hearts desire. But I was surprised to the degree in which the member, his colleague, was so eager to get on the record saying that they're going to cut Sports Canada. And I'm wondering, does he support his colleague's comment when they say he's going to cut the Sports Canada?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, 4 years under the watch of that government, Sport Canada sat on allegations, serious allegations, and that member and the government that he supports did nothing. Did nothing. So, Mr. Speaker, I find it rich coming from that member that he would suggest tangible action shouldn't be taken, and especially when it was that member on Monday, when a unanimous consent motion was brought forward to this place. Constituents probably have some questions about the politics that he's playing in that regard.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Churchill-Kawatinuk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to my colleague, obviously, much of this morning's discussion has been focused around the need for ethics and fair play in sport, an end to a culture of lack of accountability and the extreme, the full range of cases where the well-being of athletes were ignored time and time again by sports organizations and the federal government. This week in our Heritage Committee, I put forward a motion to seek public accountability for the soccer drone scandal that threw our women's soccer players under the bus and deeply affected Canada's reputation when it comes to soccer and sport on the world stage. I'd like to ask my colleague why he and his colleagues supported this motion, and how troubling it is that the Liberals, along with the Bloc, are seeking to cover up a scandal that rocked our country on the world stage.
With only about 30 seconds remaining, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question, because being a member of the Heritage Committee and having the honour of being able to fulfil the Shadow Minister role during this time, I was shocked when the Liberals, along with the Bloc Québécois, rejected the motion that member had brought forward when it came to asking for some accountability and answers for a sports scandal that did truly shock the world and put Canada and its athletes at a disadvantage at a point when there should have been a coming together of our nation. It was the leadership and just simply being able to demand answers. Mr. Speaker, I do not understand why those Liberals at every turn, whether it's sports, whether it's corruption, whether it's the fiscal status of the country, their default answer to everything seems to be to bury their heads in the sand and cover it up and hide from Canadians the real answers.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Screaming, insulting, body shaming, ridiculing, isolating, humiliating, manipulating, controlling, comparing, berating, grooming, touching. Those who know me recognize that I will be often the optimistic one in the room and focus on the good. In reference to sport and youth, I'd love to be speaking on the benefits and life lessons that are acquired through sport with healthy communication, commitment, concentration, competition, confidence, control, self-respect. But, Mr. Speaker, however, today I'm speaking to a report regarding safe sport in Canada that was tabled in the House by the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage in June of 2024. To provide some context, this report covers the study of abuse in organized sport in Canada, mostly hockey and soccer. This study was triggered by reporting that Hockey Canada had reached an out-of-court settlement with a woman who alleged she had been sexually assaulted by members of the national junior hockey team. This was later found to be a deeper issue within Hockey Canada, and the study was expanded in September of 2022 to include all organized sport on ice, fields, gym, and spring floors. The key findings included abuse experienced by athletes, testimony concerning junior hockey, racism, issues faced by Indigenous athletes, issues specific to minors, culture within the Canadian sports system, fear of retribution, jurisdictional issues, and suggestions to amend best practices. I'm not a member of the Standing Committee on Heritage, never have been, but I do chair the Status of Women Committee, previously sat on the National Defence Committee, and currently serve as the Shadow Minister, let's try this again. And I currently serve as the Shadow Minister for Women, Gender Equality and Youth. This may seem a rather scattered membership that wouldn't tie into this report, but it does. In every single one of these areas, we have dealt with the predation of people in power positions on vulnerable Canadians, be they women, especially Indigenous women, children, or persons in abusive relationships, and of institutions that just don't care about what is happening unless it makes the headlines. This is true for resource extraction companies as well, the Canadian Armed Forces, the Federal Public Service, and apparently some of our sport associations here in Canada. It seems as though whenever I turn in my political career, sexual, physical, emotional, and mental abuse rears its ugly head. But my most relevant role to all of this is my most important job and privilege to be a mother of two gifted athletes. I have two daughters. My youngest, Reese, a club volleyball player with the U16 Peterborough Thunder, and my eldest, Tori, who plays south of the border with the U19 Connecticut Junior Rangers. Watching our girls in competitive sport is what I love, alongside my nieces and nephews who all love to compete and do it well. I was raised with sport my entire life and have and continue to see outstanding, motivating, firm, but fair coaches and teammates along the way. But it is disturbing to acknowledge how the twisted and dark stories of some can stain the very fabric of sport in Canada. Small rural communities like those in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington are home to thousands of athletes, from house league to high performance. We play, we cheer, we win, we lose, we learn, Mr. Speaker. Small communities rally together to support our own and can only hope they are experiencing safe, inclusive, fun sport cultures. Sadly, this isn't the case. On the report itself, the testimony was harrowing, but so essential in helping us as legislators try and address the systemic issues plaguing organized sports in Canada. The report itself was also very thorough, but there are a few areas where additional action could be taken. In the dissenting report presented by the Conservatives, 4 particular areas were laid out. The first, Sport Canada must hold national sports organizations accountable. The report goes on to cite the revolting actions by Hockey Canada in establishing a hush fund for the survivors of rape and sexual misconduct by their players. To be very clear, Hockey Canada was complicit in covering up and, quite frankly, promoting and enabling sexual harassment of women. Before I was elected as Member of Parliament, I would have asked myself, how is this possible? Now I know better. This is possible because these institutions often exist in part to protect and enable themselves, to the point where they are willing to cover up rape because some particular young athlete has outstanding talent or is a star on their team. This is the exact same issue plaguing the armed forces. There needs to be buy-in from the government to bring the hammer down on these organizations when the issues are made so obvious. It should not have taken 10 months for Sport Canada to intervene, as it did in the Hockey Canada case. We should be teaching our children that respect, consideration, and justice are more valuable than a trophy. Similarly, on point 2, the Office of the Sport Integrity Commissioner needs to be fully independent from the sporting community. Far too often, victims and survivors feel they will not get a fair shake with the OSIC because it is populated by people with a vested interest in sport. Again, this is a similar complaint in the CAF, where many survivors feel isolated from justice because they need to go through the chain of command which is associate of the perpetrator, if not, including the perpetrator themselves. The government is moving to rectify that by reforming the military justice system, but that needs to continue, and Sport Canada should take a long, hard look at both the pitfalls of populating the review board with people involved in the industry and what steps the government is taking to rectify that, and apply those lessons to sport in Canada. The third point was cooperation between the provincial, federal, and territorial governments to ensure provincial organizations and post-secondary sport organizations are being held accountable. The federal government needs to be exceptionally clear what is expected from provincial and territorial counterparts, and leading by example would be an excellent start. Lastly, we need transparency for the parents and young athletes that are making that transition into the next level of organized sport. We need a public, accessible, searchable registry of all coaches that have been found to be in violation of the Universal Code of Conduct to prevent and address maltreatment in sport, regardless of the type of violation. This registry should be detailed, including the name of the offender, the number of complaints, the number of arrests, and the number of convictions. This will not only help ensure that our kids are kept safe from predators, but provide ease of mind to athletes and parents alike, knowing that the history of the person they are trusting is clean and issue-free. Mr. Speaker, provocative testimony with allegations of sexual assault, secretive, unaccountable organizations have been covered up. While waiting for a response to this very report, the Minister of Sport claimed it was her mandate to repair the erosion of trust within the sports system in Canada. Is this happening? Sports is a significant part of who we are, and the Liberal government must take responsibility and ensure that the toxic culture is eliminated and make sure protecting our athletes who are victimized takes precedence over protecting bullies, abusers, and government officials. Crossing the line is never okay. Having athletes feel threatened and uncomfortable should never be tolerated or ignored. I would like to acknowledge in the last part of my speech is that earlier today we had comments with regards to intimidation towards witnesses. More specifically, conversations that members had with other members, let me speak more clearly to that, and share acknowledgement. I'm writing to say that I'm sorry. I've let my emotions in surrounding the safe sport conversation get the better of me. In one instance, I reacted unprofessional manner and called into question the integrity. This was directed at a member, not that of a witness. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, we cannot turn a blind eye, or we will be jeopardizing the future of sport in Canada. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my Conservative colleague. Activity on this issue, especially with regards to victims of abuse. This was an element that was very clear in her speech. I think that our parliamentary privilege also comes in institutions that protect these victims, institutions that could compel organizations to publish documents. For example, for SDTC and Sports Canada and Hockey Canada, we could compel that documents be published, and that casts a light on the truth. That would allow us to get better justice in society. This would allow us to go further to help those who need it and stop those who may abuse others. Does my colleague agree with the fact that a non-binding committee wouldn't help? We need a public and independent investigation. Does she agree? Yes or no? With real witnesses and binding decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bottom line is the government failed athletes. Our victims need to be protected. If at any point either of my daughters came home and shared concern, there would be zero tolerance and we would move forward. This government needs to do the same.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I deeply respect the member opposite and her work on Women's Committee and various other important conversations. And I'd like to ask for clarity on the question of whether or not the system in sport in Canada requires strong institutions, which require resources, expertise, regular funding, personnel, documents like the Universal Code of Conduct for the maltreatment in sport. Does the member not agree with me and the vast majority of Canadians that institutions like the Canadian Centre for Ethics in Sport, like the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, like the Office of the Sport Integrity Commissioner, are not worthwhile and important organizations to protect, to uphold, to fund, and to ensure have the resources necessary to do their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to read or paraphrase a quote into the House. Every day without action is another day that brave survivors must find even more strength against a system that has failed to protect the next generation at risk of horrific abuse. We have so much to celebrate with sport in Canada, but the voices of athletes are much too loud to be ignored, and action must be taken.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, I'll do it again, Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her presentation. And it's interesting where we hear, and for me, I've been involved over this past 2.5 years as the development of this documentation. Over times, I've been in many different meetings along this issue and listened to many of the witnesses. And oftentimes, the witnesses have major concerns about accountability. And the report basically puts out an issue of expressing accountability through the OSIC and the Office of the Sports Integrity Commissioner. And the question I have for my colleague is a lot of concerns that we had from our witnesses was they don't trust the OSIC. And so how are we to be accountable for those that are supposed to be accountable? I'm wondering if she has any comments on where we might help assure these witnesses that the avenues that are being taken to protect them are being done so appropriately.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington. Less than a minute.
Thank you. I'd like to firstly acknowledge and thank the vulnerability that all the witnesses showed that did provide testimony. It's extraordinarily difficult. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, is trust in our institutions, and trust in our institutions is lacking. What more does it take to spur action? We are having stories and testimony and heartfelt trauma being ignored. Government is sitting 3-4 years. What does it take to spur political action when it has reference to our youth in sport? It's not good enough.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Churchill, Kiwatinuk, Aski. And our camera's not on. The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatinuk, Aski. There we go. We're almost there. And resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatinuk, Aski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honor to rise on such an important initiative that came directly from parliamentarians, that came directly from MPs, and spoke directly to some of the most horrific experiences of our youngest citizens, doing something that engaging in sport, something that we as Canadians believe is so important. I want to acknowledge the tireless work of so many. First of all, the strength of so many survivors that came forward to take part in the Safe Sport study. I want to acknowledge the tireless work of many advocates, those in research and academia, those that have been involved in sport, who wanted to support the survivors coming forward, but very much work towards effecting long-lasting systemic change when it comes to sport in our country. I want to acknowledge the work of my own colleague who was the lead on this committee from the NDP, my colleague, the MP from New Westminster Burnaby, who I know, along with others, put in many hours to make sure that this report was of the highest quality and that critical recommendations were made in terms of how we need to go forward. And I believe that first and foremost, the importance of a national public inquiry is critical. We in the NDP are clear there must be a national public inquiry and into safe sport. We've heard that from survivors. We've heard it from advocates. We've heard it from those in academia. We've heard it from people who want change. And it's deeply disappointing to see that the Liberals, despite their commitments to integrity and fair play, do not actually support a public inquiry when it comes to safe sport. Mr. Speaker, before I go any further, I want to reflect on some of what we heard in this report. On May 26th, 2022, a story published by Rick Westhead regarding an out-of-court settlement made by Hockey Canada to women that had been sexually assaulted by a group of hockey players on the 2017-2018 national junior team in London, Ontario, after a gala. 5 players, Dylan Dubé, Carter Hart, Michael McLeod, Cal Foote, and Alex Formanton, are now facing jail time. 104 witnesses spoke to this committee. But it was that story, that bomb that went off, that really underscored not just the horrors within our sports system, not just the level of abuse, and in this case, sexual violence, sexual assault, oftentimes targeted at women, but also the way in which our sports system, sports organizations, sports officials turned a blind eye while fully knowing that this kind of abuse and horror had taken place under their watch. This isn't what sport should be about. Canadians rightfully love sports, and in the case of hockey, oftentimes referred to as our national sport, even though, of course, in actual fact it is lacrosse. The fact that hockey was so tarnished by this abuse that came forward, these stories of abuse that came forward, and the way in which Hockey Canada dealt with this abuse was shocking to so many Canadians. We've all grown up with hockey as part of our lives. Here in Northern Canada, it's been a key part of the lives of many boys, girls, young men, and young women. It's part of our memories as we grew growing up, fond memories. A more recent one of Sid calling out for Iggy to score the Olympic winning goal, or sitting with our friends and maybe families on a Saturday night to cheer on Canada's team. But it's clear that the culture that surrounds hockey needs fixing. For too long, we've put young boys on a pedestal, especially around junior hockey, expecting boys to act like men without giving them the supports necessary to be their best selves. It should be clear to anyone who's been reading the sports sections of the newspapers over the last couple of years that harassment and abuse are sadly endemic to high-level sports in this country. But we'd be remiss to ignore the all too common pressures that athletes face to play or practice with some pretty serious injuries. It's only in the last couple of years that sports have even begun to take seriously things like brain injuries, especially when you're dealing with minors. There is no question that this needs to change. Hockey culture in particular admires a Patrice Bergeron for suiting up in a Game 6 of a playoff game with a small puncture in his lung, a cracked rib, torn rib cartilage, and a separate shoulder. Or Carey Price, Shea Weber, and Paul Byron's careers ultimately ending after the injuries they faced in the Habs run to the Stanley Cup that ultimately came up short in 2021. We admire their courage and tolerance for pain, but ignore the lifelong cost. Shea Weber recently opened up about his post-career quality of life. After charity softball tournament, he couldn't walk for 2 weeks. Carey Price, an inspiration for so many, even in my riding, talk about how the forced retirement contributed to descending deeper into a drinking problem that he has since gotten help for. Athletes sacrifice their bodies, but in many cases, we're talking about kids. And it's often too big a sacrifice they don't fully understand. And they're surrounded by adults who don't take their long-term health seriously, which needs changing. But even since the completion of this study, we're reminded of a culture that needs fixing. Just recently, Rick Westhead, who along with Katie Strang really led a lot of the reporting that forced Canadians to start being honest about a broken culture that needs fixing, wrote about an incident, this one in 2014, where a woman was allegedly sexually assaulted by 8 OHL players. She decided to come forward after watching a press conference where the London Chief of Police apologized for not appropriately dealing with the sexual assault by Team Canada players. She had been invited to watch TV with a 19-year-old player. When she arrived, there were 8 players in the basement, aged 16 to 19. In her words, quote, "I was taken into a bathroom, and that's when the player who invited me over began starting sexual acts. They never closed the bathroom door fully. And the next thing I know, more players started coming in. There's players standing and watching. They start taking their turns, doing whatever it is they want. I never told anyone because I thought it was my fault. I thought I was the one that was responsible because I had made the choices to go hang out with this guy and a buddy. I did what I could do just forget it, not think about it, wipe it away. But it just built up inside the back of my brain." End quote. When she went to the police in London to report the incident earlier this year, she was told they couldn't help her. Hockey Canada responded to this reporting by saying that it was out of Hockey Canada's hands and to use the appropriate CHL league. And so the cycle of violence, followed by disappointment over the lack of consequences, continues. We have work to do in this country, and the Liberals aren't getting the work done. When representatives of Hockey Canada came to the Heritage Committee, they attempted to show that sexual assault was something that was taken seriously. Don't forget, this is the same Hockey Canada that, after covering up the sexual assault that took place in 2018, welcomed Carter Hart onto Team Canada at the World Juniors and the IIHF World Championships a year later. This is the same Hockey Canada that claimed that its attempted cover-up of sexual assault was done because they respected victims, saying that they had a, quote, moral obligation to respond to the alleged behavior that occurred at one of our events by players who attended at our invitation, unquote. Hockey Canada wished to respect the alleged victim's privacy and to avoid requiring her to participate, quote, in a prolonged court proceeding, quote, and that it had been, quote, inappropriate to victimize the young woman in court, unquote. Apparently, the board's instinct, quote, was one of passion for the young woman, unquote. These statements rocked the world of minor hockey, of junior hockey. It was felt in communities like...
Je pense qu'on a un appel au règlement.
I think we have a point of order. I would just like to state that no representative of the government is in this House, which reflects the level of respect they have for victims in sports. Well, we can't say if anyone is here or not. But the honourable member can proceed to a quorum call. Yes, I was implying that I want the government to respect quorum in this House on behalf of victims. Yes, we will start counting.
Counting, trolling. OK, voilà. Je pense qu'on a du quorum maintenant. Merci.
Okay, I think we have a quorum. The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwatinwit-Aski. Please proceed.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's telling when we don't have the attention even from the Liberal members to not just the testing.
Point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
You're coming from someone that's never here. I find it difficult to understand why it is, and I'm not...
All right, point of order, the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, we're dealing with an extremely serious topic here today, and the fact that the Liberal House Leader comes and explains none of the Liberal present in this chamber.
Can we just get back to debate? Listen, I respect the fact that we need to have quorum in this chamber to be able to do the work that we normally do. So I just want to thank those who came to join us. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I support any member who wishes to stay home and use the virtual aspects of this House, but I do think it's against the rules, as has been stated before, calling out any member who's currently not in the House.
That's right. But we can't say who's here or not, who is not here, and we were counting 3 people on the Zoom as our count as well. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think the member who's currently speaking is actually doing their job right now. What we need is the Liberals to do their job. They need to be present in this chamber.
We're falling into debate, and I really don't want this to fall into more debate than the point of order. Abitibi Témiscamingue, and then I will go to Saskatoon University. Abitibi Témiscamingue.
I just want to know whether cameras on a lobby count as virtual presence.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. There's point of order is that there's caucus and chaos in the Liberal caucus right now. We see members back.
Okay, not a point of order up. Okay, are we done with points of order? I would suggest we're done with those points of order, and we're going to allow the honourable member for Churchill Kawana-Nagaski to complete her discourse. The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to get back on track here and deeply disappointed by the Liberal cheap shots. Nothing covers for the fact that the Liberals are not doing what's needed to ensure safe sport in our country. We're seeing half measures from the Liberals. We're seeing a lot of PR stunts, and I'll get to it in a couple of minutes, but it's the same Liberals who just a couple of days ago blocked a motion that I put forward in committee to seek accountability on the soccer drone scandal that rocked our reputation in soccer and sport on the world stage during the Olympics. And the Liberals are doing what they can to cover up what happened there. Perhaps not unlike what we're seeing in the House today. So I will get back to the heartbreaking story of victims of sexual violence that were targeted by hockey players, incidents of sexual violence and sexual assault that were known by Hockey Canada and covered up by Hockey Canada. Following the explosive allegations that came up, and knowing how the extent to which Hockey Canada knew and covered up this abuse, it's hard to see how Hockey Canada can come back from it. Even with the changes they've made in response, including revising their player code of conduct, introducing mandatory training, alcohol abuse and sexual assault, and better managing Hockey Canada events. When you have the former board chair maintaining that, quote, Hockey Canada took appropriate action by reporting this incident to the police, Sport Canada, and launching an independent investigation, unquote. Appropriate action? Nothing about this was appropriately handled. Nothing. But as shocking and horrific as this case was, we can't turn away from it. There's a problem within sports in our country, and this report makes that clear. Kristen Worley, a former high-performance athlete, described her experience undergoing gender testing, saying, I would be violated as a predetermination of my participation in cycling. Throughout her career, her experience was, quote, about abuse, trauma, maltreatment, collusion, the use of willful blindness, the lack of state responsibility, gross liability, brand protection, and foreign interference, end quote. This is damning testimony. Even the former Minister of Science and Sports, the current member of Etobicoke North, appeared at the committee to describe her experience, saying, quote, I also know the darker side of sport. While I have not experienced the horrific abuse that you have heard about at this committee, I am a former gymnast, and I know what it's like to be told to eat Jell-O, laxatives, toilet paper, and water pills, and what it's like to be weighed and shamed. We have former athletes describing how broken they were upon leaving sports before they even hit 18. We heard from a number of witnesses describing the trauma and the pain they carry to this day following their experiences in organized sport. One witness, a fencer named Emily Mason, said, "When I left the sport, I was 17 and I was a broken individual. I was in a mental health crisis. I attempted suicide. I was seeing a mental health professional. The difficulty my family has gone through in the years since I left the sport has been immense. It's been 5 years now, and it will be part of our lives for years to come." End quote. This is an endemic problem. As the report notes, as many as 70% of participants in sports will fall victim to at least one form of abuse during their sporting journey. The last record of sport participants in Canada dates from 2016 and stood at 8 million people. Of that, 70% is 5.6 million people harmed. Another witness talked about how uncaring the junior hockey system can be. One of the witnesses shared, "I ended up with a puck to the face. When it happened myself to the hospital, I got evaluated and I was told that I had a double jaw fracture. I drove to the pharmacy to get medicine and I had to head home for recovery. When I came back from my injury, I learned that the team, which was supposed to have warned my teachers about my incapacity to attend my class, actually, I learned that I had failed all my exams, so I ended up quitting school. The emotional turmoil and the anger I felt coming back had me quit the team I was playing for." End quote. Another parent described their kid's experience as a, quote, dream that turned into a nightmare. Madam Speaker, that is not what sport is supposed to be in our country. We know that sport has the potential to transform lives. It can be key in terms of not just building athletic prowess and better physical form, but also a sense of self-confidence, a sense of self-worth, and a sense of belonging. Since ancient times, we know the power of gathering to compete in sport, as through the Olympics. And owing to my Greek heritage, I'm familiar of the proud history of the Olympic Games as a special time where the world came together, that part of the world came together to be able to engage in sport as a high form of living and certainly as a way of people reaching their full potential. I will say that Canada talks a good talk when it comes to its commitment to sporting ideals. We heard it from Liberals in the House today. Commitments to integrity, commitments to safe sport, commitments to accountability. But the reality is that Canada has failed many of our young athletes, has failed their families, has failed the advancement of sport in so many ways. And I want to turn to a more recent scandal, and again pointing to the failures of Canada when it comes to ensuring that ethics in sport, integrity in sport is held to the highest standard. This summer, we all tuned in to watch the Olympics with great pride, and we saw major successes from Canadian athletes. But we also saw a major failure, and that was the soccer drone scandal that in many ways engulfed a big chunk of our time at the Olympics. We have one of the best women's soccer teams in the world, former gold medal winners, incredible players, and I want to acknowledge the great Christine Sinclair, who didn't play this summer but was critical in supporting and building the sport of soccer for women in our country. But we were all shaken when we found out that officials of Soccer Canada, officials of the Canadian women's team, engaged in flying a drone and engaged in spying, which was clearly known to be illegal during the Olympic Games. It didn't just make the news in Canada. It was so bad that FIFA had to launch an investigation, had to dock points from Canada and fine Soccer Canada. It was so bad that teams from around the world reached out, asking, what was Canada doing? But what was so problematic, in addition to the act of spying, was the arrogance with which Canadian officials responded, pretending comments along the lines of "everybody does it." We heard from teams that came out publicly and said, "No, we don't engage in flying drones to spy on other teams on their practices and as they prepare for games." And yet Canada was out there flouting the most fundamental tenets of ethics in sport, of integrity in sport, of fair play in sport. I admire our women's soccer players who gave it their all as a result of their years of hard work, the support of their families, of their coaches growing up, of their communities. They put it all on the line. But shame on the Canadian officials, shame on those within Soccer Canada that thought it was not just acceptable, but legitimate in a way, as they went on to defend, to engage in that kind of culture, to engage in spying, to engage in the use of drones to spy on other teams. I think we all recognized when Soccer Canada said that they would engage in an independent investigation that this was needed work. But this is months ago, and we haven't heard anything. That's why I put forward a motion to seek accountability on the parliamentary side. This motion finally came to a vote this week, and I was shocked that the Liberals, along with the Bloc, blocked our initiative to have public testimony on the soccer drone scandal. Canadian athletes, families, fans deserve answers, and they deserve to know that this mess is going to be cleaned up and will put an end to the culture of spying and cheating that was clearly encouraged in the lead up and during the Olympics. I don't know. My question is to the Liberals is what is it that they have to hide when it comes to Soccer Canada? What is it that they have to hide when it comes to truly getting to the bottom of integrity, ethics, and fair play in sport? Canadian athletes and all Canadians deserve better. Thank you.
Sorry, there were about 10 seconds left. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière has a point of order. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you see, it's relatively cool in the House. That's maybe because there's not enough people here. I'd like to see if we have enough for quorum, please. I'll verify online as well. How many? We have quorum between the people who are here and the people who are participating online. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sports.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from the New Democratic Party for her interest in safe sport. I know that this is not new for her. She's a volunteer at my first Olympics in 2004 in Athens. We've discussed that before, and I sincerely appreciate her support of Team Canada beyond just the women's soccer team. Madam Chair, athlete mental health is of sincere and genuine importance to me personally. I was really grateful to have worked on the Canadian Olympic Committee's game plan program, which has brought forward really revolutionary mental health supports for athletes. I referenced them earlier in my speech. That's the third party that I reached out to when I was struggling after I retired on the national team. But our government has invested an incremental $2.8 million for athletes to access mental health, as well as a really revolutionary athlete and coach mental health resilience program, so that they got the mental health literacy tools and resources required. I'd like to hear the member opposite reflect on all of these incremental investments and what's available to athletes in 2020 and 2014. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Churchill-Kawatnagaski.
I appreciate my colleagues' comments and certainly our shared connection around the Athens Olympics. It was certainly my a critical moment on my end in terms of seeing up front what the Olympics can mean. And as a volunteer promoter for the years prior to the Olympics, the extent to which the Olympics isn't just about athleticism, it is about humanity. And that's why it's so important that we get the job done in terms of cleaning house and restoring ethics and integrity in sport as critical values in our work here in Canada. And while I appreciate certain investments have been made from the Liberals, particularly around mental health, which is important, I wonder why it is that they're voting against looking into the problems that happened at the Paris Olympics around the soccer drone scandal. I mean, that contributes to ill mental health. We know that it had an impact on our athletes. And so let's prevent this kind of culture that puts our athletes' mental health at risk. And that's...
The honourable member can answer other questions as well. It's just that time is of the essence here in order for everyone to get questions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. For Drummond, rather. I'll certainly send him the message along. I've been listening to the debate since this morning, and I listened to the NDP member who spoke about how earlier this week at the Heritage Canada we rejected her motion which called for a study into the drone Olympic scandal by Soccer Canada this summer. Madam Speaker, let's put something and be very clear. The issue is not that the Bloc doesn't support that initiative behind that motion. No, quite the contrary. We had already explained to her that we supported the idea in another way, and we had asked her to include the names of witnesses that we wanted to see appear in that study, which she did not do in the motion that she tabled. She also tabled a motion with a deadline, which imposes an agenda on the committee, which was not acceptable for us either, Madam Speaker. And also, the main reason is that there is an external investigation underway right now. So why start a study in committee right now when we don't have the results of a third-party independent inquiry into this issue? So my comment in response to the many reproaches that we heard from the member of the NDP is that she do her homework with rigor according to the discussions with other parties, and her motion, it will find a way forward to a study if that's done. Thank you. The honourable member for Churchill-Kiewatnakaski. Well, I hear the colleague from the Bloc being a bit defensive. Things did not move forward the way that he explained it. We all know that the Bloc had the opportunity to amend the motion, which they did not do. And I would add that listen, we don't need to wait as parliamentarians for the results of a private internal inquiry. What happened at the Paris Olympics, the drone scandal, the spying scandal, really had an impact on our country and the impact of our country. It hurt our athletes, and I think that we should all take on our responsibility as parliamentarians and get accountability for this and make sure that we have attacked this culture which seems to be in place. So I would ask why the Bloc Québécois allied with the Liberals to block accountability and to block work that must be done to ensure the integrity of sports and soccer in Canada now.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, the member did a fantastic job, not just on the file, but in her intervention, outlining the ways in which ethical breaches in governance can go from organizations cutting corners, perhaps trying to find that competitive advantage, to cheating, to what we have discovered as some of the most violent and pernicious aspects, the underbelly, the dark side of sport. Can the honourable member please expand upon why having a clear, strong and accountable ethical framework for sports in Canada will be essential to ensuring that we don't repeat some of these disgusting acts of violence against our athletes?
The honourable member for Churchill-Kiewatnakaski.
Well, thank you to my colleague, and I know as ethics critic, he spends a lot of time working on issues of ethics, and is also tasked with the Herculean task of getting the Liberals to see the importance of ethics in their conduct. Look, I mean, the Safe Sports study made it clear that we do not have the sense of accountability when it comes from our sports organizations, that there isn't the proper oversight from these organizations, and there isn't the proper oversight from the federal government. You know, sport policy in our country is not just something that's adjacent to the federal government. It is our responsibility, and it is our responsibility to oversee the development of safe sport in our country. The Liberals have dropped the ball, and they're continuously dropping the ball. And I've brought up the most recent example around the soccer drone scandal. Canadian athletes deserve better. Canadians deserve better. We need to see ethics in sport, and we need to bring back the core values of integrity and fair play.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her profound convictions in human rights, and she spoke very well about that today. I thank her for her commitment, but I have a question for her. We know that she referred to the alleged facts of 2018, the gang rape in London. We know that today there are criminal charges that were brought against 5 hockey players. She mentioned that in her speech. Does she think that without the motion that I had tabled in Parliament to call Hockey Canada's leadership forward to talk about that, if Parliament hadn't called for documents to be provided, if we hadn't done all that, does she think that there wouldn't have been charges laid if it hadn't been for the collaborative work done by parliamentarians? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiewit-Nakaski.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to recognize the work that my colleague's done on this, particularly when it comes to Hockey Canada. It's clear that through his work and the teamwork at committee, and I recognize my colleague, the member for Burnaby New Westminster, if that work hadn't been done, we wouldn't have had the possibility of getting accountability from Hockey Canada. And we wouldn't have been able to investigate the way that Hockey Canada tried to protect those who had committed this abuse and those who wished to silence the victim of that abuse. That study is historic. It shows the kind of work that needs to be done, and I would say that it also shows how Canadians are very concerned about abuse in sports and how they really want to see a culture where integrity and accountability is clearly a part of sports, particularly for young people here in Canada going forward. And I hope that we'll be able to do the work that needs to be done, and that would start with a national public inquiry. And we're not going to stop making sure that that moves forward.
Prise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak on this very important issue. And there's no doubt about that. You know, the Standing Committee did a fabulous job in terms of gathering information. And especially to give a shout out to those individuals that shared their personal stories, Madam Speaker. I'm sure that if you were to canvass any member that sat through and listened to those personal stories, what you will find, all political parties, I would hope, would be expressing a great deal of gratitude for them to have the courage to do what they did by sharing their stories, by going to the Standing Committee. They shared their stories through the Standing Committee with all Canadians, Madam Speaker. And in my books, that would have taken a great deal of courage. So I'd like to acknowledge those presenters that went before the committee to share their stories. I want to emphasize that it has been a very important priority for this government when you think of sports and the abuse that has taken place in sports, that this is something that's not new, unfortunately. It's been there for many, many years. From a government perspective, I can assure the priority has been the safety of kids. That is something in which we take very seriously, Madam Speaker. That is one of the reasons why, as a Standing Committee, we were actually very pleased to see the Standing Committee deal with this very important issue. Even the presentations that we've had thus far, Madam Speaker, have been really encouraging, at least in some ways, not as encouraging in others. And by the way, Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time, I believe, with one of my colleagues from the bloc. But anyway, Madam Speaker, I am I believe that if we take a look at a number of the comments that have already been put on the record today, the parliamentary secretary, the member from Milton, I thought did a fabulous job in being able to explain to anyone that's following the debate on the type of actions that the government has taken. And he shared with us his personal experience as someone that can relate with individuals that are most affected, at least in good part, Madam Speaker. He's had a depth of knowledge that very few people inside the chamber would have, and I would encourage others, in particular those that might be following the debate, to look and review in terms of what it is that the member from Milton had to say. I was disappointed, I must say, in the member from Saskatoon and Grasswoods and his thoughts in regards to the issue. Here we are trying to come up with some ideas and thoughts and with respect to how it is that we can improve the system. And he summarized the Conservative Party's position by saying, from his perspective, cut it, get rid of Sports Canada. Madam Speaker, that is that far-right attitude that we often see from the Conservative Party. Doesn't make things better. And what is being suggested by the Conservative member, and I had the opportunity not only to ask him, but another Conservative member if he supports the gesture, he did nothing to deny it. So am I led to believe that that's in fact what a Conservative government would do? You know, we have this thing in terms of the contrast between the Liberals and the Conservatives. And it is a different way of approaching public policy. One that's based on marginalized government, cut where you can, versus a government that cares about people and the role that government can play to support Canadians, Madam Speaker. And we see that. We get speeches like we heard earlier in the form of a question, and here is what the member from Saskatoon Grasswood said in terms of his questioning of the bloc member. Disband it altogether, referring to CBC, Madam Speaker. But that's actually another issue in which the Conservatives want to get rid of too. It's and in the background, this is amazing. In the background, I can hear some members from the Conservative lobby going, "Hear, hear." Can hear ya. Canadians can hear ya. Right. Trust me. And when the election comes, we'll make sure that Canadians know how sharp the knife is in the Conservative Party, and that the leader of the Conservative Party yields two machetes, Madam Speaker, going into this like some sort of a samurai, cutting everything that he can see so that he can fix the budget. Well, we just got another statement of something in which they're going to fix, Madam Speaker. At what cost? As a government, as I say, our primary concern is the safety of kids. What is the alternative? What does the Conservative Party believe that they're going to do in order to deal with this issue? First and foremost, I would like to think that they would recognize the seriousness of the issue, and instead of just talking about cuts, what are they going to do to deal with the issue? I understand that Stephen Harper did nothing, and I understand that the leader of the Conservative Party was one of his minions back then, Madam Speaker. But at the end of the day, it doesn't make the issue disappear. Through organizations, you are able to build upon it, whether it's regulations or code of ethics, as we have seen the government has actually done, Madam Speaker, to ensure that our athletes, both today and into the future, are in fact being protected. The report, and Madam Speaker, you give me a 3-minute warning because there's another aspect that I really want to bring up. But the report, Madam Speaker, deals with the issue of how it is that we can best provide support for our children, Madam Speaker. And one of the ways in which we can answer that is by reading the response that the minister has actually provided to the House. And by providing it to the House, responding to the issues that were listed in the report itself, what we're actually debating, Madam Speaker. In response to that, the minister gave, I think it was about an 8-page, response. It's actually more than that, Madam Speaker. 12, 13 pages of response, 2 minutes. I would highly recommend that members read the response. With only 2 minutes to go, Madam Speaker, I wanted to be able to pick up on another point, because as the House deals with concurrence reports, yes, it does give us a break from the Conservative game in terms of why it is the leader of the Conservative Party doesn't want to get the security clearance, unlike every other leader inside the House of Commons, because he doesn't have an interest in foreign interference to the degree it's having an impact within the Conservative Party. And yes, I believe that there's a reason why, and I think it might have something to do with the leader of the Conservatives' past. So yeah, we're getting a break from being able to talk about that issue, but I can tell members opposite that whether it's concurrence reports or it's the type of debates or hours and hours and hours and hours of debates that the Conservatives are bringing up on a bogus issue that ultimately is asking for the issue to go to Procedures and House Affairs Committee, it's their motion. They don't want to allow it to go to committee. They're actually talking out their own motion, Madam Speaker. True. And by that sort of behavior that we've witnessed over the last few weeks, they're denying the opportunity for the government to bring forward its legislative agenda that deals with things such as inappropriate use of the internet, Madam Speaker, and I'm talking everything from the harms to children, to reforms of our military court system, transferring over to the civil side, changes to our Citizenship Act. My plea to the Conservative Party is to start thinking about Canadians first, as opposed to the Conservative Party, and hopefully this report will pass. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the committee, the Heritage Committee, we heard from a senior government official, Michel Roost, that he became aware of allegations by Hockey Canada of sexual assault allegations on June 26, 2018. He did nothing about those allegations for 4 years. This individual, Michel Roost, is still a senior official, government official at Sport Canada. Would the member agree that it's entirely unacceptable that a senior government official knew of allegations of sexual assault at Hockey Canada and did nothing for 4 years?
Secretary for the Government House Leader.
Let me tell the member what is unacceptable. Are there individuals that could have done a whole lot better? Yes, I agree. Am I disappointed that the actions with respect to that issue weren't taken as quickly as they might have been? Absolutely. But what I disagree with wholeheartedly is when the Conservative Party has an opportunity to say, we support Canada, that they deny to do so. Now we've had more Conservatives stand in their place and ultimately defend what it is that the member from Saskatoon Grasswood says, and that is that they're going to disband it, get rid of Sport Canada. You don't have to get rid of Sport Canada because you didn't like the actions of a few people, Madam Speaker. You don't do that. That's an institution that does have a role to play. Conservatives should be ashamed of themselves in terms of not recognizing that fact.
I want to remind members they've had an opportunity to ask a question, and so if they have anything else to contribute, they can do so through a different round. And I also want to remind members who I have not recognized not to be yelling out as well. If they want to contribute, they should wait till the appropriate time. Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary referred to the government's response, and to paraphrase, at the fourth paragraph, the committee is better placed to be struck than a public committee for the government's objectives, our objectives, it says, because it has a bigger scope that can be modified if need be. That's the problem, Madam Speaker. The non-binding commission will meet the government's needs and not the people's needs. Curiously, not a lot of people reacted to the publishing of this potential power. We know that a number of institutions want this to be the case because they do want to continue hiding. They are in favour, but many have said they want a public investigation. The former minister stated that she was for a public and independent inquiry. Once time has been gained, why has the government done a 180 and decided not to have a public investigation?
Madam Speaker, I suspect if the member opposite, with all due respect, was to read the first couple pages of the letter that was provided by the minister, the answer to his question will be found. You know, if I were to do very quickly, the future of sport in Canada Commission, Canadians deserve a sport framework that uploads our national values of equality, fairness, and inclusivity. I am concerned to the system grounded in human rights, where sport participants have access to safe, welcoming, inclusive, and accountable sport environments that are free from all forms of maltreatment and serve all participants responsibly. She even makes reference, in terms of the letter, ultimately how this committee could actually have a positive impact on the future potential of a public inquiry. I see that as a positive thing. It's a good, detailed letter.
One more question. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre. A brief question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the critiques of this entire process was that survivors didn't really have a meaningful voice. And so through you to the honourable member, understanding how this happened, how can they ensure that whistleblowers, vulnerable athletes, should this ever happen again, have a direct seat at the table and the accountability to the perpetrators of violence against them are finally held accountable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the Future Sport Canada Commission, I believe, should provide a great deal of assurance, and the amount of advocacy that is actually taking place. As I say, people want to get a really good understanding in terms of how the government's approaching this issue. All one needs to do is to read what it is that the member from Milton said earlier as first-hand experience, and at the end of the day, I do believe that we have made significant progress on this particular file. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to remind everyone in this House that we are being watched right now. Victims, survivors are listening to this debate. I would like to highlight the work of Gymnasts for Change, who's asked us and has done excellent work to help athletes. I rise, therefore, today to speak on this debate on the Minister's response to the Heritage Committee's report on safety in sport. Although it was first studied by the Heritage Committee, we also studied this issue at the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, following a study that I triggered. This is something that we worked on as a team in the Bloc Québécois, so I'd like to commend my colleague, the sports critic, who brought this to the Heritage Committee, a study that we also talked about at the Status of Women. I managed to bring in a 1064, so an emergency study, to look into the cases that were multiplying in the media, because yes, it took the media and media attention to bring out situations of violence, abuse and bullying, notably through the sad and tragic case of Hockey Canada, for the Minister to finally react. We need to get to the bottom of this and provide better protection for young people. But we also know that top athletes are not just 50-year-olds, but also young people, aged 16 to 25. So we need to protect them. The Minister for Sport had the opportunity to do something following the committee's report, but did nothing. Since the letter from 1,000 gymnasts in March 2022, since the Hockey Canada affair, since the numerous scandals in sports, action is deserved, desired and desirable in 16 disciplines, and we were even told in committee that this could be just the tip of the iceberg, that we had to make a greater investigation. There have been accusations, and the minister, however, has done nothing. Other examples include the Olympic Games with the stories of assaults by coaches. The Bloc Québécois wants an independent public inquiry. Why? Because there is something systemic about assault in sport. Sports policy expired more than a year ago, and there is still no clear direction for action. And the minister is also not providing any leadership. If there is no clear leadership on this issue, sports companies will not follow and nothing will change. The minister has a duty of due diligence and verification. If the minister doesn't ensure the safety of athletes, who will? The many changes in sports ministers have certainly not helped. I will be going to talk about this today through three lenses. A few historical facts, first of all, which I've already started to do. Then I'll come back to our crucial recommendation, and then I'll talk about coercive control and other such notions. First of all, following the allegations in the media, the Heritage Committee held an emergency meeting in the summer of 2022. Then, seeing that there was still a great deal to know about the allegations, the Standing Committee on the Status of Women launched a study in which we heard from victims, sports organisations, in short, a long series of witnesses who came to explain why this issue could no longer be swept under the carpet and that an independent public inquiry had to be held. Let us not forget that the previous sports minister may have cut funding to Hockey Canada, but restored it far too quickly and without the systemic changes that the victims were calling for. Secondly, we need to rethink the system of sports governance in Canada. We had witnesses who talked about systemic changes that could and that should be made to the sports system. For example, oversight of how sports organizations use their funds and how they deal with allegations of abuse. The creation of a national public register for coaches, which could aim to prevent coaches who have been sanctioned for abuse from being able to coach in another sports or in another province or territory. Improved and more widespread education and training in safe sport for athletes. Education on safe sport. Efforts to increase gender equality and the inclusion and participation of women and girls in sport. What I managed to get prioritized was because most of the witnesses called on the government to undertake an independent national public inquiry into abuse in sport. We therefore had to start a new investigation afresh. Such an inquiry would shed light on how the sports system tolerated the abuse of athletes and allowed it to go unpunished. In the report we tabled, despite a total of 24 recommendations aimed at preventing the mistreatment of athletes, there is still a long way to go, and the most essential one was that had to do with the independent public inquiry. Thirdly, I'm going to touch upon other issues relating to this case. With regards to non-disclosure agreements, in order to hide everything to protect the institutions, victims were forced into silence through these non-disclosure agreements. We'll have to touch upon this again to really bring about change. There's also grooming, or the act of an adult making sexual propositions to a minor under the age of 15 or to a person posing as such using an electronic communication medium. We also heard about that, Madam Speaker. We heard about adults of legal age, major adults, who use their position of authority to manipulate underage athletes whilst their parents thought they were safe. Let us not forget that the BCIS committee, there's a mechanism that is only available to a small proportion of athletes. Witnesses came before the committee to tell us that they were concerned that the complaints mechanism that was implemented by the Minister for Sport was not independent of the sports system. So athletes would report abuse for fear of reprisals. Another subject that is particularly close to my heart since I brought this issue to the Status of Women Committee, where we are currently conducting a study on it, is as follows. Coercive and controlling behavior. These are physical, sexual, and psychological abuse, financial control, implicit or explicit threats of harm to a spouse or ex-spouse. It's not just through one incident. This is repeated behavior. An isolated incident could be seen as normal, but too often it's a repetition of certain behaviors that could be seen as repeated behavior. These are definitions that were established at the Justice Committee as well, but that we also heard about in the Status of Women Committee. Restricting a person's movements, refusing them entry to one's house, even controlling their food intake sometimes, how they act. Unfortunately, my sister was an athlete and she was under immense pressure. People were trying to control what she could eat, what she couldn't eat. It's awful. Coercive control is insidious and repetitive. It's not always clear. It's not always physical. But what it does is that it eliminates all self-awareness and self-confidence. That's also what we heard from witnesses at committee. The person concerned no longer is able to make decisions based on what is best for them or what motivates them, but rather on the fear of what the other person will do to them, what their coach might do to them if they don't end up making the right decision. So it generally involves a series of intimidating, degrading, or even enslaving maneuvers used by the abuser to instill a climate of fear and in the victim's daily life. The aim of the abusive behavior is to provoke fear and gain power and control over a woman's thoughts, beliefs, and actions. It's rather terrible. And we need to act upon this rapidly, Madam Speaker. Partners can use, or coaches in this case, could use isolation, both physical and psychological, as a means of controlling an athlete. And many victims came to bear witness, and they said that they were experiencing systemic abuse. It's much more widespread than what we think, Madam Speaker. And throughout all sports, we have to keep this issue of coercive control in mind. In conclusion, once again, whilst the government sees itself as a winner by not wanting to cast a light on this with a voluntary commission, it is the victims who are the big losers. And this is not the way that we'll be able to restore confidence in the system. This is not the way to encourage young people and their parents to take part in sport. Abuse in sport has been a persistent problem that has been reported by survivors for decades. The report we made highlights various measures that could be undertaken to protect women and girls from abuse in sport. But it's through a public and independent inquiry, Madam Speaker, that we'll be able to do this, not through this voluntary commission where the minister wouldn't be accountable. The minister could seek to protect people. Voluntary means that no one is compelled to do anything. This is very concerning. One final thing, Madam Speaker, because I'm also a sports fan myself, and I would like to highlight two pieces of good news, and you'll see why I'm talking about this. On the 12th of October, I had the opportunity to take part in the official puck drop for the new Cégep de Granby women's hockey team, the Indigos, a positive role model that could inspire many female hockey players. And last week, the Bloc Québécois welcome from Team Quebec. The honourable member has gone over time. I tried to give her a bit more time, but she could perhaps give a bit more information during questions and comments.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My colleague for her speech. We were on the Status of Women Committee together when we heard on the Safe Sport, the Women in Sport study, and we heard horrifying stories of what was happening to children, to young girls, to the survivors. And I want to thank her for talking about many of our committee recommendations, many of which our government is already acting on, including creating a commission, the Future of Sport in Canada Commission, and also the Sport Integrity Framework. And I just want to ask my honourable colleague how we can work more together with all parties together to make sure that the voices of these courageous survivors of all of the abuse in sport are heard. Thank you.
I just want to remind members not to run into the chamber here and make comments. If they wish to participate in debate, then they should be sitting in their seat and await for the appropriate time to be able to contribute. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And I would simply answer that what we can do is to listen to what victims are asking for. And what victims and survivors are asking for was very clear and unanimous at the Status of Women Committee. They don't want the things that aren't working, systems that are not effective. They have a clear request. We need to listen to them. We need a public independent inquiry to create the systemic change that victims are asking for.
Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do know the honourable member of the Bloquiste to be very strong in her feminist convictions, and having taken part in this process would have, I think, also some compelling information about how the process of ethics and governance, the failure of the leaders of these organizations, starts with things like cutting corners and cheating, and then evolves into what we're seeing as some of these most pernicious, violent and predatory practices. So could the honourable member please maybe expand upon the need for very clear ethical guidelines within the governance of these organizations that includes very clear accountability that centers the voice of survivors and the victims? Thank you.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's an important question. I talked about my perspective, and we talked about the effects on victims, but I know that especially at the Heritage Committee, my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue was especially concerned by the question of governance, and we heard about that at our committee as well. We need to ensure that people leading these sports organizations are held accountable. And in the end, we spent more time dealing with the fact that these organizations are trying to sweep things under the carpet and protect each other mutually, rather than actually try to cast light not only on victims' issues, but also on governance issues in general. And this entire matter is poisoning the environment of sports. And so I would just like to congratulate the coach in Granby and their team, and I would like to say that the sports environment should be like that for everyone. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her deep convictions that she has shown on this issue, and I'd like to ask her to go further into the matter of governance. Very often with an issue, there ends up being an independent third party, an ITP, to carry out an inquiry, but all that happens then is that they manage to push aside the problem and simply procrastinate until later. So I'd like to hear from my colleague about how this has bought victims silence and ended up re-victimizing them. The honourable member for Shefford, 1 minute to answer, please. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And so this question of re-victimization is important. Very often we hear about that at committee. But ultimately, who is in that group? Who did the minister appoint to it? Are they really people who have an interest in casting light on the situation? Or is their interest rather a matter of helping their friends, sweeping things under the rug, hiding things that happened in their past? For example, we saw that some coaches, despite things that had happened in their past, we saw that they ended up coaching at the Olympics. The only way to help is to carry out the independent inquiry that we're asking for. We need that full-on public inquiry because we really may wonder if we'll have the independence and neutrality we need here. We need systemic change.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member from Saskatoon, Grasswood. I'd like to start off by highlighting why taking the matter of safety and trust in the world of sports is so important, and why the concerns raised by the athletes who came to committee and raised their concerns and highlighted their experiences is something that we really do need to take very seriously. For a lot of young people across our country, especially young people who are lacking an opportunity or facing a series of barriers and adversities to success, sports is often where they find themselves. It's where they access mentorship and guidance, personal growth and development, learn about hard work and discipline, and it is a place where they often find the first adults who ever care about them and are invested in their success. When we think about the positive things about the world of sports in our country, I think of some of the people who are doing excellent, incredible work at the grassroots level. I think about people like Michael Pinball Clemens, the general manager of the Toronto Argonauts, who has been able to work with youth in some of the most challenging circumstances across our country and do what he describes as bringing young people from the margins of society into the mainstream, where you can build a bridge from young people who grow up in circumstances where they feel like they're looking at life from the outside, unsure of where they fit in school or where they might fit in our economy. And it is through building confidence and self-esteem through sports that they're able to build the confidence to perform well in school and pursue their dreams and live up to their potential. And Mr. Clemens has done a phenomenal job through his foundation of building grassroots programs and supporting them all across our country, but particularly in the Toronto area. One of the organizations he supports, which has operated in the Jane and Finch community for a long time, is the Youth Association for Academics, Athletics, and Character Education, run by a school teacher named Devon Jones. Mr. Jones has been in the Jane and Finch community for a long time, and he works in classrooms by day, and he is operating incredible sports programs and tutoring programs by night. And he has taken many young people who did not believe in themselves and shown them what they're capable of by first engaging them through sports and then opening up an entire world of possibilities for them. Even locally in my community of Durham, Scott Dickinson is a basketball coach, and he has run local basketball programs for young people in partnership with Big Brothers Big Sisters all across Clarington and Oshawa, taking young people and showing them all the incredible things that they can do. But the reason these programs are so successful is because they prioritize safety and trust. Parents who know that their kids need more opportunities and access to ways that they can live up to their potential and learn all the skills and abilities that they have inside of them given by God, they know that they can trust these programs and trust these people to hand their kids over, and it will be an incredible experience that will elevate their lives. Unfortunately, what we've learned through the process of understanding what's happened with Safe Sports Canada is that there are far too many young people, student athletes, parents whose trust has been broken, who have believed that organized sports were going to be this positive experience that it is for some, and instead found that they're not getting the support that they deserve. In fact, that there has been poor conduct, people not living up to a reasonable standard or even just a decent standard of how to treat other people. The impact of sports hinges on safety and trust. So young women and young men can engage in sports organizations and receive the mentorship, guidance, personal growth, and development that they need. The report on Safe Sport Canada highlights where Sport Canada and national sports organizations have failed to create that safe and trusted environment for athletes. I stand in the House today in full support of the Conservative Party's dissenting report on Safe Sport Canada, which outlines changes that would help us provide a positive experience to more Canadian youth. And Madam Speaker, in part, I would really like to focus on the lack of accountability highlighted in the testimony provided to witnesses before the Heritage Committee. In particular, the testimony highlighted a lack of accountability, the result of failures of the Office of the Sport Integrity Commissioner, which many people across our country have highlighted, needs to do a better job of investigating complaints in a timely and impartial fashion and enforce consequences for non-compliance. Now, this issue of a lack of accountability is a theme that comes up very often when discussing the current government. But there are some very reasonable, logical, actionable recommendations that have been provided on how the OSIC can better do its job of protecting athletes and enforcing accountability in the world of sports across our country. I'd like to highlight 3 of those recommendations. First is that the OSIC is not trusted by many Canadians to take their concerns seriously, act in an impartial investigative manner, and enforce compliance. These are the reasonable expectations of any commissioner who might receive a complaint, a red flag, a concern about what an athlete, a young person might be going through. And time, impartiality, seriousness, and enforcement are just the basic foundational elements of any sort of ability to evaluate a complaint and make sure that victims are not only heard, but that what they share, which is often a very uncomfortable and difficult experience to share what they've gone through to begin with, is actually acted upon. That is the first recommendation to the OSIC. The second being that the OSIC must also work with provincial and territorial governments to ensure greater transparency and accountability at provincial and university teams. What we heard from witnesses is that there can be red flags, concerns, and complaints raised at the national sports level, but that is not necessarily enforced locally when it comes to provincial and university teams. This is a jurisdictional problem that really should not exist, but it is the result of a bureaucracy that is not working with the local partners it needs to in order to make sure that if there are violations found or complaints raised, that follows those who have been found guilty or who have been proven to be violating a code of conduct. Right now, and I think anyone would know, a young athlete, a young man or a young woman would naturally be working within and performing within, being a member of a team in sports at various levels. And the idea that we have a commissioner that cannot work with the universities and cannot work with provincial and territorial governments is absurd. And it's a very reasonable recommendation that deserves action immediately. The third recommendation here, also very common sense, is to create a public registry to establish a searchable and accessible registry of coaches who have proven to have violated the Universal Code of Conduct to prevent and address maltreatment in sport. Now, this makes complete sense. Coaches are trusted authorities in the lives of young people. And when a mother or a father sends their kid to practice or to perform as part of a team, they are trusting that a coach is going to use that authority within the law, with respect, with care, and with love. And when that does not happen, when there is violence, when there is, as one of my colleagues adequately put it, pernicious behavior on the part of an authority figure in the world of sports, that needs to be known to parents, that needs to be known to athletes. And putting that in an accessible and searchable registry just makes sense. This is how we protect people and hold people accountable for their actions. So I call upon the Liberal government to take action on these items. The report that we have received identifies many items that could be acted upon now, actions that could be taken now, with the best interests of families, of students, of athletes in mind, to restore what should be a trusted and safe environment for all young people to be involved in. As I mentioned at the top of my comments, many people, and I count myself among this group, find their best mentors, their best sources of support, the people who believe in them the most, through the world of sports. And it is such a difference maker in the lives of young people, especially young people who are struggling and overcoming adversity, that I really do believe this needs to be a top priority. And as another one of my colleagues had mentioned, to ensure that the bad behavior of certain actors in the world of sports does not taint or poison how they are perceived. We hope that the Liberal government will take actions to hold those who give sports a bad name accountable. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sports and Physical Activity.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Durham for the thoughtful speech today, and I'm grateful for his contributions that he's made to this debate. It's a very important issue, and as I've said repeatedly, I don't think safe sport issue and abuse in Canada ought to be partisan issues. I think we should all be working together for a better safe system and better resources for the institutions that support and protect athletes. I'm very glad to let him know if he's unaware that the registry that he recommended and called for was established last March, so that athlete organizations, athletes themselves, potential employers can all look up any of those considerations. I'd also ask if he's aware of the $2.8 million that our government's invested in athlete mental health, or supported the Canadian Olympic Committee's establishment of the Game Plan program, which has provided many of the resources that my honourable colleague has recommended we put in place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, there were a series of recommendations brought forward here in relation to. Oh, sorry, I'm still new at this. I got the mic piece stuck on my jacket. All right, anyway, I'm going to keep talking. The apologies. So there were 3 recommendations brought forward concerning the commissioner. One was the registry, and I'm glad to see the government has taken action on that. There are 2 additional recommendations, though. One regarding the time and impartiality of the investigations and the complaints. The second one being whether the OSIC is working in collaboration with other jurisdictions, provincial and territorial governments. There's a lot of reforms that are needed, and I would encourage the Liberal government to address all of the recommendations on how the OSIC could become more effective. I am glad to hear that there are investments being made in mental health for student athletes, but certainly until these reforms are made, I don't think they should be patting themselves on the back.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's role in this debate. He's asking us to reflect on the recommendations. I'd like to discuss the ones having to do with the AG's office, because that's one of the methods we could use here, like an independent inquiry. It's a way to ask a third party to change things. The House of Commons in Recommendation 3 asked the AG's office to fully carry out an audit of all the programs of Heritage Canada on sports, and also there's Recommendation 7 that states that the AG's office should carefully look into the Sports Canada 2019 directive that would ask national sports organizations to integrate into their organization the use of private paid firms like independent third parties to look into situations where athletes are involved with their organizations, especially considering anything that has to do with complaints in individuals. So I'd like to hear from my colleague for Durham on these 2 recommendations and ask whether we should give that man General's office. Could the office take up this matter and cast light on what's happening in sports? And to also look into the funds that are being invested by Canadians in sports.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that the report has many recommendations in it, and some of them do deserve some consideration. But I will say that I am very clear to focus very clearly on what I think the Liberal government could be doing right now, right in this moment. And that is all my comments today focused on the OSIC. The recommendations concerning the Office of the Sport Integrity Commissioner are things that I believe this Liberal government should have already done, could do now. As the Liberal member acknowledged, one of them has been acted on, but there are many more that could be done. And I would like for us to focus on what could be done immediately, actions that the Liberal government could take now, because as we have heard numerous times, and I think this is something shared by all parties, we have very serious problems in the world of sports, and time is of the essence.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to my colleague from Durham. Earlier in this debate, we heard from one of his Conservative colleagues that, in his view, due to the really egregious behaviour and performance at Sport Canada, the organization should be entirely disbanded. And I wonder if the member for Durham shares that view.
The honourable member for Durham.
Well, what I would like to see is the Office of the Sport Integrity Commissioner strengthened. That is my focus here today. I am not here to talk about any of the other parallel debates that may be happening in the House. I'm narrowly focused on wanting to see some real changes. And those changes would involve making sure that there's impartiality and timeliness in the Commissioner's investigations, that the Commissioner would work with the provincial and territorial governments so that provincial and university teams are also aware of issues that occur at the national level, and of course making sure that the Universal Code of Conduct to prevent and address maltreatment in sport is prioritized and held up. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood has about 6 minutes before we end the debate.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's interesting, you know, I've been involved in sports for some 45 years. I've enjoyed it, I've seen lots, but how dare that the Liberals suggest that we should keep funding an organization that contributes to the culture and the abuses in sport. And here's part of the issue I have. Madam Speaker, in the spring of 2018, the then sports minister proposed, in fact, had a news conference. We're going to roll out a new safe sport agenda for Canada. Good for her. But within weeks, probably 2 weeks, one of the biggest sex assault scandals in sport in this country took place. Sport Canada, in charge, failed to even follow up with Hockey Canada. 2 weeks ago, their minister came out with a new safe sport agenda. 2 weeks later, Hockey Canada, big sexual assault issue. We hear nothing from Sport Canada. They should have suspended the funding immediately. That's their mandate. They're not following through on the mandate of Sport Canada. They stayed silent. They did nothing, Madam Speaker, until May of 2022. Why? A prominent sports reporter broke the story about the sexual assault allegations from the Hockey Canada Gala in London, Ontario. That actually took place 3 years sooner. So only when embarrassed by their lack of due diligence, I believe, did Sport Canada even begin to take half-hearted measures to manage this crisis. Sport Canada, who at the time funded Hockey Canada, did absolutely nothing. This government proved its incompetence and unwillingness, I believe, to support safe sport in this country. Then we found out Hockey Canada paid out on a slush fund $3.5 million to a settlement to a woman being named EM. Then we found out from testimony from Hockey Canada that they have an equity fund. It was actually set up long before to take money from parents' hockey membership registrations just to cover uninsured liabilities to include sexual abuse claims. Again, Sport Canada, where are you? And this is the issue I have, Madam Speaker. Understandably, minor hockey parents in this country were livid about these allegations of Hockey Canada taking registration money and putting it into this fund. Hockey Canada paid out $7.9 million for 9 claims out of this National Equity Fund. $6.8 million was for the settlement related to Graham James in my province of Saskatchewan when he was a head coach of the Swift Current Broncos. So the government set up the Office of Sport Integrity Commissioner to investigate complaints in a timely and an impartial fashion. However, we have received numerous anonymous calls to my office here in Ottawa by individuals, by parents, from athletes who are concerned that these rules are not being complied with in a timely manner from OSIC. That's right, anonymous calls, because people are very concerned about repercussions of even speaking out about this abuse. So Sport Canada was told it must hold the national sport organizations, all 62 of them, accountable, but they're silent. But we know from Hockey Canada's debacle in 2018 that they failed to do this. Sport Canada, Madam Speaker, is not fulfilling its mandate. It's not. We also heard from a number of members from the Canadian women's soccer team about their concerns about pay equity. It has affected their training and preparation for World Cup matches. Again, nothing from Sport Canada. These funds must be fully accounted for and transparency disclosed, which it has not been. Since only national sport organizations are captured by the Office of the Sport Integrity Commission, OSIC now is essentially doing the job that Sport Canada was asked to do for many decades. That is the issue that I brought up earlier, Madam Speaker, that Sport Canada is not doing its mandate. Now OSIC, another level of bureaucracy by this federal government of the Liberals, now they have set up millions of dollars setting up a Safe Sport Canada at the embarrassment of Sport Canada. You know, you would think that in this country, that's where we should start the conversation about safe sport. How do you know when you drop off your child when you go into soccer, ringette, or hockey? How do you know that they're safe? Well, it's a provincial jurisdiction, and all the sport organizations do is ask for a police check of the coaches and the volunteers. And you know, Madam Speaker, we know that every organization in this country is grappling with the lack of volunteers. Many will take anybody from the sidelines. Just come on onto the field or come on onto the ice. So the disappointment, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, is that the Heritage Minister knew from the recommendations of 39 recommendations, and she still funded Hockey Canada, and the only 6 recommendations were the ones that she funded.
It is my duty, point of order, the honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier today, the member from Milton, the Prime Minister's most ardent defender, accused me of lying during the debate on safe sport. I'm asking for unanimous consent to table the evidence that will show he threatened a witness during the Standing Committee of Status of Women's investigation into abuse in sports and had no apologies and had to apologize for doing so. He said, and I quote, "I'm writing to say that I'm sorry I've let my emotions surrounding the safe sport conversation."
Consent. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Lemire, seconded by Ms. Larouche, moved that the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, presented on Wednesday, June 19th, 2024, be concurred in.
Si un député.
If a member participating in person, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would call for a recorded division.
Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric of motions. Motions. Is it a motion? No? Okay. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to table e-petition 5035. Nearly 1,000 Canadians have signed this petition demanding action on the Canada Disability Benefit, whereas people with disabilities often face barriers to employment along with higher costs associated with healthcare and housing. The proposed Canadian Disability Benefit restricts eligibility to individuals receiving the the Disability Tax Credit, known for its many barriers. There is a risk to life due to insignificant supports on currently disabled programs federally and provincially. Canadians living with disabilities on provincial and federal disability benefits are struggling immensely with the benefits significantly below the poverty line, the cost of living crisis, and the ever-increasing amount of homelessness. The proposed Canadian Disability Benefit outlined in Budget 2024 is not what the disability community called for, falling short of the government's promises and the disability community's needs, and the proposed maximum amount of $200 per month is insufficient to alleviate poverty levels. The undersigned, Madam Speaker, are calling for action on the implementation of the fast track of private members Bill C-403 from the member from Victoria, and allow Canadians who qualify for Provincial Disability Benefit or Program, or CPP disability, to automatically qualify for the Disability Tax Credit and the Canada Disability Benefit, in addition to several other measures to which we urge the government to act on. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable presenting petitions, the honourable for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Madam Speaker, I rise for the 53rd time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is struggling with the rising rate of crime in their area. Statistics Canada reports that after 9 years of this Liberal government, violent crime has risen 50% and gang-related homicides have nearly doubled. Within the last 5 years, the town's crime severity index has increased by over 50%. The people of Swan River see the devastating effects this crime has done on their community and their safety and economic stability. The people of Swan River are calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to present a petition on behalf of concerned citizens across Canada, including hundreds of thousands that take the streets and those that are protesting on campuses regarding the ongoing Israeli crimes against humanity, collective punishment, and forced starvation, which constitutes genocide in Gaza. The petitioners draw attention to the severe loss of life, the catastrophic hunger and widespread destruction affecting the people of Gaza, especially the children. They express grave concern over the reported obstruction of humanitarian aid and the resulting human suffering and starvation. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to take immediate and decisive action by advocating for a permanent ceasefire, ensuring the safe and unhindered delivery of humanitarian aid, and supporting the critical work of the United Nations Relief and Work Agency. They further urge the government to establish an international humanitarian corridor to protect aid deliveries and civilians in Gaza. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd request that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Resuming debate on a privileged motion regarding the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the sub-amendment standing under the name of Mr. Mew.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot has 11 minutes and 40 seconds left in his debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and as always, it is an honor to be able to stand here representing the good people of Battle River Crowfoot and talk about issues that are so important to them, and especially when it comes to the appropriate use of tax dollars, which is at the crux of what we have been now for, I believe this is the 14th day that this House has been seized with the subject of some documents. And as I referenced yesterday, just prior to the House adjourning for the day, it's not just about some documents. It's not just about a stack of paper, Madam Speaker, but rather the privileged debate that is taking place in this House is about the fundamental basis of what our democratic system is, the ability for Parliament and those who are elected by the people of this country to be able to fulfill their constitutional duty in ensuring that in this case there is accountability, but ultimately that this place, the People's House of Commons, is, remains, and continues to be the supreme lawmaking authority for the land. And what is often referred to in the technical term is Parliament has unfettered access to any document in the country. Any document in the country. That includes documents in relation to government spending. Now, it's been interesting because the government has kind of flip-flopped. Each day they seem to have a different tact on how they want to attack Conservatives for simply asking for accountability. But what is very, very interesting is this whole debate could be avoided. And it's actually quite simple. It could easily be avoided by the government simply releasing the documents. It could be, this debate could come to a close if the government was willing to take the step of being transparent. But it seems, Madam Speaker, that thus far they are unwilling to do so. Now, does that mean that there is incriminating information in the documents? Well, it could. We don't know because we don't have the documents. Could that mean that there is criminality that would be exposed in those documents? Well, it could be, but we don't know. But it certainly raises the question, and I have heard from so many Canadians who have reached out to me, and not just from constituents. What's interesting is as this debate has raged on, I have increasingly heard from folks from across this country, including some that live in Liberal ridings, or at least Liberal ridings today. We're not sure that that will be the case after the next election. But they are saying, well, why would they waste so much energy in a cover-up They claim they have nothing to hide. If that was in fact the case, this is more forthcoming. So I would invite members of the governing party, members of the Liberal Party, backbenchers, national obligation to represent the people that send them here. End the cover-up. Release the documents. It is truly simple and straightforward. Yet, these Liberals refuse at every turn. And what is distressing, I think, to so many Canadians is that there has been, over the last 9 years, an erosion of trust into the very foundation of our democratic infrastructure in this country. We have seen time and time again, and I talked yesterday about the normalization of constitutional crises. And it sounds, if one was to outline today, 9 years ago, what this government would perpetuate in terms of normalcy in what they are, how they treat the institutions of Parliament, of government, how they treat Canadians, the fact that these Liberals are the first under the Modern Emergencies Act, since the Prime Minister's father invoked it in the 70s, the first government to suspend charter rights. That government, that Prime Minister, can you believe it? That Prime Minister suspended the charter rights of Canadians. That is astounding. That this government, with such disregard, is so quick to trample on the rights and freedoms of Canadians. Time and time again, we saw, I mentioned briefly yesterday as my time was coming to a close before the House adjourned, that it was this government that dismissed 800 years of parliamentary tradition by asking for unfettered taxation and spending authority. They wanted to bypass this place. They wanted to bypass democracy. It is unbelievable and certainly very, it has contributed to this culture has this culture of corruption that these Liberals preside over. And, Madam Speaker, it is essential that we right the ship. And the good news is it's possible, because we've seen difficult times in this country before. I've heard stories, although I wasn't alive, I wasn't born yet when the Prime Minister's father was leading this country. It was a disastrous time for the West, a disastrous time for the West. National unity crises, constitutional crises. There was flipping the bird to the West was what that Prime Minister's father, and certainly that seems to be this Prime Minister's attitude towards the West as well. But there was the National Energy Program, stealing the wealth that could have benefited our country, but instead he targeted his own political self-interest above that of the national good. We have seen difficult times before, and we have seen the ability and the resilience of Canadians showcased, the innovation, ingenuity, and potential that exists in this country. And, Madam Speaker, I believe we will see that unleashing, the unleashing of potential again of this country. But we have to get back to the point where the House is in order, that the House of Commons has the ability to do its job. And the foundational element of that in this place today is that the government needs to understand that it is Parliament that makes the rules. It is Parliament that can call for documents. And it is Parliament that ultimately that Prime Minister, that government, and the members of the governing party, it is Parliament that is the final lawmaking authority of the land. And, Madam Speaker, my hope is that we can see through the mechanisms that do exist in this place, that we can see a level of that accountability take place today in the 44th Parliament, to ensure that the government will either do the right thing and release the documents, or, but I must be honest, I have my doubts, because I saw how it was that Prime Minister when the We Charity scandal was underway in the midst of COVID, that he prorogued Parliament. After saying that he wouldn't for so many years, he prorogued Parliament the day the documents were sent to the clerk of that committee. And for Canadians watching, proroguing Parliament puts a stop on committee activities. that Prime Minister prorogued Parliament to cover up his family's involvement with an organization that would have got hundreds of millions of dollars in sole source contracts across this country. The lengths to which he goes to cover up the corruption is astounding. So forgive me when I say I have my doubts that they'll do the right thing. But that is where Parliament steps in. Parliament has the ability. And now I understand from media reports that there's some dissension in the Liberal ranks. That there are some MPs that are actually figuring out that it's MPs that are elected to the House of Commons and not governments. It is MPs that make up a party that then forms a government. And it's almost hard to believe that I have to explain these basic principles to my colleagues across the way. So I'm glad, in a sense, that they're waking up and realizing that there is that ability they have to stand up for their constituents. But I would urge them as well when it comes to the debate before the House. Their unwillingness to take a stand, to allow Parliament to get the documents and the evidence that is required. And according to a whistleblower, an SDTC whistleblower, Madam Speaker, and I'll quote, "I think the Auditor General's investigation was more of a cursory review. I don't think the goal and mandate of the Auditor General's office is to look into criminality. I'm not surprised by the fact that they haven't found anything criminal because they're not looking for intent. If their investigation was focused on intent, of course they would find criminality." That's a whistleblower, put their career on the line in order to tell the story of what these Liberals have been up to. So, Madam Speaker, as my speech comes to a close, this is a plea to all members of this place, but in particular members of the Liberal Party. It is an honor and a privilege for us to be able to stand and represent the people we do. But along with that comes great responsibility. And for the fact that we have a Prime Minister and a government that is so quick to dismiss the need to ensure that there is integrity and accountability in the structures of governing our country, I would urge them all, this is a plea, stand up for what's right. Stand up for accountability. Stand up and demand that these documents be released. And if there is nothing to hide, well, then we'll see that. But, Madam Speaker, forgive me for suggesting that if you have nothing to hide, you don't go to the extremes to hide, like this government has been doing. So, Madam Speaker, the question before this House and before so many Canadians is simple. Release the documents so that the investigation can be done to take that small step to bring integrity, accountability back to the institutions that are so dear, so important, and I would hope that we all love so much. Madam Speaker, I had the honor of being able to celebrate with a number of others from the class of 2019. So I would just, in my closing few seconds here, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to thank once again the people of Battle River Crowfoot for the honor and the opportunity to serve them now for 5 years in Canada's Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Park Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to invite Canadians to be woke to the disingenuous narrative being put forward by the Conservative Party. The RCMP says they have the documents they need. The RCMP has the ability to ask for further documents directly and not have them spoon-fed through Parliament. The Speaker has said the proper transit of the documents being requested would go to a standing committee. And it's my understanding that that's precisely what the government is prepared to do. All that then, why are the Conservatives burning up now 3 weeks of parliamentary time on something that, a proposition that's totally improper?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, here we go again. We have a member of the Liberal Party that is somehow suggesting that Parliament shouldn't be doing its job. Now, here's the facts. At any point in time, a majority of the House could in fact shut down this debate, but they haven't. Because there is, I think, an agreement amongst certainly a majority of members in this House that the release of these documents is that important to this institution and its ability to function properly. Now, the RCMP itself, in fact, I was flipping through and I couldn't find the letter right in front of me, but the RCMP itself did say that it has some of the documents, but it does not have all of them, Madam Speaker. And the fact that this government is unwilling to be transparent and forthright with that information, I would suggest speaks to that culture of corruption and the fact that it looks like there is a cover-up before us. But what's interesting, Madam Speaker, is Conservatives are saying, look, we don't want to conduct the investigation. We want to simply ensure that the RCMP has everything they need to conduct the investigation themselves. Madam Speaker, it seems to me that that's just common sense. What are the Liberals hiding?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've had the privilege of serving with the honourable member, and despite our political differences, I do think that there are areas of common ground, particularly around process, procedure, and integrity. And he spoke in his opening remarks. He said that this House has been seized with this issue. Let's talk about that for a moment, Madam Speaker. The question I want to put to the honourable member is who is seizing this House? When he talks about what they put forward a motion, and I don't know, we'll have to go back to the answer and see how many times we had to explain it to them. They put forward a motion to go to proc. I know him to be an honourable man. Will the honourable member please rise, just come clean with Canadians, and let them know that indeed it is the Conservatives who are permanently putting this House seized on this issue by filibustering their own motion.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I have enjoyed working, despite our political differences, with that member. And what I find very, very interesting, Madam Speaker, is at any point in time, the government, with the support of one of the opposition parties, and it won't be the Conservatives, we've made that very, very clear, and they could put an end to this debate. They could invoke closure on this debate. But thus far, that hasn't happened. So it is, I believe, such an important issue that we need to continue to ensure that we bring to light and give the opportunity for the Liberals to simply do the right thing. Release the documents. And when it comes to those who are engaging in debate on the subject, Madam Speaker, it's certainly not only Conservatives. There is members of every political party that are asking questions, providing commentary, and even in some cases giving speeches, Madam Speaker. So to suggest that it is only Conservatives that are holding this up, and I enjoyed the opportunity this morning, in addition to the debate that we have here before us, and a very important discussion on safe sport as well, so it's not like we're also not talking about other important issues facing so many Canadians.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague if he could explain to the people watching today, if our leader did go through the security check, he would be gagged. Can you please explain that the only person in this Parliament that can expose those names is the Prime Minister? Can you let the people of Canada know that?
I remind the honourable member that she's to address questions and comments directly through the chair and not directly to the members. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting because the members of the Liberal Party have taken great pains to politicize something that initially the Prime Minister said he didn't want to politicize, and that was the issues surrounding foreign interference and secrecy and getting top secret security clearance. But it was the Prime Minister at the Hogan committed to getting too political, I believe, was his reference when he had taken the stand there. But what's interesting, and my colleague from King Vaughan makes a very interesting point. The Prime Minister doesn't actually have security clearance. Now, it's interesting because many Liberals may not realize that, but he is given access to top secret information because he is the leader of government. That's the constitutional tradition that our Parliament holds to. So when it comes to the gag order, there are different mechanisms, and the member from Wellington Halton Hills, my colleague, yesterday expanded very specifically on what some of those measures are. If the Prime Minister was truly earnest in wanting to do what's best for Canadians, Madam Speaker, he could release the names. There are a number of mechanisms to which he could do so, but he refuses. He would rather play politics, and he is playing with the security of Canadians and the interference of elections. Madam Speaker, that is shameful and puts our democracy at risk.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the foreign agents assassinated my constituent, Mr. Niger, and that falls in my constituency. That is not what I'm hearing on the ground. I'm hearing on the ground is that the leader of the Conservative Party is not accountable to Canadians because he's not taking the security clearance so as he can look at it how the Indian government has intervened into our sovereignty and has assassinated my constituent. In fact, the leader is standing with India, and he very well be able to know those 6 conservatives that we are talking about, who those members are, and he doesn't want to find out. That is why he's not taking a clearance.
The honourable member, order. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
The Prime Minister of this country could release the names so that Canadians could know and make that decision for themselves. But instead of doing what is in the best interests of national security, instead of doing what is in the best interests of democracy, the Prime Minister has decided that he will prioritize his own political self-interest. But specifically for that member who has highlighted a significant issue, I am curious as to what his constituents think about the parliamentary secretary denying the unanimous consent motion that was put forward on Monday about the standing up of a special committee to investigate the very issue that he claims is so important. Madam Speaker, it wasn't a Conservative that denied it. It wasn't a member of the Bloc. It wasn't a member of the NDP. It wasn't an independent. It was the parliamentary secretary, I believe, to the Prime Minister or to the House Leader. You'd have to forgive me. I don't recall. He's up so often. It's easy to forget. But what does that member? What is he hearing from constituents? The fact that one of the senior Liberals in his own party denied a unanimous consent motion to stand up a committee that would have gotten the answers that he has just communicated are so important. Madam Speaker, that's shame.
Sorry, the honourable member can continue through response to one more question. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bridges Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I find it really interesting that the member opposite is talking about starting a committee, putting up another committee to look at an issue, when there is a suggestion that the papers he is wanting to have examined go to a committee, that we can move forward on this issue by actually following a committee that's already in place, as was suggested by the Speaker. And it seems that he's very free with suggesting that people's information, their names, their allegations against them, their personal information that might be in business documents, be released to whoever asks for them, Madam Speaker. Well, I realize it is our right and our privilege. We need to exercise that right with some discretion, and I would maintain that our Charter of Rights and Freedoms actually supersedes our right to do whatever we want in this House.
Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot has 40 seconds to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would encourage that member to look very carefully at the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and to look at some of the history, the hard-fought and won histories of Constitution, the constitutional setup of the Westminster system of governance. And now she doesn't like me referencing the history that has got us to the point where we are at here today. And Madam Speaker, I would suggest—
9 members, they've had an opportunity to ask a question. They need to listen to the answer, whether they like it or not. And if they have other things to contribute, they should wait till the appropriate time. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, if he could wrap it up.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So what it comes down to, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is absolutely meant to protect Canadians from government, not to protect the government from the revelations of their corruption. So, Madam Speaker, if they are so concerned about privacy and whatnot, Madam Speaker, the solution is very, very simple. They release the documents so that the RCMP can do the work that they've been called to do. What are they working so hard to cover up, Madam Speaker? It's so simple. Why are they complicating the issue?
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure and a privilege to rise in this place, to promote democracy, to defend democracy, and to demand transparency and accountability from the government. But, Madam Speaker, before I begin, as a new member, I would like to thank my team in Toronto and in Ottawa who's helped me get up the learning curve to serve the great people of Toronto St. Paul's. Chelsea, Ryan, Jesse, Karen, and Brooke, thank you very much for your efforts. I have been stopped in the streets by strangers in St. Paul's that have thanked me for your good work and the work that you do for other constituents. We're now here on our 14th day of debate, a debate that did not need to happen. It would not have happened if we had a government that was interested in accountability and interested in transparency. Alas, we are here. If this government would hand over the documentation that Parliament has asked for and allow the RCMP to do their jobs, Parliament could move on. But that is not the case, and here we are. I may be new in this place, and I may have a babyish face, but I was not born yesterday. So the government's excuses for not providing the unredacted documents, which have changed several times since Parliament began asking for them, that makes me question the authenticity of those excuses. It was the protection of charter rights. Then it was the RCMP doesn't want them. And it feels like they keep flip-flopping to keep the documents hidden. Now, I have some particular interest in the Liberal Green Slush Fund scandal. And actually, I think we all have a particular interest, since it's already been established by the Auditor General that there was something awry going on with this fund. But we've already heard a lot about that, and I'm going to talk more about that later. But, Madam Speaker, one reason that the Green Slush Fund is interesting to me is that I used to work in the environmental field. Yes, that's true. In fact, I have a degree in civil environmental engineering from Queen's. Well, you know what? This is a big tent party, and
ask members who have anything to contribute to wait, because they will have 10 minutes of questions and comments. So lots of opportunity. I want to remind other members not to weigh in on this at all. And I would hope that the honourable member doesn't interact with others who are trying to make comments. So, order. Sorry. I still have members who are, for some reason, trying to have conversations. If they wish to do that, and the honourable member for Foothill may want to step out and have a conversation with the other member so that they're not interfering in the business of the House. The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I was about to say was that when I worked in that field following graduation, I was involved in environmental waste containment projects, exciting projects like building sewage lagoons, mine tailings dams, solid waste containment, and even wastewater retention ponds. Magical. Maybe that's not exciting to you, but it certainly was to our customers, the engineers, who are a difficult to excite crowd, and others who benefited. Yes, it's true. We all want clean water and clean air to breathe. You know, these were real products that we were selling, that were being sold and installed by real people onto real environmental projects. Materials were manufactured in Canada and sold throughout this country and in the United States. And you know what that means? That means GDP. GDP for Canada, exports, productivity. These products were considered new technology at the time. So while early adopters were happy to embrace and realize the environmental and economic benefits, others were not so sure. So where did we go? We went to the government for help. But this was not a green slush fund. We had no contacts to get easy money. We did not have a slate of directors who were investors who had contacts or sat on the SDTC slush fund board. We applied to the government for research dollars and had testing carried out at our universities to prove the products. We conducted strength testing at the University of Western Ontario, as it was called then, and later at Queen's. So why do I tell you that story? Why could that possibly, my career, be germane to this House? Well, because as we've heard earlier, 82% of the projects that were sampled by the Auditor General were conflicted. If we apply that rate of malfeasance over the universe of projects, we come to a staggering $832 million of questionable funding. If we add the opportunity cost back to that $832 million. We're very close to $1 billion of taxpayer money funneled into sketchy destinations. But wait, there's more. $58 million was spent on 10 ineligible projects of the sample. That scales up to $104 million if we factor up to the full size of the universe of projects in question. How many projects, like the one I described above that I was involved in and undertaken by the small business that I worked for, were displaced because of the highly questionable awarding of funds by the board of the Green Slush Fund? Certainly there were good projects that did not get funding because the money was misallocated to ineligible projects. Some of these potential projects may well have been home runs. That's foregone GDP. That's foregone jobs. That's foregone tax revenue. Does this not suggest to everyone in this place that oversight of this fund, at best, and at the worst, there's potential criminality? Does this not make one think that we may need a change in the management of the government spending writ large? I see some heads nodding. That we may need some people with real financial expertise in charge of the books. This is green technology science, Madam Speaker. This is not rocket science. Getting to the bottom of this scandal may not be easy, but it's a journey worth taking. This is not $400 million that we're talking about. That's the number that's been confirmed. It only represents 226 projects of the 405 that were funded. So as I stated earlier, this is $832 million. I'll say it again for the people at home. $832 million plus opportunity cost. So we're very close to $1 billion scandal. $1 billion. That could buy a lot of Girl Guide cookies. One thing that's concerning for Canadians is the level of corruption in the board and the governor and council appointed to the Sustainable Development Technology Fund, otherwise known as the SDTC. People at home are calling it the Green Technology Slush Fund. Another is the federal government's refusal to produce key documents related to this matter, stifling public scrutiny and raising red flags about accountability. When government actions, particularly concerning the use of public funds, come under scrutiny, it's the right of every Canadian to demand clear answers. We're not getting clear answers from this government, which leaves one asking, what are they hiding? Who are they protecting? Their friends and associates who benefited. The fact we are still discussing this and asking for a disclosure demanded by Parliament is bewildering to this rookie MP. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised when I consider the long list of Liberal scandals that are almost too many to count, but I'll name some here for good measure. We'll start with the SNC-Lavalin affair. This political scandal involved attempting political interference with the judicial system by the Prime Minister of Canada and the Prime Minister's office. Ultimately, the company changed their name, partly to distance themselves from their tarnished brand. Next we've got, and these are no particular order, just the ones that came off the top of my head, the ArriveCan affair, affectionately known as Arrive Scam. And this one, the federal government spent over $50 million on an $80,000 original contract. $54 million. A group of programmers, I'm not making this up, a group of programmers recreated the app over a weekend. So this one's out of control. So again, GDP is under attack. 10,000 people were erroneously forced to isolate. I might have been one of those because they made me isolate for longer than I needed to. The AgaCon scandal. The Prime Minister broke no less than 4 provisions of the Conflict of Interest Act when he vacationed over Christmas on the posh private island in the Caribbean owned by his good friend, the Aga Khan. Trudeau was the first Prime Minister in Canadian history to break federal ethics rules. Ethics! Next, we have the We Charity scandal. And this one I particularly didn't like because my daughter actually participated in raising money for the We Charity. My daughter Charlotte raised over $10,000 to build a school in Africa by carrying water through the streets of Toronto, St. Paul's, and generating donations by doing just that. So this one hurt. But Prime Minister granted his friends at the We Charity a project to see over $1 billion program for student employment grants. Don't we have government employees that do the same thing? There are two common elements we can quickly identify through this partial list of government scandals. You can identify your own. These are the two that I pick. If you have a couple, if the members have a few in their head, just keep them quiet and see if they match up with mine. Madam Speaker, the first one is friends in high places of the Liberal government awarding their Liberal friends at the expense of taxpayers. And number two was a complete lack of ethical behavior. What we do not see is transparency. We do not see transparency. Transparency and accountability are the cornerstones of any functioning democracy. They are the twin principles that ensure those in power act in the best interests of the public rather than serving their narrow political or personal agendas. The concept of transparency isn't just theoretical. It's embedded in laws and regulations that compel governments to disclose information, especially when there are questions about the misuse of public funds. Parliament has this power. Parliament has asked for the documentation, and therefore the documentation must be produced. The government's accountability to its people is not optional. This is a fundamental responsibility. A 2024 CanTrust Index poll revealed that less than 25% of Canadians trust this Liberal Prime Minister and government. Is that a surprise to anyone? That number might be high since this poll was conducted back in February, but it makes sense. When the government refuses to release key documents, especially in response to serious allegations, it erodes public trust. It undermines the very fabric of our democracy. Without transparency, how can citizens know that their government is acting in good faith? Let's look at this from another angle. And I promise you again, I'm not making it up. I'm going to give you a bit of a timeline of how we got here. Madam Speaker, in 2018, the then Liberal Industry Minister decides he doesn't like the chair of the SDTC. That was Mr. Jim Balsillie, because he was criticizing the government. So he has the CEO of the SDTC ask the chair to stop his criticism. He doesn't. So in 2019, the Liberal Industry Minister decides to appoint a new chair, but this one already has conflicts of interest. But he did this even though the Prime Minister and the Privy Council office were warned of risks with appointing a conflicted chair. They were warned of risks associated with appointing a conflicted chair. That new chair had or has ownership positions in companies receiving Green Slush Fund, SDTC funding. So the funding floodgates open. Conflicts of interest are managed rather than outlawed. SDTC members begin to award funds to companies where other board members hold ownership. The following example is the one that I love the most. If you do something so audacious, maybe no one will suspect a thing. I think they call that hiding in plain sight. Cycle Capital. The founder and beneficial owner of Cycle Capital, André-Lise Mitteau, voted Cycle Capital Investments a significant amount of Green Slush Fund funding while she sat on the board of the Liberal Green Slush Fund. In fact, Before and during her time on the Green Slush Fund Board, her companies received $250 million. But wait, Cycle Capital's lobbyist, before he came to the House, was none other than a radical Minister of the Environment. Yep, so what? So what, you might ask? Well, in the year before he joined the Liberal government, he lobbied 25 times. And the Green Slush Fund Board gave over $100 million to the Cycle Capital companies. But then, when part of the government, he participated in talks that gave the SDTC, the Sustainable Development Technology, another $750 million. $750 million. They gave $750 million to deploy, of which 25% of that went to guess who? Cycle Capital. And we don't know, but he may or may not still own shares in Cycle Cap. It's a really good trade where I come from. I spoke earlier about my career as an environmental engineer, but I spent actually most of my career in finance. That's another reason why the misappropriation of funds in this Green Slush Fund scandal speaks to me. When I was in the financial and investment industry, fund managers were generally paid the better your fund did, the more you're going to get paid. The better your fund did, the more assets you're going to attract, and again, the more you would expect to be paid, all else being equal. What I find peculiar about this fund and the way it paid its principals is that they were paid based on the dollar volume of grants that they made. I swear I'm not making that up. The more money that was allocated, the more they spent, whether it went to a good project, a bad project, a medium project, or some other, the more money that was paid to those individuals. So rather than scouring the universe, the country, for the best projects, the easiest thing to do, the path of least resistance, would have been to allocate funds to projects that were already known to the board, regardless of the expected return to the taxpayer. We call that a fiduciary duty. Madam Speaker, for a government that loves to virtue signal about their care and vision for the environment, their behavior when it comes to deploying funds is contradictory, as I just detailed. They would say one thing and do another. And this matters, and here's why. Instead of investing taxpayer dollars in the most promising projects and companies, the Liberals appointed a chair, and her board funneled taxpayer dollars to projects and companies that were run by their friends or in companies where they had a financial interest. Can you imagine that? This is the kind of situation they teach you to avoid in a business education. This is why we have ethics classes in business and in financial education. Perhaps the financial leaders on the other side of the House missed those classes. Still, the misallocation of money and capital leads to the destruction of capital in this country. This leads to a loss of Canadian competitiveness, a reduction in productivity, and a decline in GDP. We're seeing all these economic measures play out now in our economy, and we're worse off as a country for it. The Green Slush Fund is not responsible for all that, Madam Speaker, but the Green Slush Fund and its grant allocation principles are emblematic of the attitudes and principles of the Liberal government for the last 9 years. Good money put towards programs with admirable goals, yes, but lacking in the financial know-how and financial management expertise to succeed. That's taxpayer money wasted. The reduction of our productivity and competitiveness and GDP is not an accident. This is the result of an overall mismanagement of the economy by the Liberal Prime Minister and the Liberal Cabinet. At the heart of this issue, public trust. Canadians trust their government to act in their best interest and to steward public funds responsibly and to be forthright about how decisions are made. When this trust is broken, it's incredibly difficult to rebuild, except perhaps with a new government. The refusal to release the Green Slush Fund documents erodes this trust. It sends a message to the public that the government is not interested in being transparent and that accountability is a secondary concern. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I enjoyed that insightful speech by the member for St. Paul's, and I know, given his extensive business career and his knowledge and study of this subject, he would be aware that the chair of the fund, the Green Slush Fund, Annette Bicharin, said when asked about all the money that went to their own companies, that this is what entrepreneurs do. Now, do you believe these 9 directors named as conflicts of interest by the Auditor General 186 times represent 82% of the green technology space? Was that coincidence? Do they represent it? Or did they get an oversized chunk of that money because of their insider status?
The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Thank you for the question from my honourable colleague. The 186 companies would not represent 82% of the green technology space in Canada. We've got a very large green technology space in this country from coast to coast, and it would be much more than 186. So no, they did receive an outsized funding amount, 82% of that fund, to those 186 companies.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just a couple of questions. The member opposite and many members opposite have continually referred to the chair and board of SDTC as liberal insiders. I'm just wondering if the member opposite knows anything about Annette Bicharin, the chair, the past chair, and the fact that she had actually been advisor to Harper, to Flaherty, and to others in the Conservative Party, as well as being a major donor to the Conservative Party. And if that's not a friend to the Conservatives, then I'm wondering who he considers to be a friend to the Conservatives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for the question. The fact of the matter here is that the malfeasance in this fund started well after the Conservative Party left power. So whether or not the chair was friendly or not friendly at that time to the Harper government, Mr. Speaker, it's immaterial. What matters here is that there was money misappropriated, money misallocated, not to the strongest projects that were out there, and now we're trying to get to the bottom of it, but we're being stymied. Parliament is being stymied. We are not being stymied. We're being stymied as a group, as an institution, from getting to the bottom by the prevention of the release of this documentation.
The honourable member from Hamilton Centre has a brief question for a brief answer.
Same question I've asked every Conservative in the House. Who stymies? Who's the stymier? Who are the stymiers in chief in this entire circus show that is this filibuster on a motion that they put forward and yet refuse to put forward? Thank you very much.
The honourable member from Toronto St. Paul.
Thank you for the question. It's an important question because here we are in Parliament asking for documentation, which is our privilege. It's not being produced. This could be over, as I've said before, in 35 seconds by producing the documentation. So, Mr. Speaker, that's all we need to happen here is for the will of Parliament to be honoured.
I hate to interrupt the questions and comments for the honourable member. The honourable member have 6 minutes and 12 seconds left for questions and comments when we resume debate on this motion after at the next opportunity. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member from Ottawa West, Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is World Polio Day. Today we renew our collective resolve for a world where no child suffers from this paralyzing and deadly disease. Through efforts of organizations like Rotary International, we have successfully reduced polio cases by 99% since 1979, with 3 billion children vaccinated. Through effort, pour garantir que nous réalisons l'objectif.
We will be able to eliminate polio, and we are committed to doing so. And to that end, Canada has committed $151 million to the Global Polio Eradication Initiative.
The tireless efforts of the health workers and the 20 million volunteers who have journeyed to the most remote corners of the world in 200 countries, delivering not just vaccines, but hope. Let the end of polio be not just a goal, but a legacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wonderful. The honourable member from Edmonton, Muskasquin.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Polio Day, a day to highlight global efforts to end polio. In 1996, Nelson Mandela said, quote, "Our aim is not merely to reduce the numbers afflicted, it is to eliminate the disease completely. No country can be safe from this disease until the whole world is rid of it." Today, we're so close to that goal, with Canada consistently playing a leading role. 3 Canadian Prime Ministers, including former Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper, have been recipients of the Rotary Foundation's Polio Eradication Champion Award. And Canadian Jennifer Jones, who recently served as Rotary International's first female president, relentlessly continued Canada's leadership in this fight, working with dedicated partners like UNICEF, the Gates Foundation, Global Citizen, Results, and many others. Here in this House, members from all parties have time and time again united around efforts of the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, and the world is better for it. Now we need to finish the job.
Oh.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellant. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, the Brain Tumour Foundation of Canada asked the House of Commons to declare October 24, 2018 as the first Brain Cancer Awareness Day in Canada. That year also saw the launch of the first Toques for Hope campaign. Canadians were invited to show their support by sharing their toque photo on social media. Thanks to this campaign, the date became a symbol of solidarity in the face of this devastating disease. I'll be wearing mine when I leave this room today in memory of my mother and in support of the 27 people in Canada every day who are diagnosed with a brain tumor. And do you have your toque or sweater of hope? Thank you to the Brain Tumour Foundation of Canada for its tireless work that makes a real difference. And thank you to everyone who will be wearing their toques today. The honourable member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. I rise in the House today to highlight the 40th annual Salon des Métiers d'Art de Boucherville, which is taking place November 1st to 3rd, 2024. Except for 2 years where it took a break during the pandemic, this event has happened every year since the first time in 1982, and it's a success. Every time, thousands of visitors come in and find unique and original products for their Christmas gifts or for themselves. This success is due in large part to the passionate, devoted president who has been at the head for 30 years, and I congratulate René Lavoie for that work. I also want to thank the contribution of the members of the committee who support that work: Céline Lozeau, Suzanne Heinzen, Isabelle Ross, and Nathalie Métivier. Thank you for promoting the talent of artists from Quebec. Thank you for giving them this chance to shine.
The honourable member from Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate an extraordinary Labradorian, William Larkham Jr., for his incredible achievement on season 11 of the reality show Alone, aired on the History Channel. William hails from the tiny outport community of Williams Harbour, and his determination, resilience, and unmatched survival skills were on full display as he spent 84 grueling days north of the Arctic Circle near Nunavut in the Northwest Territories, enduring the harsh environment of the Arctic on the series Alone. He was one of 10 contestants, and he was the last one standing. His triumph earned him the grand prize of $500,000 US and a testament to his strength, knowledge of the land, and the spirit of survival. William's journey not only brought Labradorians to the edge of their seat, but it showcased his deep connection he has with land, water, and the remarkable skills passed down through generations of culture in the region. I congratulate William, and I ask all Labradorians, all parliamentarians, to join me in offering him our very best wishes.
The honourable member from King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through my many years of volunteering with Creating Alternatives and the Down Syndrome Foundation, I have witnessed firsthand the profound impact of inclusion and the importance of celebrating each individual's unique abilities. These experiences have deeply touched my heart and inspired me to put forward Motion 123, which calls on the government to recognize March 21st as the National Down Syndrome Day. So, by doing so, we will align with the United Nations, but also honor and celebrate the incredible contributions that individuals with Down syndrome make to our communities. Their love, positivity, and unwavering spirit enrich the lives of everyone around them. I am confident that my colleagues on both sides of the House will join me in supporting this motion. Together, we can affirm our commitment to recognizing and celebrating the abilities and contributions of all Canadians, regardless of the challenges they may face.
The
Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ensuring the vitality of Francophone communities outside Quebec is a priority for our government, and immigration can be a powerful tool to help us achieve that goal. Thanks to the 25 to 27 Immigration Levels Plan, the percentage of Francophone permanent residents amongst all permanent residents admitted to Canada outside Quebec will be 8.5% in 2025, 9.5% in 2026, and 10% in 2027. These targets demonstrate our commitment to ensuring growth of French-speaking communities and official language minority communities, and are in line with our Francophone immigration policy. I'm proud to be part of a government that promotes the ongoing vitality and prosperity of our communities. This is great news, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Markham Unionville.
Today, the Minister of Immigration tabled the 2025-2027 Immigration Levels Plan, a plan that will pause population growth in the short term to achieve well-managed, sustainable growth in the long term. Our government has been taking concrete action, including the recent reforms to the International Students Program, to ensure system integrity, and the results are showing. Many university and college cities are experiencing rental downturns, at least partially due to the cap on international students. In Vancouver and Toronto, rent went down 11% and 8.1% respectively. We are committed to achieving long-term goal and ensuring a well-managed, sustainable immigration system where everyone has a fair chance to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
After 9 years, this NDP Liberal government has allowed anti-Jewish hate crimes to increase by 400%. Wow. Members of the Jewish community make up just 1% of Canada's population, but are the targets of 70% of all religiously motivated hate crimes in Canada. Synagogues have been firebombed. Jewish schools have been shot at. Jewish-owned businesses have been vandalized, and Jewish-founded hospitals have been barricaded. Calls for death to Jews are coming from radical, Hamas-loving, Jew-hating, terrorist sympathizers on the streets in front of Jewish seniors' homes. Jewish Canadians didn't ask to be targeted with acts of hate and violence, and this escalation of hate and fear is just not the Canadian way. Enough is enough. When will this Prime Minister finally stand up for Jewish Canadians, take this disgusting rise in anti-Semitism seriously so that every Jew, no matter where they live, no matter where they work, and no matter where they go to school, can live safe and live free from hate?
Yeah.
The Honourable Member from Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I am astonished by the blatant disregard of the Leader of the Opposition has shown for the well-being of Canadians. His willful ignorance of critical security threats facing our nation is deeply concerning. Recently, RCMP's investigations have shown alarming evidence of agents from the Government of India engaging in serious criminal activity in Canada, including homicides, extortion, and threats to the South Asian community. Our citizens are under credible and imminent threat, yet the Leader of the Opposition continues to peddle empty slogans, refusing to do the substantive work to address these threats. His dog whistle politics are putting putting Canadians at risk every single day. Mr. Speaker, will the Leader of the Opposition put aside his selfish interests, obtain the necessary security clearance, and protect the integrity of not just the democratic process, but of his own party and all Canadians? Thank you.
The honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Here. Speaker, not surprisingly, the NDP Liberals' so-called safe supply fiasco has torn a hole in yet another Canadian community. Hydromorphone seized by the Sarnia Police has gone up by 170% in the first 8 months of this year, and a local addictions doctor has said diversion is to blame. The government talks about evidence, but when the evidence tells them something they don't want to hear, they just ignore it. Every city touched by so-called safe supply has suffered. In Vancouver, 50% of all hydromorphone seizures were diverted from so-called safe supply. In London, the street price of hydromorphone dropped by 90%. In Port Coquitlam, children are accessing government-supplied opioids. This is homicidal humanitarianism. The evidence is right there, and the NDP Liberals do not care. Common sense Conservatives want Canadians suffering from addiction to survive and thrive, not suffer and die. We will restore their dignity and bring them home drug-free.
The honourable member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and their time is up. This NDP Liberal government is refusing to turn over documents to the RCMP showing that Liberal-appointed managers used the Green Slush Fund to pay nearly $400 million to companies that they themselves owned. The Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the corruption. In northern BC, residents are losing their logging, oil, gas, mining, and other natural resource jobs because this radical NDP Liberal Environment Minister. Meanwhile, the same radical NDP Liberal Environment Minister and Prime Minister take $400 million they take from you in carbon tax and pay off their NDP Liberal friends. Why won't NDP Liberals end the cover-up and give proof to police so Parliament can get back to work for Canadians?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Vancouver Granville.
Mr. Speaker, national security should be the responsibility and the priority of every single member of this House. We've seen over the last number of months and years the alarming rate with which foreign governments have sought to interfere with the democratic processes in this country and to damage our democracy. Every single one of us in this House bears a responsibility and obligation to ensure that we are well prepared and well informed in the face of these threats. Canadians know that our leaders having a security clearance is table stakes, but apparently not the Leader of the Opposition.
He's hiding something.
I know firsthand that top secret clearance process is detailed and precise, but it is something that gives our national security agencies absolute confidence in our integrity and our ability to be trusted with sensible and sensitive information. I simply cannot understand why the Leader of the Opposition refuses to get a security clearance. As the Prime Minister said yesterday, if he cares about this country and he cares about Canadians, he'll get the clearance, take the briefing, and protect the country. Why won't he?
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, at this very moment, there are thousands of workers rallying for respect and for their collective bargaining rights at the legislature in Alberta. Members of CUPE Local 3550 were stripped of their rights to strike by the Alberta government after they voted 97% in favour of job action. Education assistants, administrative staff, librarians, and student support staff are the backbone of our education system. They make our schools run, they support our teachers, and most importantly, they help our children. But they are not being treated with the respect they deserve. These workers, mostly women, 94% of Local 3550's members are women, work difficult, stressful jobs while making poverty wages. Now their most basic rights are being denied. Workers are tired of subsidizing funding cuts with poverty wages. Today and every day, I stand with the dedicated workers of CUPE 3550 and all the workers across Canada and Alberta.
Hear, 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 hear.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to mark the 50th anniversary of the founding of the École de Technologie Supérieure, which was founded in Montreal in 1974. Over the years, it has become a major success, graduating 25% of all of Quebec's engineers, ranking first in Quebec for the number of undergraduate engineering graduates. It's a member of the University of Quebec network, and today ETS has more than 11,000 students, 290 professors, and 77 research chairs, groups, and units. In short, it's a world-renowned incubator of grey matter. It ensures Quebec's prosperity by training our future engineers who will meet current and future technological challenges. It continues to grow, and the years to come promise to be even more successful for Quebec engineering. Imagine what's coming next. Long live the École de Technologie Supérieure, and happy 50th anniversary.
The honourable member from Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, even Liberal MPs now acknowledge that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, the corruption, and now the chaos. Instead of trying to fix their mess of doubling housing costs or the record number of food bank visits, Liberal MPs are in full panic mode trying to save their own jobs. After 24 Liberal MPs told the Prime Minister yesterday that he's become so toxic that he needs to resign, the Immigration Minister called his own colleagues garbage. It got so bad during the caucus meeting, Liberals were fleeing the meeting to the bathroom to text journalists about how angry that they were. Yet the Prime Minister is completely out of touch and is still forging ahead with his plan to quadruple the carbon tax. But it is now clear, Mr. Speaker, everything in this country is broken because the Liberal Party is broken. But the solution is simple. If they can't get their act together, just call a carbon tax election, because Conservatives on this side are fired up and ready to go.
Let's have a public safety election.
The honourable member from Pickering, Uxbridge.
Speaker, Canadians want to know why the Leader of the Opposition won't get his security clearance. Why doesn't he want to learn about ways that the governments like India work to disrupt our institutions? And it can't be those weak excuses that he will be muzzled, because every other leader in this House has received their clearance and has not been prevented from speaking on the matters that at hand, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition has a choice. He can get the clearance, he can take the briefings, and he can protect the country. Or will he turn a blind eye to the actions of governments like India and who try to undermine our democracy? Will he stand up for Canadians, or will he stand with governments like India? Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has a choice. Party over country, Canadians want to know.
Absolutely.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member from Regina Capel.
After 9 years of this Liberal NDP Prime Minister, it's clear he's not worth the cost, the crime, the corruption, or chaos. The Liberal caucus is revolting, because even in one safe Liberal seats, voters are angry. They're angry that the Prime Minister raised their prices and devalued their paychecks with his inflation. They're angry that their grocery and home heating costs keep going up because of his carbon tax, and they're angry that their cars keep getting stolen, their parks are full of dirty needles, and homeless encampments now line their streets. So will the Prime Minister put an end to the anger, spread some much-needed joy, and call a carbon tax election so Canadians can decide?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
We know that Canadians have had a tough couple of years as a result of the rising cost of living and global inflation, but Canadian households are right to ask who is actually fighting for them. I can tell you it's not Conservative caucus members who don't want to forgive interest on student loans. It's not the Conservative leader who wants to take away the Canada Child Benefit, and if you don't believe me, look at his voting record. It's not the Conservative caucus members who want to make sure that Canadian women don't have access to free birth control. Mr. Speaker, in the next election, people are going to ask themselves, do they want a Liberal government who cares about them or a Conservative leader who cares about himself?
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
It has been a tough couple of years, Mr. Speaker. It's been a tough 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister. And now taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time's up. It's not just Conservatives saying that, it's Liberal MPs too. You see, they can't do it anymore. They can't convince voters that taxes are going down when in fact they're going up. They can't convince their voters that home prices are becoming more affordable when they keep getting more expensive. And they can't convince their voters that crime is down when it just keeps getting worse. So now they're trying to convince the Prime Minister to resign. But since he won't, will he do the next best thing and call a carbon tax election so Canadians can decide?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share some facts, if I might. I stand here as the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth, and I wonder if this ministry will even exist if Conservatives were to gain power. Here are the facts. Conservatives will cut services to survivors of gender-based violence. They'll cut critical supports for women entrepreneurs. They'll cut life-saving support for grassroots organizations. They will cut pharmacare and contraceptives for women. We on this side of the House stand for women and gender-diverse people. They do not. Straight facts, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
That is baseless and false. We're going to cut the carbon tax, eliminate it, and defund the CBC and put that savings back in taxpayers' pockets. But consider where we are. It's actually kind of amazing. Liberal MPs are so frustrated that they're not allowed to speak in caucus, they're actually confiding in Conservatives. They have to sneak out to the bathroom to have therapy text sessions with journalists, and cabinet ministers call their own colleagues garbage because they're speaking out against the Prime Minister's terrible record. He's losing control, he's losing confidence, he lost the plot a long time ago, so for the love of all that's holy, will he finally call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for...
Leader of the opposition, the leader of the Conservatives would do if he was the Prime Minister, he would cut things like the Canada Summer Jobs Program, Mr. Speaker, something that exists in every one of our communities that is so important to employers and so important to kids. Mr. Speaker, do you think that we would be able to maintain our progress on clean water? He would cut funding to First Nations dependent on a real and fair, equitable solution.
Perhaps we'll take just a quick second so that people can reflect on the fact that you must not take the floor if you have not been recognised by the Speaker.
That you should not be speaking unless you're recognised by the Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, why the Prime Minister was all smiles yesterday when he left his chaotic caucus where 24 MPs called for his departure? It's simple, because the Prime Minister knows he can count on the support of the 32 Bloc Québécois MPs down there to keep him in office. The Bloc supported this Prime Minister despite the fact that he doubled the cost of housing, he inflated the cost of food, he caused a rise in violent crime and created the worst immigration crisis in Canadian history. Will the Prime Minister take a look behind him, hear the message from his backbenchers and Quebecers, and call an election now? The Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen. The sheer hypocrisy of the Conservative Party is eminently clear. Let us not forget that the leader of the Conservative government at the time removed benefits for diabetics. Since then, they've voted against free pharmacare for people living with diabetes. We see the Conservatives are all about doublespeak. That's all they're about. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, the Minister should perhaps go round her caucus and notice that 24 of her MPs have come out to demand the Prime Minister's departure just this week. A Prime Minister that's doubled national debt, mortgage prices that has allowed criminality to explode. The Prime Minister's incompetence, Mr. Speaker, has led to an alarm bell being ran in amongst his own partisans who are calling for a change of leadership. He even sent one of his ministers to say that opponents within his party, his own MPs, are garbage. The Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost, nor the insults. When is he going to drop the writ? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let us talk about housing and incompetence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Mr. Speaker. 6 affordable housing units. That's all the Conservative leader was able to do when he was housing minister throughout the country. He can't even find where these 6 are. He's trying to figure out where he can go to find them. Did someone perhaps build something that he could appropriate? No, only 6 housing units. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member from La Prairie. For years, the Bloc Québécois has been alone in Ottawa in pointing out that the federal government's immigration targets are leading us straight into a wall. For years, the government has been lecturing us, saying that there is no such thing as an intake capacity limit, lecturing us that to talk about reception capacity is to directly criticise immigrants, lecturing us that Quebec doesn't lack the capacity to welcome immigrants, it lacks the will. And then finally today, the federal government has decided to do a 180 and lower its immigration thresholds. Why did they wait until the whole of Canada was in crisis before finally listening to Quebecers? The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we have moved today is a reasonable immigration plan by reducing permanent residency targets and temporary residency targets. This is a reasonable and reasoned plan that comes from contributions from people coast to coast to coast that asked us to reduce our volumes. I think that Canadians should be proud. It's not a radical reduction. It's about the same as the plan we proposed in 2020, but I think that's going to serve Canadians in Quebec as well. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, not only has the federal government finally agreed with us on intake capacity, it has also recognised the Bloc Québécois' call for successful immigration. I quote from their report on immigration. For immigration to succeed, housing, education, healthcare, childcare and other essential services must keep pace with projected population growth. Well, gosh, Mr. Speaker, they've figured it out. Quebecers have been telling them for years, but it wasn't until Canadians told them that they would finally listen. Why didn't they listen to Quebecers before instead of lecturing us throughout the years? The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. I'd like to thank to the Bloc's contributions to national unity.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, abortion is health care, but under this Liberal government, Canadians still don't have access to reproductive health care. And for those who live outside of larger urban centres, it's almost impossible. You know, the anti-choice Conservatives would only make this worse. The Trump-light leader and his extremist cabinet has voted 5 times against to restrict abortions. And while the Prime Minister talks a good game, he hasn't done enough to ensure that Canadians get the care that they deserve. Why hasn't the government taken access to reproductive health care seriously?
The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her advocacy, but the right to an abortion and access to it go hand in hand. And through a $45 million sexual and reproductive health fund, we're addressing that. We're making sure, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians facing obstacles accessing reproductive health care are supported financially, and organizations providing those essential services have capacity funding. While Conservatives MPs try to limit a woman's right to choose, we'll continue to work hard at opening every possible door, Mr. Speaker, to increasing access.
The Honourable Member from London Fanshawe.
Canadians have heard that Liberal rhetoric before, but the point here is that abortion care and access to it isn't good enough. Women and gender-diverse Canadians are scared. They know that their rights are under attack, and they've seen far-right movements and politicians in Canada emboldened. The Conservatives continue to side with anti-choice movements and believe that Canada is a, quote, lawless state of fetal killing. But we know abortion is health care. Will this Liberal government use the Canada Health Act to make sure that all Canadians have full access to abortion?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, and I completely agree. Abortion is health care. It's absolutely essential that every woman in every part of this country has access not only to abortion, but to the reproductive tools that she needs to have control and autonomy over her own body. And we are making remarkable progress on that. Signing agreements with every province and every territory, having indicators common on health standards across the country, making sure that for the first time every woman everywhere has access to the contraceptives that she needs. That's what freedom looks like. That's what we're delivering.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Calgary-Shepherd.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up, and now even excuses are up. The Prime Minister now admits he destroyed Canada's immigration system and the 150-year immigration consensus. He can't fix what he broke. He can't fix immigration. He can't fix housing or anything else right now because he's fighting his own caucus. So instead of blaming everyone else, including immigrants like myself, will he just admit that he shattered the immigration system and caused lasting damage to Canada's housing market, healthcare, and jobs?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees.
Thank you, Monsieur le Président. Look, I was flabbergasted to hear the Leader of the Opposition's answer today, the most immature answer on immigration that I've ever heard. He's late to the game. He's so late to the game on this, he hasn't even come up with a slogan yet. So when he comes up with a slogan, perhaps we'll take the chance to respond. But what we've proposed is a plan for controlled migration. We're proud of it. It serves Canadians well.
The honourable member from Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Speaker. It's rich coming from that particular minister who called 24 Liberal MPs garbage because they're looking after their own careers and worried they're not going to make it. They're not going to be here after the next election because their own constituents are going to send them to the unemployment line. Now, this Prime Minister is reckless, and he even said it himself. He didn't get it right. He said it during his own press conference. He didn't get it right on immigration. He didn't get it right on housing. He can't get it right on the carbon tax. So, will the Prime Minister just admit that his flip-flop has destroyed the immigration system and accept his own personal failure?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and
What
Citizenship.
I said, Mr. Speaker, is that it's garbage to focus on anything other than the circus clown that he's supporting.
The Honourable Minister to please withdraw that comment. That was unparliamentary towards another member of Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the comment.
Thank you. The Honourable Member from Oxford.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and chaos in our immigration system is also up. The Liberal NDP government has broken our world-class immigration system with their reckless policies. And today's immigration flip-flop is a massive admission of their own failures. The Prime Minister said that he didn't get the balance quite right. That's an understatement. That is clearly obvious with the state of our country today. Exactly. So will the Prime Minister admit that he broke Canada's consensus on immigration and call a carbon tax election now?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
I'll have to put forward a plan instead of slogans. I haven't even heard the slogan on this because he's been so delinquent on coming up with any valid points to be made on the immigration system, the consensus of which is challenged. Let's hear him. Let's hear his plan. Let's even start hearing the slogan because we haven't heard it yet.
The Honourable Member from Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, they're trying to be firefighters when they're the ones that are causing the fires in the first place. That's right. We had a consensus on immigration in this country, and this incompetent Prime Minister broke it. Right. They ignored warnings from their own officials. They dropped police clearance certificates from their own background checks for temporary residents. They even told their own officials to skip vetting for temporary foreign workers. Wow. So there is no doubt that after 9 years, they have broken the consensus on immigration. Will they call a carbon tax election now so common sense Conservatives could clean up their mess?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite thinks that security certificates from the Modi government are reliable, he needs a little clearance too on top of his leader who should probably get a better briefing on the national security of this country. Get the clearance, get the briefing, stop being a baby, and be responsible.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, there's chaos in immigration. Like in the Liberal caucus, this government broke the immigration system with the help of the Bloc that voted to keep the government in power. Let us remember that this coalition left Roxham Road open 1 year after the United States moved to close it. To govern well is to forecast well. Our government will bring back coherence, planification, and a common-sense Prime Minister. We want elections right now, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister for Citizenship, Immigration and Refugees. Mr. Speaker, it's been full incoherence from the Leader of the Opposition, in fact. I would like to hear what the member has to say on her Francophone strategy outside of Quebec, because finally we've reached our target of 6% of Francophone permanent residents outside of Quebec. Will hit 10%. It'll be the first time in our history. They should be proud of it. They should support us on this matter. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. I would like to... has been broken by this government, and the Bloc Québécois voted almost 200 times to keep the government in power. Today, we've seen a desperate attempt from the Prime Minister to repair what he broke himself. Full confusion in the changes made to immigration, full incoherence and full improv from the Liberal government. Only a Conservative government could repair the immigration system and will repair the immigration system. Our message is clear. We want elections, and we want them now. The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. The Honourable Member decided to read off her page instead of answering my question. I want to hear what the Conservative parties are planning, because they're not even mature enough. They haven't even thought an iota about the slogan on this matter. I would like to hear their plan. Our plan is reasonable and will control immigration in a reasonable way for Canada and Quebec for the next 3 years. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. The Liberals have finally started to listen to the message from Quebecers put forward by the Bloc Québécois. Instead of raising their immigration targets to 500,000 a year, they are going to lower them to 365,000 by 2027. If Quebec wanted to follow the federal government's new target, it would still have to take in more than 80,000 immigrants per year. That's higher than Quebec's target, and no political party in Quebec is proposing more than 80,000 a year. So how did the federal government figure out that Quebec's capacity to accept immigrants is greater than the evaluation and reckoning of all the parties in Quebec City? The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Mr. Speaker, the member across the way knows full well that Quebec's government has approved an agreement with us. They have jurisdiction over their numbers. We're waiting to hear from their plan. We've proposed a plan on a Canadian scale. We're waiting to hear what they have to say, and they will be able to do what they do under the current agreement. We give them $6 billion for francisation and immigration, and we will continue to work with them. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. On that subject, the proposed new thresholds are a step forward, yes, but they still force Quebec to choose between accepting a greater number of immigrants or losing political weight in Canada. That said, Quebec's main concern is still temporary immigration, especially asylum seekers. There is still no plan whatsoever for spreading asylum seekers in amongst the provinces, and Quebec continues to be responsible for almost half of all asylum seekers in Canada. Mr. Speaker, it is the federal government's responsibility to convince reluctant provinces to do their part. So what are they waiting for? The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. It's wrong that Quebec welcomes 50% of asylum seekers. He just has to consult the statistics that we provide. Statistics Canada states that there have been decreases of asylum seekers at Trudeau Airport in Montreal. It's now at 29%. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. While there is still no fair distribution of migrants between provinces, there is a real risk that migration will skyrocket after the US elections in just 12 days' time. Presidential candidate Trump, should he win, is proposing to deport 11 million people. So if he wins, organisations in Quebec have told us that they expect many people to conclude that they should just pack up and head to Canada. Last time Trump threatened deportations, we ended up with Roxham Road. If the minister is as intelligent as he claims to be, I imagine he already has time's ticking. The elections are in 12 days. The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. I didn't hear a question in that. It was just a statement.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
The former immigration minister and the MP from Central Nova oversaw population growth in this country of 200% over the past several years. He lost track of the people that he let in. Worse, he saw international students living in homeless shelters or with 14 roommates in a basement, all while he ignored his department's advice on it was too much and too fast. Watching the impact of these failed policies on housing, the Prime Minister said, "That's my guy for housing." Why did the Prime Minister promote this guy instead of firing him?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Speaker, the opposition would like to distract from the issues that actually matter most to Canadians. They focus these days on caucus unity. I would actually point out she sits just a few seats down from a colleague who just a few years ago she criticized for casting aspersions on the LGBTQ2+ community. When it comes to the work that we're actually doing to get the homes built, we are doing everything we can to build more affordable housing. When their leader was actually in the position of housing minister, he got only 6 affordable housing units built across the entire country. We're going to focus on what matters to Canadians, not the distractions that they try to put on the floor of the House of Commons.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
195,000 was the number, and that's a number that minister would only dream of building because some people fail upwards. Even Canada's current immigration minister said, quote, "It's really a system that has gotten out of control." He was talking about the same immigration system controlled by the new housing guy who lost track of the people who he let in and is now laughably in charge of fueling the housing crisis that the Prime Minister created. The Prime Minister can't possibly fix housing or immigration or anything else because he's fighting his own caucus. So if the Prime Minister won't fire this guy, will he resign in disgrace?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, my feelings. Look, they're going to be disappointed to know that I spend no time or energy thinking about the insults they hurl at me. What concerns me is the insults that they hurl at Canadians. But I do have news for the Honourable Member because she stated a fact that needs to be dispelled. 6 is the number of affordable housing units that the government helped build. They're trying to take credit for the number of homes that Canadians built. But Mr. Speaker, here's the kicker, and I've got news. That number, if we accept it as the right metric, is the worst record of any housing minister in the last 10 years. If they want a prize for their leader's efforts, it's the prize for biggest loser.
The Honourable Member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. The former Minister of Immigration and MP for Central Nova was responsible for population growth of 200% in the past several years. Worse, he saw international students living in homeless shelters and in cramped quarters while ignoring departmental warnings that immigration levels were rising too fast. Now, watching the impact of these failed policies on housing, the Prime Minister sat back and proudly said, "That's my guy, that's my housing minister." Why did the Prime Minister promote this minister? Instead of simply firing him, are the two of them waiting to get a pink slip from the Liberal caucus?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, they want to talk about immigration as failure. I'm surprised that they would call it a failure that we provided refuge to hundreds of thousands of vulnerable Ukrainians who fled a war of aggression. I'm surprised that they think it's a failure to have made good on our commitment to welcome 40,000 Afghan refugees, including those who actually fought alongside the Canadian forces. Now, I shouldn't be surprised, Mr. Speaker, because they have opposed our support for Ukraine at every step of the way. They campaign on a commitment to welcome precisely 0 Afghan refugees. Immigration in this country, Mr. Speaker, is not a failure, it is a strength.
to encourage all members, please, not to speak out of turn when they are not recognized by the chair. The honourable member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
10 million Canadians won't have a family doctor by the end of the decade. With an aging population, this is unacceptable. The Liberals have been dragging their feet for years on health care, while the Conservatives' answer is to make people pay for that care. Despite the Liberals' announcements, the pan-Canadian licensure for doctors is still not a reality, which would get more people connected with a doctor. Why are the Liberals dragging their feet on this simple health solution?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would say to the honourable member that was an absolutely critical point of conversation at the last health ministers meeting, where we've committed to doing that. In fact, you take a look at what was done in the Atlantic provinces. We're moving forward with exactly that. And the agreements that we've signed with every province, every territory, $200 billion. Just today, we got baseline data that shows on surgical wait times and on making sure that the number of surgeries are provided, that we're back ahead of where we were prior to the pandemic. That on doctors and nurses, there are more doctors and nurses in virtually every province and every territory. We're making important progress.
The honourable member from Victoria.
While Canadians are worried about massive flooding and wildfires, Conservatives are rubbing elbows with the same CEOs who are fueling the climate crisis. The Conservative leader spent a night schmoozing with these executives at his $1,600 a plate fundraiser. He's not listening to hardworking Canadians. But the Liberals are no better. They met with oil and gas lobbyists 5 times a day. Shameful. Canadians should come first, not CEOs. So why are the Liberals ripping a page from the Conservative playbook and putting CEOs ahead of people?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as opposed to the Conservative leader, I can assure the member opposite that no oil lobbyists have organized fundraisers for me. But I would like to quote her colleague from her own party, Madam Speaker, the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, who said, as a New Democrat, as a progressive, as an environmentalist, we're in favor of putting a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. Well, it would look like that under pressure from the Conservative, the NDP are no longer conservative, no longer progressive, no longer environmentalist, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today is a big day. The Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship just tabled the immigration levels plan for 2025-2027. This is a comprehensive plan that will align the number of newcomers to the supports available in the country, as immigration is essential to Canada from an economic, social and cultural perspective. A well-managed, robust immigration system is vital. Could the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship provide an update on our government's efforts towards ensuring a sustainable immigration system where everyone has a fair chance to succeed?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to personally thank the member for her contribution on this matter. She knows well as on this side of the House how important immigration is to this country, its past and its future. We need a manageable system that is controllable. This is what we are doing today with the Levels Plan. The reductions that we have proposed alleviate the impacts on infrastructure and housing. It's something that Canadians can be immensely proud of, and we should be very proud of the immigrants that continue to build this country and make it better than what it is today.
Yeah. The honourable member from Kildone and St. Paul.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, violent crime is up and police have had enough, Mr. Speaker. Frontline officers in Toronto, York, Vancouver, Surrey are all slamming the Prime Minister for his self-congratulatory social media campaign where he promoted his failed handgun policy that has done nothing to stop violent gun crime, which is up, in fact, by 116% since the Liberals took power 9 years ago. When is the Prime Minister going to stop patting himself on the back for his failures and start listening to police?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, one important difference between our government and the Conservative Party is we don't believe assault-style military firearms have their place on Canadian streets. We have made those firearms, Mr. Speaker, illegal. We're taking steps to compensate law-abiding gun owners that purchase these rifles, particularly so we can remove them from the streets. That's something that police officers in my conversations have been very supportive of, and they're very worried, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative Party have plans to, in fact, evacuate all those important measures. That's not in the interest of public safety.
That's right.
The honourable member from Kildonan St. Paul.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to let the police association speak for themselves to that Liberal minister and to this Liberal Prime Minister. From Surrey, BC, quote, the federal handgun freeze fails to address the real issue, which is the surge of illegal firearms coming across our border ending up in the hands of violent criminals. From Vancouver, BC, quote, stopping legal sales won't stop criminals from getting guns illegally. You're only restricting law-abiding citizens while doing little to address actual gun violence. When is the Prime Minister going to stop working against police, stop going after law-abiding citizens, and start going after the real problem, criminals? When are they?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I was surprised that our colleague raised the issue of border security. Our government, unlike the Conservative government previously, has invested precisely so the Canadian Border Services Agency would be able to interdict these illegal firearms crossing our borders. Mr. Speaker, we work with the RCMP, their policing partners, and border services. The Conservatives cut the funding to these agencies, laid off hundreds of border services agents, and had in fact plans to cut another 800. The good news, Mr. Speaker, is they lost the 2015 election. We reinvested in those important priorities for Canadians and will continue to do so.
The honourable member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, crime is up because the Prime Minister's policies are failing. The Toronto Police Association says that violent crime is up 78% since these Liberals came into power. Shootings are up 45% since last year. Gun-related homicides up 62% since last year. So when will the Prime Minister start listening to police associations across Canada and admit he's adding to the crime wave, not fighting it?
That's right. Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Procurator General.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that member's contributions to the House. I just don't appreciate the hypocrisy. What I would say is that assault-style rifles aren't used for hunting deers. That's why we're taking them out of circulation. What I would also say with respect to guns and gangs is that if you don't want guns in our society, then you need to regulate the border. That's why we've invested over $390 million into the CBSA, exact money amounts that were cut by that party. He wasn't there yet, so I can't fault him in particular, but I will fault his party for not doing anything to keep our border safe and to keep guns out of our country.
The honourable member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Minister of Justice continues to reveal just how out of touch this government, and we have real-time evidence of it. Just less than 3 hours ago, there was a shooting in Toronto near Shepherd and Yonge, not far actually from the Minister of Justice's riding. And in that situation, a person is now lying in the hospital in life-threatening condition. So when will this government actually take responsibility for the crime that it's causing and listen to the police?
That's right. Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
I can assure that member that I listen to the police all of the time. And you know what they tell me? They tell me that when you take guns out of circulation, what you do is you help on things like gender-based violence and domestic violence that occurs because women are getting killed because guns are in the homes. When you pass a bill like C-21, you disable that from happening because you ensure that you're keeping women in this country safe. That is a priority, or should be a priority, for this entire Parliament. It's just really shocking that that member doesn't get it.
The honourable member for Drummond.
Okay,
All right, the honourable member for Drummond. Yesterday, in response to a question posed by the leader of the Bloc Québécois, the Prime Minister stated that what happened at Bedford School was just a matter of teachers' freedom of expression. I'm sorry, but imposing religious values in your classroom is not a matter of freedom of expression. This is exactly why we need secularism, which allows everybody to believe or not believe whatever they want. They only have to consult their own conscience freely. Do these Liberals realize that they are attacking Quebecers' freedom of conscience? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a great deal of respect for my colleague, but what he just said is revolting. The Prime Minister never said that. On several occasions, the Prime Minister has said that it is unacceptable that children in Quebec be treated in this manner. And he also said that it is up to the government of Quebec to take care of this issue. The Honourable Member for Drummond. We tried to talk to this Prime Minister about religious intolerance, and he has nothing more to say than that Liberals will always defend freedom of expression. Well, first of all, let me just say that religion is not necessarily a shining example of freedom of expression. But when there's an adult forcing their religious convictions on their classroom, that is not a matter of freedom. Religion belongs in the private sphere. We need to protect the separation of church and state, and yet the Liberals will be challenging that in the courts. Will this Liberal government finally commit to not challenging Bill 21, directly or indirectly? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Once again, I am very disappointed by the doubtful arguments made by my colleague. First of all, I want to remind everyone, including those listening at home, is that respecting children's safety and dignity is everyone's responsibility. But when it comes to education jurisdiction, that's up to the government of Quebec.
The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. And violent gun crime is up 116% in Canada in just 9 years. Now, following the Prime Minister's out-of-touch comments, the Vancouver Police Association stated the Prime Minister is, quote, not aware of the ongoing gang war here in BC, which is putting both our members and public at risk on a daily basis. Right. Will the NDP Liberals listen to police and finally admit that their soft on crime policies are leading to the crime wave in Canada? Right.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, one thing that's definitely up are slogans in this House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, we have said clearly that we will support law enforcement both at the RCMP and in terms of their partners in policing, including police in British Columbia, municipal police in British Columbia. That's why we renewed the Guns and Gangs program, Mr. Speaker, that precisely puts money in the hands of these brave women and men who serve in municipal and provincial police forces so they can do the exact work that my colleague pretends she wants them to be able to do.
That's right.
The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's the police themselves that are saying that the policies of this Liberal government are a failure. And Conservatives are listening to police who know the facts about gun violence, public safety, and the real impact in our communities. Now, following the Prime Minister's out-of-touch comments, the Surrey Police Union stated, quote, the federal handgun freeze fails to address the real issue, the surge of illegal firearms coming across our borders and ending up in the hands of violent criminals, unquote. 85% of seized firearms are traced back to the United States. So why doesn't the Prime Minister listen to our law enforcement by starting to crack down on smuggled guns from the U.S.?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government did precisely that. It listened to law enforcement professionals who asked us to reverse the cuts of the previous Harper government to the women and men who serve in our Border Services Agency and who do that excellent work at border crossings across the country. We also invested, Mr. Speaker, in the RCMP, who have responsibility between border crossings and who work with American partners on organized crime. We're doing the very work that our colleague on the other side pretends that she thinks is important. Why doesn't she support our government in removing assault-style firearms off the streets of Canada?
That's right.
The Honourable Member from Toronto, St. Paul's.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. The Prime Minister wants to pat himself on the back, but the data and the Toronto Police Association say he's out of touch. Last year in Toronto, we saw a 45% increase in shootings and a 62% increase in gun-related homicides. In St. Paul's, 2 people were murdered in Oakwood. A police officer was shot in Yonge and Eglinton, and armed home invasions happen every day. The Liberals make life easy for career criminals with their catch and release bail policies. When will this government finally come up with a plan to stop the crime and bring home safe streets?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, if that member expects us to apologize for taking assault-style weapons off of the streets, he's not going to get that. If that member thinks we're going to apologize for keeping women safe from domestic violence by implementing a handgun freeze, he's not going to get that apology. If that member thinks we're not going to take seriously the mental health impacts of suicides that are related to guns being in the homes, he's not going to get that apology. What he should do is actually think about what the police are asking for. They're asking for help with keeping Canadians safe. That's what we do every day on this side of the House.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The leader of the Conservatives has continued his party's tradition of inaction and negligence by refusing to get a security clearance. He chooses to play political games instead of working for Canadians to combat foreign interference. That's not common sense, Mr. Speaker. That's nonsense. Can the Minister of Justice and Attorney General tell Canadians how our government has taken historic action on foreign interference?
The Honourable Minister. Oh, one moment, please. The Honourable Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the member from Lac-Saint-Louis for that important question. The Conservative leader continues to ignore national security. Instead of protecting Canadians, he prioritizes his partisan interests. This is not serious leadership, Mr. Speaker. I'll explain it in three-word slogans just so that the Conservative leader gets it. It's time to get the clearance, take the briefing, protect the country. It's that simple.
Order, please. À l'ordre. The Honourable Member from Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up, and now corruption is up. GC Strategies, a two-person company working from their basement, started scooping up government contracts like candy just weeks after the Prime Minister took office. $20 million for doing nothing on the failed arrive scam, $100 million in total in government contracts. If that doesn't scream corruption, I don't know what does. Will the Liberals get our money back?
Here, here. Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Public Services and for Public Services.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Vous auriez pu le dire aussi en français, parce que c'est en français.
I'm happy to repeat this in French because this is something that my colleague has already heard several times in English. It's very good that the Auditor General and the RCMP are independent and that both of these organizations are doing the work that they are supposed to do, and we will support them in that.
The Honourable Member from Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, the question is in English, but I digress. Liberal corruption is on rinse and repeat. The Auditor General is investigating $100 million in contracts awarded to GC Strategies, a two-person IT company that did no
Order. Colleagues. Order, please. Colleagues, it's very important for us to. I'm going to ask the Honourable Member to start his question again from the top, but I'll ask the member, please sit down for a second. I'm going to ask. Order, please. Order. I'm going to ask the Honourable Member to start again, but it's a very important fact. It's a basic fact here that questions can be asked in English or in French, and questions can be answered in English or in French. The Honourable Member to start from the top, please.
Corruption is on rinse and repeat. The Auditor General is investigating $100 million in contracts awarded to GC Strategies, a two-person IT company that did no IT work on the failed Arrive scam app. The RCMP has already raided the home of GC Strategies founder Christian Firth as part of an ongoing criminal investigation. Will the Liberals cut the corruption and again get the taxpayer its money back?
L'honorable ministre des Services publics et de l'approvisionnement.
Mr. Speaker, what we just heard is an insult to all Francophone members in this House, including Conservative members. Is the member trying to tell me that I don't have a right to speak French in this House?
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. Order. Order. The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Can you say that in French?
And the honourable member from Alfred Pellan. Order. L'honorable député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Liberals are continuing to obstruct justice by refusing to produce unredacted documents. Meanwhile, the Liberals were caught red-handed giving a $20 million contract for the development of ArriveCan to the company GC Strategies, which only has 2 employees. That's a pretty darn high hourly rate, at a time when 2 million Canadians are lining up at food banks. Meanwhile, how many Liberal buddies have filled their pockets at the expense of Canadian families?
Le ministre du Service public et l'approvisionnement.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for asking his question in French, but he could have asked the question in English, because in this House, we are free to speak whichever official language we wish. And I'd like to invite his previous colleague to apologize for having asked me to answer his question in English.
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. L'honorable député de Lac.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
L'honorable député, the honourable member from Halifax West.
Let's see what this question. Speaker, foreign interference is an issue that's detrimental to our national security and to the safety of Canadians. We now know that agents of the Government of India have targeted Sikh and South Asian Canadians. National security experts, including 2 former directors of CSIS, have emphasized how important it is for all party leaders to get the security clearance to view and act on intelligence. Can the government House leader explain how crucial it is for party leaders to get the clearance to protect Canada's democratic institutions?
The honourable member from Niagara Falls, I'm going to ask him, please, to not take the floor unless he is being recognized by the Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Halifax West for that important question. It's a question that's on the mind of many Canadians, is why won't the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada get his security clearance, Mr. Speaker? It's interesting to note that his Conservative members of Parliament would rather put our national security, our allies, our intelligence, allyships, and quite frankly the lives of Canadians at risk, rather than have their leader get his security clearance. The question is why? What is he hiding, and what is he trying to protect? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Liberals are destaffing 2 lighthouses along the coast of Vancouver Island without consultation. This jeopardizes emergency response, search and rescue, navigation, and more. Instead of supporting lightkeepers and the safety of our communities, the Liberals are choosing automated navigation systems. These cannot replace skilled people and sure don't hear distress cries. This move is dangerous. Will the Liberals halt this decision immediately and stop putting our coasts at risk?
L'honorable ministre des Pêches et Océans et la...
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are aware of the cultural and historic importance of these lighthouses. After a technical assessment carried out by the Coast Guard, it was determined that these lighthouses are no longer safe for staff. The safety and well-being of Coast Guard staff are our main priority, and I would like to reassure my colleague that navigational aids are functional to enable us to continue protecting sailors and coastal communities.
The honourable member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Immigration who intervened to stop a deportation order issued by his own department upheld by a federal court to protect a 5-time criminally convicted foreign national, is it his latest scheme to protect the IRGC by allowing them to falsely claim the refugees? Global News reported that refugee privacy is being exploited to hide behind closed-door proceedings. Why is his government continuing to make a mockery of Canada's legal and immigration systems? Mr. Speaker, is he the Minister of IRCC or the Minister for the IRGC?
Oh, yeah.
Colleagues, on at least three occasions, the chair has made rulings regarding associating members with odious regimes. This has gone on all sides of the House, and now with an independent member. I'm going to ask the honourable member from Fort York, Spadina, Fort York, to withdraw those words of that last part of that question. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw.
I thank the honourable member. The honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our colleague raised GC. Our government has been very clear. The Iranian government is a state sponsor of terrorism. We have said that consistently. And, Mr. Speaker, our government took the unprecedented step to list the IRGC as a terrorist entity under the Criminal Code of Canada. Mr. Speaker, our colleague understands very well that nobody in this House is going to discuss specific immigration cases, but he should have been happy that we listed that odious organization as a terrorist regime in Canada.
That's right.
The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the 2024 annual report to Parliament on immigration that was tabled earlier this day, we need to. I'm not asking for unanimous consent. However, I am asking for clarification from the chair, because in the information that was tabled, the printed version does not have Annex 4. However, there was a last-minute photocopy that was that seems to be inserted. So to you, Mr. Speaker, I am wanting to clarify which version of the report that the minister tabled earlier today was actually tabled, and whether or not the one that was tabled does have this last-minute photocopy with the numbers in it.
Before I entertain a point of order, I thank the honourable member for raising this issue. The chair will take that information and come back to the House. The honourable minister is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, je pense que c'est très important.
I think it's really important to note that we saw a lack of respect, a clear lack of respect at this House of Commons to inaudible.
Alors, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
Colleagues, the chair, I'll thank the honourable member. If he would like to assume the chair, he's more than welcome. Colleagues, the chair has already made a statement on this matter during question period. I see that the honourable member from Brantford Brant would like to rise in this place. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, in relation to the introduction of my second question, I made a reference to the question was originally in English. I was unable to hear the minister's response because of commotion in the House. My volume wasn't working correctly on my headpiece. That's why I made the reference. Clearly, I recognize, Mr. Speaker, that every member in this House is entitled to respond and ask questions in both official languages.
I thank the honourable member for reiterating the last point. I think, colleagues, I think this is the honourable member from Brantford Brant raises a very interesting point, which is that when people are taking the floor, when they're not. I say this to the conversation which is happening right now between the member from Pickering Uxbridge and the member from Lakelands. You cannot hear what is going on if there is too much ambient noise caused by people speaking out of turn. And this is a very important point. It's
a point that I have raised on several occasions, especially for those who are listening to the debate here in the chamber in the other official language through the interpretation services. It's so important for no one to speak out of turn so everyone can hear and understand what's happening here in the chamber. Point of order, the honourable member for Louisberg. Mr. Speaker, the member for Brantford Brant is clearly trying to step away from what he said. We all understood what he was trying to do, and he tried to suggest that that member for Quebec should not answer in French, and now he should apologize. It's inaudible.
The chair has heard enough points on this matter, and we are moving on.
As it is 3:18, the House will now move to the deferred record division on the motion to concur in the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Lemire, seconded by Ms. Larouche, move that the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage presented on Wednesday, June 19, 2024, be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bizan.
Mr. Bizan.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bertol.
Monsieur Bertol.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultaev.
Mr. Abultaev.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay-Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay-Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Dance.
Miss Dance.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Back to Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Chers collègues, la période de vote.
The electronic voting period has ended. We noticed a widespread error with the application. So, for those participating online, I would like to give the floor to the Honourable Member for Renfrew-Mackenzie.
Unanimous consent to proceed on a voice vote.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Is it the pleasure? Oh, colleagues, whoa. For the one time that there was no heckling on either side, I thought you'd be listening. Is it the will of the House to proceed with the adoption of this motion? Carried.
Bring back voice votes.
Voice votes is never. I'm just going to do one new thing. Indeed, it has counted. The voice vote carried for everyone who is online. Therefore, all members who are online can please lower their hands, the raise hand function on their screens. J'invite tous les députés qui participent en ligne.
I would ask all members participating online to stop the raise hand function on their screens.
Inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Je désire aviser la Chambre que le...
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. I see the Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton, rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions with parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to revert back to the routine proceedings rubric of presenting reports from committees.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The Honourable Member from back to the rubric of committee reports. The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table the 71st report of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. I intend to move concurrence of this report later today, should the House give its consent.
Does the Honourable Member wish to move the concurrence of this report at this present time?
Yes.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, there have been consultations with parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to concur in the 71st report of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Carried. Agreed, rather. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Yes, it is time for one of the favorite times of the week. C'est d'avoir la question hebdomadaire.
It is now time for the Thursday question, the weekly statement. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, for several days now, the government has really been stubborn and has been refusing to produce the documents this House is calling for. That means that the House's work is at a standstill. Everything is totally blocked, and that means that the government's legislative agenda is not moving forward, and that there isn't much of it anyhow. So, Mr. Speaker, we can, of course, resume the work in this place, but there's one condition. The government needs to produce the documents that a majority of parliamentarians in this place have called for. So here's my question to the government House Leader. Will we receive the documents, yes or no? And will we then see the government's legislative agenda? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. As he knows full well, we respect the Speaker of the House's ruling and decision that this should go to committee. That's what the Speaker decided. The Conservatives are the only ones obstructing their own obstruction. This is an abuse of the powers of this House. We will always stand up for and defend the rights and freedoms of Canadians.
Kind of illustrate the fact that his question is totally fake. Much like the tacky slogans Conservatives hide behind because they have no actual ideas or policies for the country. And that is probably why they continue to filibuster their own motion to distract Canadians from the fact that they are nothing more than an empty shell. It must be pretty embarrassing to be a Conservative MP, having to filibuster their own motion day after day to protect their leader from any real accountability. It must also be kind of embarrassing for Conservative MPs to sit in a caucus with a leader who refuses to get a security clearance because he clearly has something to hide. It is expected of a leader of a political party to do this, but beyond his little performances in the House, their leader does very little that comes close to leadership. Despite the games being played by the Conservatives, on this side of the House, we are going to continue to work hard for Canadians. And when the House does get back to debating legislation, the priorities will be Bill C-71 on citizenship, Bill C-66 on military justice, Bill C-63 on online harms, and the Ways and Means motion related to capital gains. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've heard the Government House Leader's remarks. There are two things that the government needs to do. It's very easy, and that way we can move ahead. So first, the government needs to produce the documents, and second, the Prime Minister needs to release the names. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Orders of the day. Orders of the day. Resuming debate on a privilege motion regarding the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Muse.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I just want to say it's an honor to speak on behalf of the residents in the beautiful riding of Simcoe Grey. And as well, I know you know, Madam Speaker, last week was a riding week, and I had a couple celebrations that I was fortunate I could attend. The first being 40th anniversary of Jan Trude, who owns all the Tim Hortons in the Collingwood catchment area, and a great anniversary. 40 years is pretty incredible, but what she does for the local community, whether it's hospice, whether it's the hospital, whether it's the Georgian Triangle, donating money every year from golf tournaments and always being there with products as well when people need it. The other one that I'd like to highlight just quickly, Honorary Colonel Rory McKinnon. I'm fortunate to have base boarding in my riding, and he is now the Honorary Colonel for 16th Wing, and I went to the change of appointment ceremony. So congratulations, Rory. You'll do a great job and represent the people very, very well that are in our armed forces. Madam Speaker, if I asked someone back in my riding of Simcoe Grey if they'd heard about the Liberal scandal in which they gave hundreds of millions of dollars to friends and insiders, you know, the one with all sorts of conflicts of interest, the one in which Liberal cronies figured the rules didn't apply to them, the one that produced perks and profits for Liberals and their friends, while many Canadians struggle just to put food on the table. Do you think that person might be able to guess? I suspect they'd ask which of the many Liberal scandals I was talking about. That's because for 9 years, we have seen this behavior time and time and time again. Canadians are finding it harder and harder just to get by. But for Liberals and their insider friends, the times have never been so good. Through scandals, mismanagement, and insider deals, Liberal friends have enjoyed an endless buffet of Canadian tax dollars. Maybe my constituent would have guessed I was talking about the We Charity. We all remember the We Charity. Sometimes it feels like forever ago when it comes to Liberal scandals. We Charity almost got $1 billion from the Liberals, untendered, to administer the short-lived Canada Student Service Grant program. The Prime Minister himself stated that We was the only possible option for administering such a program. This, despite the public service executives growing by 42% since the Liberals took power and 50,000 new bureaucrats being hired just from 2015 to 2020. In fact, now it is more than 100,000 new hires since the Liberals took office. Despite 50,000 new people on the public payroll, somehow only an organization that had spent almost $500,000 to hire the Prime Minister's own mother and brother, not to mention prominently featuring the Prime Minister himself at events targeting the youth, could handle this $1 billion program with almost no strings attached. So you spend $500,000 and you get $1 billion return. Only friends of the Liberal Party would get that type of return on investment. Maybe, what about SNC-Lavalin, they may say, my constituent might ask me. Another classic case of Liberal corruption for our feminist Prime Minister. Let's recall that SNC-Lavalin spent $1.9 million to host Muammar Gaddafi's son on a visit to Canada in 2008. The RCMP were watching, and it turns out that was just small potatoes. Because by February 2015, the RCMP pressed charges alleging that between 2001 and 2011, SNC-Lavalin had paid $48 million in bribes in Libya to government officials in Libya. Charges also alleged that the company defrauded Libyan organizations of $130 million. But luck, once again, was on SNC-Lavalin's side, because shortly after all these charges were pressed, the Liberals came to power. And after 51 meetings with senior officials and $110,000 in donations to the Liberal Party later, the current Prime Minister agreed to change the criminal code to allow SNC-Lavalin to get away with fraud and bribery charges. So here we have $100,000 in donations to make almost $200 million in corruption disappear. Again, a great return on investment for friends of this Liberal Party. Okay, so it wasn't the We Charity scandal, and it wasn't the SNC-Lavalin scandal. What about the Aga Khan? That was one of our first reminders that the rules that the rest of us follow don't apply to this Prime Minister. On December 26, 2016, while most of us were dealing with food hangover from Christmas dinner the night before, the Prime Minister and his family hopped on his jet and they headed down to Nassau in the Bahamas. Then they got a lift from there in the Aga Khan's private helicopter over to his private island so that they could have a little bit of rest and a little bit of relaxation. And conveniently enough, a few Liberal friends were also visiting. The current member for NDG Westmount and her husband, who is a childhood friend of the Prime Minister, they were there. As were the current member of St. John South, Mount Pearl, himself a groomsman at the Prime Minister's wedding, and his husband as well. So what did this quaint New Year's getaway for a few old Liberals cost? $271,000, almost 5 years of salary for the average Canadian. Not to mention $50 million of federal funding given to the Aga Khan Foundation, a registered lobby group, in just the previous year. You would think for that kind of donation, that the vacation would have been for free. But I guess, really, for the Prime Minister and the few Liberal friends that attended as well, it was. Imagine spending $50 million tax dollars for the invite and another $271,000 tax dollars for a vacation that regular Canadians can barely ever dream of. It's another great return on investment for these Liberals who were lucky enough to get the invite. Incredibly, though, the present scandal we are talking about isn't We Charity, it isn't SNC-Lavalin, and it isn't the Aga Khan private island getaway. All right, I would hear. My constituent may guess it must be the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation scandal. Well, that one almost slipped my mind. There seems to be so many, it's hard to keep track. But let's recall, in 2015, you're a billionaire and an advisor to the government of the Prime Minister's favorite basic dictatorship, and you've been asked to get in the good books with the Liberal Party. So what would you do? Well, you know that the Prime Minister's father had an admiration for communist dictators like Fidel Castro and Mao, and you know that there's a foundation named after the former Prime Minister actively seeking donations, since the previous Liberal government gave it a generous $120 million endowment. You also know that the foundation is stacked with Liberal cronies, and it regularly meets in the current Prime Minister's office. Conveniently enough, you know that the Chinese Business Chamber of Commerce is hosting a posh fundraiser in Toronto, where you may be able to get some FaceTime with the Prime Minister and his brother. So what do? You hop on a jet from Beijing to Toronto and commit to dropping $1 million in exchange for future considerations. So let's see this. $200,000 for the foundation, $750,000 to Pierre Trudeau's favorite alma mater, and $50,000 on a statue of the elder Trudeau himself. CISA says that China interfered in the 2019 and the 2021 elections, both taking place after the donation was made. It could be a coincidence, but if it wasn't, taking $1 million in donations to help sway 2 elections in your favor really seems like a good return on investment that I think even the Liberals would be truly impressed with. Amazingly, though, Madam Speaker, this isn't even the scandal we're here to talk about today, nor is it former Liberal MP Frank Baylis, whose consortium got $237 million to build ventilators that may or may not have been delivered. Or GC Strategies, which the Auditor General has now announced she's investigating for more than $100 million in often sole-sourced contracts it has received from the Liberal government. You may remember that on Arrive Scam app alone, GC Strategies pocketed $20 million, and that was for no work. And this was for this was for an app that was supposed to only cost $80,000. It's certainly nice work, Madam Speaker, if you can get it. Today, I'm here to talk about what may be the dooziest of all Liberal scandals. And really, Madam Speaker, that's really quite saying something. I'm here to talk about Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Or maybe you know it better by its unofficial name, the Liberal billion-dollar Green Slush Fund. You may have heard something about the Green Slush Fund recently, but in case you haven't, let me provide a little bit of background. Sustainable Development Technology Canada is a federally funded not-for-profit that approves and disperses over $100 million in funds annually to clean technology companies. It was established in 2001 by the Government of Canada through the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act. It supports projects that develop and demonstrate new technologies that address issues related to climate change, air quality, clean water, and clean soil. It is an arm's length organization from the government, or it was, I should say. By all accounts, SDTC was doing good work for its first few years under its Stephen Harper appointed chair, the Canadian technology leader, Jim Basile. But in 2018, former Liberal Industry Minister Navdeep Bains had concerns regarding Mr. Basile's public criticism of the Liberals' privacy legislation. These concerns continue to be shared by many Canadians and many in this House. Now we know that the Liberals do not tolerate dissenting options. So Bains maneuvered to put Annette Verschuren in as CEO, even though she was already receiving SDTC funding through one of her companies and in an immediate conflict of interest. In fact, the Prime Minister's office and the Privy Council were warned of what risks would be associated with appointing somebody that already was in a conflict. They were told that the fund has never had a chair with interest in companies receiving funding from SDTC. But you know what? Bains appointed her anyway. He also appointed two other very controversial board members who went on to engage in unethical behavior in breach of Conflict of Interest Act by approving funding to companies in which they hold ownership stakes. It is said that this new chair and board members began to oversee an environment where conflict of interest are tolerated and managed, not avoided as they should be. Board members regularly awarded SDTC funding to companies in which they themselves either held stocks or positions. It really is corruption on a staggering level. By January 2021, the current Minister of Industry was appointed after Navdeep Bains declined to run for re-election. In November 2022, whistleblowers raised internal concerns with the Auditor General about unethical practices at SDTC. Privy Council was briefed by these whistleblowers about the allegations shortly thereafter and commissioned 2 independent reports. In September 2023, the whistleblowers take the allegations public, and the Industry Minister finally agrees to suspend SDTC funding. This was followed shortly thereafter in November 2023 of an audit of SDTC by the Auditor General. Fast forward to June 2024, and the Auditor General's report is released, claiming severe governance failures at SDTC. Severe. And just what did the Auditor General's report find? Well, it found that SDTC gave, are you ready for this? $58 million to 10 ineligible projects which didn't even produce green technology or contribute to emission reductions.
Good gig. Wow.
$334 million over 186 cases to projects in which board members held a direct conflict of interest. 186 cases, and no one flagged it that there were that many conflicts of interest? It's unbelievable. $58 million to projects without ensuring contribution agreement terms were even met at all. The Auditor General also made it clear that the blame for this scandal falls on the Industry Minister who, quote, did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to Liberal insiders. Perhaps, I'm wondering if the Industry Minister was maybe too busy organizing his own leadership campaign to keep an eye on the money that the department that he was giving money to. Certainly not very responsible. But let's dig a little bit deeper. How about the Minister of the Environment, who after being arrested by Toronto police but before joining the Liberal cabinet, served as a strategic advisor for a venture capital firm called Cycle Capital from 2009 to 2018. The founder and owner of Cycle Capital, Andrea Lise-Matteau, sat on the board of the Green Slush Fund. While she was on the board, she helped give $114 million to companies that she had herself invested in. Thanks to her strategic voting and the hard work of her strategic advisor, who had 25 meetings with the Prime Minister's office and the industry department, the value of Cycle Capital strangely tripled.
Unreal.
When she finally left SDTC in 2022, Matteau was awarded for her great work and went on to join Canada's Infrastructure Bank Board, another Liberal debacle. While there, she helped get $170 million of infrastructure bank money for a company owned by the chair of the Green Slush Fund, the aforementioned Annette Verschuren. You really can't make this stuff up. You could make a movie on all this corruption. I should add that according to the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, the Minister of the Environment still has a passive interest in Cycle Capital. We don't know how much he owns, but we do know whatever he does own, the company tripled. That's a really good Liberal return on investment, if you ask me. Not to be outdone, Green Slush Fund board member Guy Humont admitted in committee that $17 million of Green Slush money went to companies he himself had a financial interest in. And he said that's a small amount of money. It might be for Guy, but from residents in my riding, that's a lot of money. Or how about those who are actively being punished by this government, which is desperate to raise revenue to pay for all of this corruption? People like Katie, a farmer in my riding, whose family also runs a grain drying and storage operation used by other local grain growers. She got a hold of me this week, actually. So far, her family has paid a total of $151,781.02 in carbon tax, plus $19,731.53 in HST, for a total of $171,512.55. Madam Speaker, the Liberals like to say that most Canadians get back more than they pay in carbon tax. Well, if that's the case, Katie is still waiting for her $200,000 checks. That's what angers people about these scandals. In just this speech today, I've highlighted over $2 billion worth of Liberal corruption and mismanagement. Those are tax dollars for hardworking Canadians. That we need to find where this money went. People deserve answers and need to be held accountable. That's why on June 10th, we asked for the production of various documents related to SDTCV.
Time is up. Time is up. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important to recognize we're here because the Conservatives moved a motion that would send this issue to a standing committee. Now, instead of talking or allowing that to be voted upon, they're actually filibustering, Madam Speaker, believing that we should just release all the information unredacted to the RCMP directly. The RCMP say on that issue, Madam Speaker, and I quote from the Commissioner, there is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative process and charter protections. They want us to listen to the Conservative Party over the RCMP. I say no. That would be a stupid thing to do. Then, Madam Speaker, that's not the first time. And then we have another issue that's come up. It says here, Wesley Wark, who has advised both Liberal and Conservative governments on national security issues, says that the Tory leader is knowingly misleading the public by claiming he doesn't need the clearance because of his Chief of Staff has received briefings. The leader's idea that it is sufficient for his Chief of Staff to be briefed for him and for his Chief of Staff to share that information with him is complete nonsense. Why does the Conservative leader not respect what the RCMP are saying about today and the security clearance issue?
Member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to begin by saying this is my first time speaking to this motion, and my residents in Simcoe Grey want to hear from me. This, to me, is not a filibuster. I would actually almost want an apology that he thinks that's what I'm trying to do here. But I would like to add, quite frankly, that it's quite simple if we want to move along. The only people that are holding this up are the Liberal Party. All they need to do is produce the documents. That's what we've been asking for. We are not the only people asking for it. It's just not the opposition. So obviously there's something to hide. Show us the documents.
Questions and comments to the member for La Pointe-à-l'Île. Yes, I'd like to ask my colleague. The Conservatives are talking a lot about corruption with the Liberals. There's an old saying that says that sometimes the system can allow you to be corrupt. What are the Conservatives' commitments to eliminate corruption?
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for asking that question, because I think it's important. I think it starts from the top. And if you have a government that is looking out for the dollars of Canadians and understand how hard it is to make a dollar, you would probably make sure that that message would go to the individuals that are involved in these offshoot companies that they have. That no one spoke from the government after 186 times there were conflict of interest. One you might see, two, perhaps three. I come from a municipal background. I just can't imagine 186 times that there were conflict of interest and nobody spoke up before. Like the 186 wouldn't have been in a day. So this was a process. So quite frankly, I think it starts with the top leadership, and that's why I'm very proud to be supporting our leader.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Workers in Alberta are uniting. They're uniting against low wages. They're uniting against a provincial government that is dead set on destroying the ability of workers to bargain collectively. On top of all this, there's a solution. Workers right across the province right now today are gathering at the Alberta Legislature to demand justice for workers in the face of affordability crisis. Madam Speaker, these workers are so important and so critical to our movement of making sure that we have an affordable economy, affordable jobs, and good union jobs. These people are uniting right now in Alberta in the face of this kind of evil backstepping on rights that's taking place in Alberta. To my honourable colleague, does he support in the face of the crisis we're facing of affordability, does he support workers in their ability to collectively bargain in the face of an affordability crisis largely brought on by the lack of initiative and the lack of support by this government?
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member opposite for the question. First of all, I would just say, like, in this House, we're talking today, I don't know if you saw, the issue we're talking about is about the documents. So I'm looking for questions from the document. A lot of these questions that we seem to be getting from the NDP are provincial ones. So I don't know if the members would like to perhaps run as MLAs. That might be a good idea so that they could get those ideas. But I want to work for the people in Simcoe Grey here today. And what I want to do is get those documents released. Let's move on. Let's get this House going. That's all you need to do. Show us the documents.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend and learned colleague from Simcoe Grey for his excellent intervention today. I was very intrigued by his long list of corruption scandals that he indicated had happened over the last 9 years. But I know him to be a strong local representative for the people of Simcoe Grey, and I'm curious to know if he can tell this House what he's been hearing from his constituents in Simcoe Grey over the last number of weeks about the challenges that they're facing as a result of the 9 years that we've seen of this Liberal government. He could inform the House about what he's hearing from the good people of Simcoe Grey.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Well, I want to thank my friend and colleague for that fantastic question. I can tell you I go to many, many events, and the frustration that they're hearing is terrible. People are hurting. They're hurting financially, emotionally. What's going on in this country is shocking people. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that it's unfortunate that people have a bad view of politicians. That's what's happened with 9 years of this government, that the people perception before. So they tell me, quite frankly, they want to axe the tax, they want to build the homes, they want to fix the budget, and they want to stop the crime. They want an election, they want a carbon tax election, and I can tell you that the good people of Simcoe Grey hopefully will get their wish.
Questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague would say yes if the government said, here are all of the documents that have been asked for. Let's send them to PROC, because I understand that this was the original motion by the Conservative Party. Send them to PROC and let PROC dive into the details. Would that be acceptable to the Conservatives, given that it was their original motion?
Gray.
I want to thank the member opposite for his question, but really the idea behind this, what we're debating, is we want the documents to go to the RCMP. And I think that's what the majority of this House has stated. And that, quite frankly, is a shame that that's not what's happening. So obviously there's some contempt of this House, and I think some real soul searching should be done to see why would you not release those documents to the RCMP, an outside force. Let them deal with it. There's something wrong.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague talked, in fact, about the importance of trust and the importance of the role of a Member of Parliament, which is to ensure that what happens in the government and within the government as a whole is fair and equitable and ethical. But at a committee, that's what the role is. We have to evaluate to make sure things are done properly and make suggestions to enhance things so that processes are better applied. But what is the interest in this case of the Liberals in keeping this information rather than working with all parliamentarians to improve processes? Does my colleague have about what interest they have, the Liberals, in hiding this information?
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my colleague for her question here today. Merci. I just like to really say I don't know why the Liberals would not want to be open, transparent, and let this go to the RCMP. It's not like we're sending it to one of our parties. We are taking it to an outside authority. Absolutely. And if there is nothing to hide, why would you not want to do it? And really, this whole issue and this whole delay is because of that one simple process. I have faith in our committees when we're there studying it. That's not what we're debating here today. And it's not what this House wanted to do. It's like the Winnipeg Lab. The same thing. The House has spoken. Let's respect democracy and let's do the right thing.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame. And I can tell the Honourable Member he doesn't need his timer. I'm going to do it very well.
You're going to time me. I can't believe it, Madam Speaker. I figured you'd just let me go on and on. I've ensured that no harm can be done with that thing. If it rings, you can toss me, Madam Speaker, like you should have done with many members that have been out of line here today, and especially on that side of the House, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise here on behalf of the great people of Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame, to speak on this privilege of motion on the failure to produce documents pertaining to funds delivered inappropriately by the SDTC, the Sustainable Development Technology Fund of Canada. Madam Speaker, this is just another reason why Canadians have lost faith in this corrupt NDP Liberal government. It's one of the reasons that 24 of the very people that are even connected to this Liberal slush fund have decided to sign a letter asking the Prime Minister to quit, to do what 40+% of Canadians want him to do, Madam Speaker. It's just become so corrupt. And the business of this House has ground to a halt. The place where we come to represent the people that elected us, to work on issues that are important to them. But no, the work stopped. we have to debate this point of privilege until this corrupt entity across the way decides that they've had enough and they produce those documents which the chair of this House has demanded that they do. It's quite a simple remedy, Madam Speaker. On June 10th, a motion was adopted calling for the production of documents related to the SDTC to the law clerk. But what happened over the summer? Well, very little. Documents were either redacted on the order of this corrupt Prime Minister, or they simply weren't produced at all. So common sense Conservative House Leader raised the question of privilege because of the failure to comply with the order of this House. On September 26, the Chair ruled that this House privilege had in fact been breached. So we're here debating, begging for accountability once again from this corrupt government that Canadians have had enough of. It's just another attempt to cover up Liberal corruption. You might say, what corruption? What's so corrupt about the Green Slush Fund? Well, Madam Speaker, the Auditor General sampled a 5-year period of transactions for the SDTC and found that 82% of the transactions that were sampled are in conflict. Is anyone shocked? I doubt it. The 24 MPs that just signed a document and presented it in caucus to the Prime Minister, demanding that he step down, demanding that he leave because his corruption, his cronies, taking away their chance of re-election, taking away their chance to sit in this place to represent the people that they love. So, what does 82% of these transactions look like, Madam Speaker? It looks like $330 million. $330 million, Madam Speaker, was found to be granted to Liberal insiders in conflicts of interest, and that was found by only investigating 226 of the 405 transactions that were approved by the board over that 5-year period. So it's probably, no doubt, it's just the tip of the iceberg here. So we've had that board that was headed by a close friend of the Prime Minister's, appointed in 2016, André Lise-Matteau. Madam Speaker, that chair received $250 million for her very own venture capital firm, Cycle Capital, in the form of grants from the board that she became chair of. You can't make this up. So before she joined the board, radical jumpsuit environmentalists lobbied for her. Before he became the radical Minister of the Environment, lobbied his crooked pals and the Prime Minister and secured $111 million for her. And over her time on that board, a further $114 million went to so-called green companies that she was invested in. Wow. So altogether, so far, it's looking like around $390 million was dished out to Liberal insiders in just this one crooked slush fund. And I'll speak about another slush fund a little further along the way. This one's called the green one. That one I'll refer to as the blue slush fund. So let's get a little context here. The Chrétien sponsorship scandal was all over $42 million in taxpayers' money that went to further the Liberal Party's cause at the time. Very pale in comparison to nearly $400 million that's represented in this green slush fund cover-up scandal. And scandals are nothing new. Look at the WE charity, where this Liberal government blew nearly $1 billion of taxpayers' money, passed it on to their friends. It's nothing new. Nothing new. It's a continuation of a trend. SNC Lavalin, Aga Khan, Rive scam. It just goes on and on. And if this NDP Liberal government is not removed from this place, it'll continue. It'll continue on and on. So the privilege debate is over this green slush fund. And this privilege debate can come to an end very, very quickly. All the Prime Minister has to do is to follow orders of the Chair, produce the documents, unredacted, and this privilege debate comes to an end. It's all over. We can get back to the business of the House, working on trying to fix this country. But you know, it's impossible. It's impossible to get through to the people that sit across the way and to this crooked Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. But it's not just him. It's not just him. There's something I'm going to refer to as the blue slush fund here right now, known to others as small craft harbours, Madam Speaker. And it's going to be a real shocker. Would anyone be surprised that one member of this House, who just so happens to be the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans in the Canadian Coast Guard, that administers the Small Craft Harbours program, this year delivered 20% of the projects in that program to her very own riding. 950. Madam Speaker, did I just hear you say you wanted to give me an extra 20 minutes? I know it's exciting, right? You know, I mean, where does the bacalao come from? Right? It comes in through the small craft harbours, and you know how you like it. I give you some for Christmas every year. That's why you give me all these privileges here. So,
be, you know, serious in his comments when addressing the chair, please. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, you distracted me when we got onto the small craft harbours. But really, does that add up? 338 members in this House, one of them gets 20% of the small craft harbours budget for her own riding, signs off on it herself. Well, we've got harbours like in Pubnico, East and West Pubnico, where the landed value of the catch is higher than the entire Pacific catch in the commercial fisheries. In two harbours, and they didn't get a nickel, where vessels are quadruple-breasted, wharves are condemned, falling apart. The fish harvesters can't even receive fuel shipments because the wharves aren't safe enough for the fuel trucks to pass out over them. They're hazards to anyone that used those wharves. Could fall down through through broken planks or whatnot. Ladders are missing. It's unbelievable what's happening, and there's a whole bunch of of ridings in Atlantic Canada that receive a disproportionate amount of catch being landed compared to the funding that they receive from small craft harbours. While the minister uses small craft harbours as her very own slush fund. So a few other things don't add up, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if you're aware that the oyster industry in PEI has become in great peril. In mid-July, it was discovered that the MSX parasite had been detected in three areas of PEI. By mid-August, the minister declared that she's going to invest $500,000 a year into PEI oyster industry and have a summit this fall with industry experts to try to figure out what's going on. No talks of that summit so far, but $500,000 this year, $500,000 next year, committed to try to save an industry. That means about $100 million to that small island economy. $500,000 a year. And it looks like, by the report that just came out a couple of weeks ago from CFIA, they think that the MSX is spread all over PEI. And everywhere that that virus has shown up, it's completely decimated oyster populations. If that oyster industry gets wiped out, it'll take a minimum of 3 generations or 9 years to start to rebuild. So at the same time that the oyster industry in Prince Edward Island was reaching out to me, saying, Cliff, come to PEI and talk to us. Come see us. We have to explain, you have to see this. So I went to PEI in August to meet with the stakeholders in the oyster industry and to hear their pleas. So all these pleas were being made to save basically a $100 million industry. The minister offered $500,000. At the same time, Atlantic Ocean Healthy Oceans Initiative, or the Ahoy Group, an outfit that has 3 board members, one of which works for 2 Liberal senators, has 5 employees. They receive $1.8 million. And in grants, and when I questioned the minister yesterday in the Fisheries Committee, Madam Speaker, she had no idea who they were. No idea. And neither did her deputies. No one knew who they were. But everyone knows who the oyster industry in Prince Edward Island is and how much it means to the economy and the cultural fabric and even the tourism industry of Prince Edward Island. Everyone's heard of the Melpak oyster, which in 1905 was named the #1 oyster in the world in a Paris competition, Madam Speaker. This is very serious. $500,000 for $100 million, $500,000 for a $100 million industry, including spin-offs, $1.8 million for an ENGO that has 5 employees. It just doesn't make sense. Where are the priorities? You know, it's no surprise that Canadians are disgusted with the priorities of this government, Madam Speaker. And it's no surprise that 24 backbenchers signed their name to have this Prime Minister take a walk. Canadians have suffered long enough. They've suffered through record cost of living rise, record food bank usage. Most of this is driven by carbon tax. which if this Liberal NDP government stays in power long enough, if common sense Conservatives don't come to the rescue, Canadians are going to be paying 61 cents a litre for gasoline, for diesel, for any kind of energy that's petroleum based, that moves goods around the country. Crime is out of control, both metro and rural. This country's broken, Madam Speaker. In my riding, I stood in this House not long ago and I spoke about rural crime, which the media downplayed and said I was exaggerating. The RCMP also said that I was exaggerating and they weren't aware of such a crime issue as I laid out here in this place, Madam Speaker. But people are living in fear. When our senior citizens have to sleep with a baseball bat or a gun next to their bed, heaven forbid, people who built this country, they paid taxes, they worked hard, they raised families, only to have to retire in fear, not to be able to sleep at night, afraid they're going to be broken into and robbed by someone who needs to feed a crack or a meth addiction, Madam Speaker? It's gone too far. It's gone too far. Canadians want an election. This country needs to heal. It needs to mend. It needs to go back to where it was before everything was broken, Madam Speaker. But you know what? We're not going to deal with any of those things while we have to stand here day after day and debate this privilege motion, because this Prime Minister is using it to deflect while he's trying to get his infighting under control. And as long as we're debating this motion, then we're not finding new ways in which the country's been broken. And as well, we're not putting forward confidence motions, which are the people that sent us here dearly want. It's time to give the people what they want, Madam Speaker. They want an election. It's time for this debate to be over here. It's time for this Prime Minister to produce the papers that he was told to produce. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Frederick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from the Atlantic for his discussion this afternoon. He certainly took us on a journey, covered a lot of different topics there. So I'm going to use that same latitude and take this opportunity to highlight a very important and exciting event that happened in the Atlantic, Madam Speaker, on October 21st. New Brunswick elected its very first female premier. We are so excited. And as an advocate for women's rights, for trans and queer youth, for healthcare reform, for positive and I think meaningful engagement with Indigenous communities and moving forward in reconciliation. I am so proud of Premier-elect Holt, and I invite my colleague and everyone in this House to share that. Congratulations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable member's intervention. And you know what? If it had been a little bit, later on, like a little while down the road, after the next federal election, Madam Speaker, maybe she'd have been able to run provincially and picked up a seat down there. So I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to say, Madam Speaker.
Bring off subject. Questions et commentaires. Honorable
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, for once, I agree with a Conservative member. He said at the end of his speech that it's really high time that this debate ended. I could not agree more. Now, Madam Speaker, I am absolutely certain, having heard my colleague's speech, that they were informed to read their speeches slowly. Now, We are members of the opposition, and as such, our task is to ask questions of the government. We've been asking questions for 3 weeks now, but here's a question for him, unrelated to the debate. Is Quebec's independence for Quebec, is that legitimate?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know that he said, I read well, I didn't actually read my speech, but I read some of it. But I tried to go as slow as I can. But of course, being from Newfoundland and Labrador, if I went really, really fast, nobody would understand what I was saying, and the interpreters might not be able to keep up, and then my good friend from the Belle Province would not be able to get the true interpretation of my words. But I appreciate his enthusiasm for his cause, and I congratulate them on being able to hang on to all the royalties that are coming in from oil-producing provinces like Newfoundland and Labrador in the way of transfer funds. But, Madam Speaker, if I had a chance to ask him a question back, I'd say, well, how would this province survive without all those transfers? If they leave Canada, they don't have access to Newfoundland's oil?
Really are straying off subject. The honourable member is in her seat. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My seat has moved, just to confuse everybody. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I just want to say that I do genuinely enjoy my time sitting on the Fisheries Committee with my colleague. My question, Madam Speaker, I have noticed the Conservatives and the Liberals pointing fingers at one another. I've heard the Conservatives say over and over about the Liberal insiders. And one thing that I would love to be able to get some insights from the member about is the fact that we know that SDTC's Annette Verscheren was donating tens of thousands of dollars to both the Conservatives and the Liberal government. And I also believe that she was an advisor to Harper. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. And Brian Mulroney, I'm being told. And so my question to the member is, although I want to get to the bottom of this, I want to understand what the facts are here. Why are the Conservatives not taking accountability for their part in this inside work that's happening here?
The honourable member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's intervention and working with her on the Fisheries Committee. I think she should be over with us over here, though, because she has such strong Conservative values. I don't think she's in the right place, Madam Speaker. But you know what? The lady that she mentioned, handpicked by the Prime Minister, against his advisor's wishes. He was told she was in a conflict. He knew she was in a conflict. And because corruption doesn't faze him at all, he went ahead and appointed her anyways. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Margaret's, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My friend from Coast of Bays has entertained the House as he always does with a very thoughtful and entertaining speech. And maybe I could also help our friend, the member from Ladysmith, Nanaimo, Nanaimo Ladysmith. Switching the member's seat sort of threw me off on the order of her riding name. But the member questioned why we just don't let this go to committee, and I would argue that the filibuster is a filibuster by the Liberal government, who is filibustering against releasing the documents the House ordered. So I would ask the honourable member from Coast of Bays whether he thinks that this delay by the government in releasing documents that weren't covered up, that weren't edited, is because they're hiding something.
The honourable member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I like to thank my mentor, my guru, the MP from South Shore St. Margaret's, who's worked so diligently on this file, Madam Speaker. not only for the people of South Shore St. Margaret's, who can't get a nickel from the blue slush fund, known as small craft harbors. Thank you. Madam Speaker, so I'd like to thank my colleague for his hard work, for what he's highlighted in this scandal, in how bad and just how deep this scandal runs, this green slush fund. My colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's, he knows exactly what Liberals are covering up, what everyone on this side knows that they're covering up. The cover-up needs to end, and we need a carbon tax election now. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to add to my colleague for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert's question. He asked whether the colleague agrees with Quebec's legitimate independence. And then the colleague answered that he's worried what Quebec would do without Labrador's oil. So does he think that Labrador should still belong to Quebec?
Oh, Madam Speaker, mate, I'm here in the House of Commons, the House of Commons of Canada, Madam Speaker. This is the Parliament of Canada. I'm here to represent Newfoundland and Labrador in the House of Commons. Our members down to the left, my very good friends, the Bloc Québécois, they're here to represent the ridings that elected them to Parliament. So why are they coming here advocating? Why would you come to a place to advocate not to come back here again? Does that make sense? I can't answer it. Of course I'm not for Quebec independence. And I challenge them to go out and campaign hard on that, and they'll see where they are. And we'll take all them row seats down there as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can just expand in regards to the issue of the filibuster, because I think it's important that what's being asked is that this report go to Procedures and House Affairs Committee. That's what the Speaker's ruling is. The Conservatives, on the other hand, continue to not only filibuster the main motion, but also the amendment and the amendment to the amendment. So they're the ones that are actually filibustering, and they're trying to get the Liberal government to say no to the RCMP, the Auditor General of Canada, and the former law clerk when it comes to handing documents directly, collecting them and handing them directly to the RCMP. That is wrong, yet the Conservatives believe it's right. Can the member indicate why they are filibustering?
A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame. Very brief.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your chair ruled that there's been a breach of this House. That member should convince his costly coalition Prime Minister to produce the documents. This will be all over tomorrow. Thank you.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions that will be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, Electoral Reform. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin, Emergency Preparedness. The Honourable Member for Langley, Aldergrove, Carbon Pricing. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At a time when Canadians are struggling to put food on their tables, when the dream of home ownership in Canada is just that, a dream for many young Canadians, and when our country is plagued by so many other serious challenges brought upon us by the failed policies of this incompetent and reckless Liberal government, we are here this afternoon continuing debate on this government's failure to live up to its responsibilities and your order, Speaker, to produce documents, important documents, pertaining to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Green Slush Fund scandal. SDTC was established by the Government of Canada in 2001. As a federally funded foundation, it was responsible for the approval and disbursement of over $100 million annually in taxpayer funds to help Canadian companies develop and deploy sustainable technologies. For many years, SDTC operated responsibly and earned a generally good reputation for its work. However, that all changed in 2019 when former Liberal Industry Minister Navdeep Bains appointed Annette Verschuren as chair of SDTC. The issue at hand was a matter of conflict of interest. Verschuren was an entrepreneur who was already receiving SDTC funding through one of her companies, and now she was appointed by this Liberal government to hold responsibilities overseeing those very same SDTC funds, the same funds her company was receiving. That fact alone should have sounded alarm bells and red flashing lights to alert everyone in the government about the obvious conflict of interest at hand. In fact, it was no secret. The Minister, the Prime Minister's office, and the Privy Council office all knew, and they were warned of the risks associated with appointing a conflicted chair. Yet these warnings fell on deaf ears and indifference, as Verschuren was appointed by the Liberal minister anyways. How can you tell a government has lost its moral compass when it makes poor decisions like this one without concern for doing the right thing and without fear of consequences? Only 2 years later, Minister Bains announced in January 2021 that he had decided to step away from politics and not run again in the upcoming federal election. That same year, SDTC entered into a 5-year, $1 billion agreement with the Department of Innovation, Science, and Economic Development. Fast forward to the fall of 2024, and it's clear that the Liberals are trying desperately to run away and wash their hands of this mess, one in which they laid the foundation for through their own actions, and especially after the Auditor General released a scathing report about SDTC in June of 2024. The AG found massive issues at SDTC, which resulted in industry, the Honourable Member for St. Maurice Champlain abolishing the SDTC and immediately transferring its funds over to the National Research Council of Canada instead. These are truly astonishing developments in just 3 years for something this Liberal government doesn't want to talk about anymore. So what did the AG find that was so bad to cause all this carnage? In June 2024, the AG found that SDTC demonstrated, and I quote, significant lapses in governance and stewardship of public funds, end quote. Nearly 20% of the SDTC projects examined by the AG were in fact ineligible, based on the government's own rules, for funding with a total price tag of $59 million. There were also 90 instances where the SDTC ignored conflict of interest provisions while awarding $76 million to various projects. Indeed, the AG found 63 cases where the SDTC agency directors voted in favor of payments to companies in which they had declared conflicts. The AG report concluded, again, quote, not managing conflicts of interest, whether real, perceived, or potential, increases the risk that that an individual's duty to act in the best interest of the foundation is affected, particularly when making decisions to award funding, end quote. It also blamed the government's Minister of Industry, whose ministry or department did not sufficiently monitor the contribution agreements with SDTC. But believe it or not, it gets worse, far, far worse. Since June, the Auditor General found that directors had awarded funding to projects that were ineligible and where conflicts of interest existed. The Auditor General found that over $300 million in taxpayers' money was paid out in over 180 cases where there was potential conflict of interest, where Liberal appointed directors funneling monies to companies they own. Time after time, this Liberal government and its Prime Minister has shown total contempt for Canada's ethic laws. In fact, the Prime Minister himself has been found the subject of 3 ethics investigations and found guilty of breaking ethics laws twice. This Liberal government allows the culture of law breaking to persist, as 6 Liberals have been found guilty of breaking ethics laws. They've gone through these ethical scandals before. That's why they're withholding these documents, breaching parliamentary privilege, and trying desperately to sweep this mess under the rug and move on to the next thing. But common sense Conservatives are not going to let them get away with it, Speaker. We're holding this corrupt Liberal government to account. They will be held responsible for their carelessness, recklessness, and indeed corruption. That's why on June 10th, 2024, the House of Commons adopted the following motion proposed by common sense Conservatives on this important matter. And it read that the House order the government, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, and the Auditor General of Canada each to deposit with the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council within 30 days of the adoption of this order the following documents created or dated since January 1st, 2017, which are in its or her possession, custody, or control. The motion then details what documents were to be supplied and then directed that the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council shall provide forthwith any documents received by him pursuant to this order to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. This common sense Conservative motion passed with the support from the New Democrats, Green Party, and Bloc Québécois. Only the Liberals opposed it. To be clear, nothing in the motion orders the RCMP to conduct an investigation. The House is simply asking that documents be turned over to the RCMP. 30 days came and went, and instead of complying with the adopted motion, federal departments outright refused the House order or provided heavily redacted documents citing provisions in the Privacy Act or the Access to Information Act. Speaker, this is not a good look. Further, nothing in the House order contemplated redactions to documents being made by this government. That's because the House of Commons enjoys the absolute and unfettered power to order the production of documents that is not limited by statute. These powers are rooted in the Constitution Act of 1867 and the Parliament of Canada Act. In response to the Liberal government's failure to produce these documents, the Conservative House leader raised a point of privilege, rightly arguing that House privilege had been breached due to the failure to comply with the House order. On September 26, Speaker, you issued a ruling on the point of privilege raised and found that the privileges of the House had in fact been breached. Now, nearly a month later, we continue our important debate on this matter today and continue our demands for this Liberal government to provide the RCMP with the unredacted SDTC documents. Speaker, you have ruled this government has violated a House order to turn over evidence to the RCMP into the latest Liberal $400 million green slush fund scandal. The Liberal government's refusal to respect your ruling has paralyzed Parliament, pushing aside all other work to address issues such as the cruel and crippling carbon tax, the cost of living crisis Canadians face for food and shelter, and the increasing crime, disorder, and chaos in our streets and in our communities and cities. This is happening at a time when the cost of food, fuel, and shelter are all up, and millions of Canadians are having to line outside of food banks just to survive. Sadly, as Canadians continue to struggle, life for well-connected Liberal insiders has never been so good. One of the drivers of this hardship is the cruel NDP Liberal carbon tax. In fact, the carbon tax will cost the average Ontarian $903 this year. This is completely unacceptable to the constituents in my communities of Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake, and Fort Erie, who work hard for their money, who save carefully for their futures, and who dream of a better tomorrow. Instead of doing anything about climate change, the NDP Liberal carbon tax is impoverishing Canadians. Recently, the PBO confirmed that Canadians will suffer a net cost paying more in the carbon tax than they will ever get back in rebates. Unfortunately, the NDP Liberal government doesn't care. Instead of giving Canadians the tax relief they deserve, they hiked the carbon tax by 23% last year as part of their plan to actually quadruple the carbon tax by 2030. Turns out the carbon tax is not a tool to fight climate change like the Prime Minister argues. It's just another tax grab. Canadians can add it to the growing list of NDP Liberal taxes they already pay, including the income tax, sales tax, excise tax, underutilized housing tax, property tax, capital gains tax, and more. After listing all those taxes, it's easy to see why Canadians are getting poor. It's because this government is taking more of their hard-earned money away. The STD scandal is also happening at a time when costs are up for food. In fact, food will cost families $700 more this year than it did in 2023. That's because when you tax the farmer who grows the food, the trucker who ships the food, and the store who stocks, stores, and sells the food, you end up taxing the family who buys the food. As Sylvain Charlebois, the food professor, director of Dalhousie University's Agri-Food Analytics Labs, has said, the costly NDP Liberal carbon tax, quote, likely adds a significant cost burden to the Canadian food industry, close quote. When it comes to food, Canadians are going hungry. That's evident by the massive surge in demand and need at food banks. Food bank usage has increased every year this NDP Liberal government has been in office because its inflationary spending and punishing carbon tax have hiked up the price for groceries, causing Canadians to skip meals, eat less healthy food, and rely on food banks to survive. This was confirmed recently by Feed Ontario, who revealed that a record 1 million people visited a food bank in Ontario in 2024. This is a dramatic increase of 25% from the previous year. In fact, Feed Ontario CEO told media, and I quote, "I never thought I would see this day." Feed Ontario CEO went on to say, "I've been with the organization 15 years, and I never thought we'd see this level of demand. I cannot believe we reached a point where numbers are so drastically high." Cross Canada Food Banks Canada reported earlier this year that they had seen a 50% increase in visits since 2021, with food banks handling a record 2 million visits in a single month in 2023. Of the people visiting food banks in Ontario, 1 in 3 visitors are children. Only 1 in 6 adults visiting food banks are unemployed. This NDP Liberal government's cost of living crisis has become so severe that even working Canadians are having to depend on food banks to get by. These numbers reflect what is happening across Niagara, too. Madam Speaker, try to wrap your head around these statistics from Project Share, which serves vulnerable residents in Niagara Falls. Last year, Project Share saw a 20% increase in people served this year compared to the previous year. 4,740 people accessed their services for the first time. 120 families on average per day accessed their essential support services. 13,995 people were served last year, which equates to 1 in 7 residents in Niagara Falls having accessed their essential support services just last year. We should be debating these issues, Speaker, and we can if this government simply abided by your ruling and provided the documents this House has requested. Why are they so hesitant to do what is right? Is it that they do not want to speak to the situation facing young Canadians and first-time homebuyers, which is so bad that the Canadian dream of home ownership is dying? 2/3 of young people believe they will never be able to afford a home. Canadians see this housing crisis most tragically in our streets, where there are now 1,800 homeless encampments across Ontario and 1,000 more across the country. Time after time, the NDP Liberal government has promised to fix the housing crisis. But the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation has been clear that the number of new homes being built isn't enough to reduce the existing supply gap and improve affordability for Canadians. Crime is also getting worse under the watch of this NDP Liberal government. Perhaps, again, that is why they refuse to hand over these documents, so we cannot debate these issues, which are so important to all of our constituents. Since 2015, when the Liberals formed government, the number of auto thefts has skyrocketed by 45%. Violent crime has increased 50%. Hate crimes have increased by 251%. And just recently, the Toronto Police Association had to come out publicly and fact-check the Prime Minister. When the Prime Minister attempted to brag about banning firearms from law-abiding firearms owners while continuing to ignore the crime wave he has unleashed across the country, the Toronto Police Association reminded him that shootings are up 45% and gun-related homicides are up 62% in Toronto in just the last year. The reality is that the Liberal soft-on-crime approach is making life easier for violent criminals by repealing mandatory minimum sentences for gun crimes with Bill C-5 and making it easier to get bail with Bill C-75, and failing to stop the flow of illegal guns across the U.S. border. These issues I noted above all are all pressing issues which parliamentarians should be debating, but the House of Commons has seized because this government is refusing to comply with the House order to hand over SDTC documents to the RCMP. Speaker, Canadians are suffering great hardship after 9 years of this NDP Liberal coalition. The country is headed in the wrong direction, and we are all worse off than we were about 10 years ago. Speaker, you have ruled that this government has violated a House order to turn over evidence to the RCMP into their latest Liberal $400 million green slush fund scandal. The Liberal government's refusal to respect your ruling has paralyzed Parliament, pushing aside all other debate. It's time for the Liberals to end their corrupt cover-up and provide the ordered documents to the police so Parliament can get back to work and Canadians can have the accountability they so rightly deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Gals.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just need to see if history has been revised a little bit by my honourable colleague, because my understanding is that the original motion called for the documents to be provided to a standing committee, and in fact that the Speaker had questioned the wisdom of providing documents to the RCMP, who said they probably couldn't use them. They had the documents they needed. They had the ability to go after more documents if they saw fit. So I would ask the honourable member just to go back in history and recount the original motion and where those documents were really supposed to go.
The Honourable Member for Niagara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in fact, I'm quoting, and I quoted in my remarks, the actual motion, which indicated that the Auditor General of Canada each and SDTC deposit with the law clerk the documents. The law clerk and Parliamentary Counsel shall provide forthwith any document received by him pursuant to this order to the RCMP. That's in the motion. Thank you.
The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
For Port Moody-Coquitlam.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's Small Business Week, and I just want to take the opportunity to thank the small businesses in Port Moody Coquitlam, also home businesses in Anmore and Belcarra, and to also recognize a couple of our key community and business groups. We have Austin Heights BIA, Tri-Cities Chamber of Commerce, the Koreatown Association, and the Iranian Professional Network, all so important to our community, and I thank them so much for everything they do. My question today for the member relates to these small businesses. Why is it that Conservatives and Liberals continue to award contracts to the largest corporations, to the largest companies, and continue to ignore that small business owner with bricks and mortar businesses in community?
Yeah, good question. The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd also like to congratulate all those small business owners and operators in my community of Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake, and Fort Erie. As the member probably knows, we're a tourism community. Those tourism businesses employ over 40,000 workers. Prior to COVID, our community generated $2.4 billion in tourism receipts, and those 40,000 employees depend on those visitors, international visitors and domestic visitors to coming to our community. Those are a lot of local business owners that are benefiting currently from our tourism economy, and our hope is to grow that. And we should be talking about that, and we should be talking about how we go about growing our tourism sector as well as all our economic sectors, but we're precluded from doing that because this Liberal government doesn't want to produce those documents. Why is that?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The situation we're facing right now, well, aside from the documents that they are asking for that are redacted, is because of the fact that the government has delegated part of its management power to a fund that distributes the money. Things stopped working, however, when during the pandemic, with all of the work this meant for each of us, aside from delegation, they forgot to verify. So this is my question. When you delegate power, do you give it up entirely, or do you continue to verify it?
For Niagara Falls.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. By delegating power, it doesn't delegate your overall responsibility to ensuring that these foundations, these agencies operate to the mandate that they were given. In fact, the CEO, at the time of the appointment of Ms. Verschuren, indicated to the government there was a conflict of interest, that they should not proceed with this appointment. The government knew about it. Privy Council advised the government of the fact, yet they decided to proceed anyways. And look what happened. Ultimately, no one is to blame but this Liberal government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's been a lot of discussion in this debate on this privilege motion about the issue of the privilege ruling of the Speaker going to the Procedure Committee. And why don't we just let it go there and let them determine whether there was a procedure breach? And we've heard the Parliamentary Secretary of the Government, House Leader, say this many times. The fact is, I don't think he understands what the motion says, or the government does. Because the motion doesn't say refer it to the committee to determine a breach. The Speaker already determined that. The motion says is about going there to determine what to do about the government's failure to abide by the motion passed by this House and the reluctance to do that. So I wonder if the member could tell me why he thinks the Liberals are trying to divert the purpose of what that motion is and mislead, well, sorry, not mislead, why they would have an interpretation that is actually different from what the motion does.
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Ultimately, Madam Chair, it's about what they've been doing in this House all along. It's all about disinformation. It's about changing the channel. It's about getting this off of our television screens and out of the media and trying to change the channel with regards to what's happened here. But ladies and gentlemen, and those constituents at home, I can promise you this, those people on this side of the House, we're going to keep raising the issue of the $400 million Green Slush Fund. That $400 million, can you imagine what that would have meant for people in my community? Again, 1 in 7 residents has had to visit a food bank in the past year. That's unacceptable. We should be charged with that issue and in looking at that, all of us. But instead, because of their incompetence, because of their corruption, we're here arguing this.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member speaks to the importance of food security and poverty elimination in Canada, and it's something that I think is a very valuable it's a valuable debate, and we should make time for it in this House. And he talked about Feed Ontario and various food security organizations and food banks, and then he immediately launched into his typical slogans on carbon pricing, Madam Speaker. Yet none of those food security organizations have mentioned carbon pricing or the elimination of a so-called carbon tax in their advocacy. They want more poverty reduction strategies. They've all acknowledged that the Canada Carbon Rebate reduces poverty, and that they also recognize that food prices are impacted by carbon emissions and climate change itself, Madam Speaker. So when will the Conservatives recognize that the Canada Carbon Rebate is supporting families in need? It's eliminating food security challenges in Canada. We need to fight climate change and lower emissions in order to ensure the long-term sustainability of food prices in Canada and around the world, Madam Speaker. If they're going to quote food banks and food security organizations, they ought to listen to what they're advocating for, which is poverty elimination, not carbon taxing.
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also quoted in my remarks the PBO. And the report on the carbon tax actually showed that Canadians and people in Ontario, for example, my constituents, there's a net cost because of the carbon tax. I think in Ontario itself, it's $1,400 for every Ontarian. So, Madam Chair, the PBO is also speaking to this issue as well. And that is causing the unaffordability that Canadians are facing.
Well said.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Moody Coquitlam. L'Honourable Député de la Pointe.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. I asked a question several times, but I haven't received an answer. My colleague talks a lot about corruption at the Liberals and corruption under the Conservatives also has been mentioned, but is there an idea about what to do to avoid this type of corruption?
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member. Perhaps they should have started with listening to the CEO of the SDTC Foundation, which actually recommended not proceeding with the hiring of Ms. Verschuren at SDTC. If that had been taken part, they identified the conflict of interest which existed, all of this could have been avoided.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in the House this afternoon as a Member of Parliament for Hastings, Lennox and Addington. Madam Speaker, in most offices on Parliament Hill, especially if you have been here, or a staffer that has been here for some time, perched up on a bookshelf, likely collecting an amount of dust, sits an unassuming, small little book, about an inch wide. Outside of the House Leader's office, there is not too much need for this book, with its grayish-blue hardcover, inlaid in faux gold with the mace of the House of Commons. I certainly never thought I would ever have the need for it when I started my parliamentary career 3 years ago. But thanks to the government and the hard work of one of their former colleagues, it became incredibly valuable in the preparation of my remarks this afternoon. I am, of course, talking about the power of parliamentary houses to send for persons, papers, and records. A source book on the law and precedent of parliamentary subpoena powers for Canadian and other houses by former Liberal MP Derek Lee. To Mr. Lee, please accept my thanks. The reason I want to bring up this authority is because it is my firm belief that Canadians need to know why it is that opposition parties, both past, more on that later, and present, especially present, take such umbrage with what is currently happening in this place. Far too often, we as members get lost in the ebb and flow of the internal machinations of the House of Commons, or perhaps take it for granted that people who may be tuning in are as knowledgeably procedure as some of us may be. So if you'd let me indulge you, Madam Speaker, I would like to first talk about the how. One of Parliament's privileges, the power to send for persons, papers, and records, is a cornerstone of the functions of every legislative responsibility and every legislative assembly. It is important to note that this power to send for persons, papers, and records as a law of Parliament is constitutional in nature. It is so fundamental that it has scarcely been altered over the centuries, and as a matter of law, cannot be altered except by the express will of Parliament itself. The power of a House of Parliament to send for persons, papers, and records is an essential element of a democratic legislative function founded on the rule of law. One of the cornerstone privileges of both historic and modern parliaments and other assemblies, the term is often better stood when restated in more contemporary language, based on principles firmly established in constitutional and parliamentary law, a House of Parliament has the full authority to summon and compel the attendance and testimony of any person, and to summon and compel the production of any document. I think this section is very straightforward. The House has the power to compel documents. This is the overarching umbrella under which we are now operating. It stands to reason. The next question would be, does this authority extend to ministers? And if so, are there limitations on what they can do? Mr. Lee writes, under the law, ministers of the Crown enjoy no special status of privilege before the House or a committee. Any difference in treatment is either for political reasons or because the minister is a member of a House. In other words, legally speaking, a minister who is not a member of a House may be treated like any other member of the public. He further states, Madam Speaker, when the House orders a return from the government without a deadline specified, it is the government's bounden duty to bring it down to the House as quickly as possible. This Canadian reference is one of those cited by Bernier, the third clerk of the House of Commons, for his statement. If a person neglects to furnish a return or frames it so as knowingly to mislead the House, it will be considered a breach of privilege, and he will be liable to reprimand or punishment. When a deadline is imposed, therefore, and a minister fails to comply, he or she may be found in contempt and punished by the House or other powers used to coerce the minister to comply. Again, pretty clear, if the House asks, the government must comply. So now, we have two very important places to explain the how. Firstly, Parliament has the power to compel the production of documents. Second, they are allowed to compel documentation from ministers and the government, and they must comply. As you are very well aware, Madam Speaker, by your own words, it very much appears that the government failed to comply with a lawful order of the House, which leads us to the why. In 2001, the government of the day established an arm's-length organization, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, whose state aim was to demonstrate new technologies to promote sustainable development, including technologies to address issues related to climate change and the quality of air, water, and soil. There was no issue with this organization during its first governance period. And that's a fairly impressive statement. The Jean Chrétien Liberals managed to not abuse the program. The Paul Martin Liberals managed to not line the pockets of their lackeys. The Stephen Harper Conservatives fought off the urge to swindle the taxpayers. Enter scene far left. The Trudeau-era Liberals, ready to put the gift in grift. 400 million in taxpayer dollars were stolen out of the pockets of hard-working Canadian families and funneled into the silk-lined jackets of Liberal Party insiders. Wow. And we needn't take just my word for it, Madam Speaker. The non-partisan Auditor General has much to say on the matter. They released a scathing report with such headers as, the Foundation awarded funding to ineligible projects. The Foundation's records showed that the conflict of interest policies were not followed in 90 cases. The Foundation did not report conflicts of interest to the Department. legal requirements for the number of foundation's members were not met. And my personal favorite, the department did not monitor conflicts of interest at the foundation. Madam Speaker, in the report, the Auditor General states, we found 90 cases where, according to the foundation's own records, its conflict of interest policies were not followed. According to the meeting minutes, the official corporate records, in 25 cases, directors participated in discussions and voted to approve funding to ultimate recipients despite having previously declared conflicts of interest. For about half of these situations, directors informed us that either there was an error in the corporate records and they did not have a conflict of interest, or when they did have a conflict of interest, they recused themselves from voting. While directors had the opportunity to correct the board's meeting minutes prior to the approval at a subsequent meeting, such corrections were not made. Additionally, when news started breaking out about the improprieties, the organization decided to take action. And what did they decide to do? Well, I'll let the Auditor General tell us so. Quote, soon after the board received allegations about financial mismanagement and poor human resource practices at the foundation in January of 2023, a special committee of the board was struck. He continues to say the special committee hand-selected the same law firm to which the foundation's external counsel belonged to investigate and produce a report that the board received in May of 2023. This could create the appearance that the investigation was not independent. Earlier today, I rose in the House to speak about the dangers of rotten, self-serving institutions. It is clear that this is another example of a decrepit, broken organization. It clearly always has been this way, surviving over successive governments. The only difference is that the current administration was the only one out of 4 that looked at it and thought to themselves, let's abuse it. And considering the Chrétien and Martin governments, two individuals heavily involved in ad scam, gave this grift a pass. I'd wager to say that this government opted to siphon funds from this particular program is bordering on profound. Madam Speaker, we have the ability to call an election over this. It has been done before, and we don't even need to try and score bonus points by couching it under auspices of contempt of Parliament, primarily because this is an actual breach, something far worse than the contempt charge. But judging by the past rhetoric of other parties in this House, particularly in 2011, you wouldn't think so. When it was politically expedient, the Liberals, NDP, and Bloc decided that they could not bear the thought of a government using redactions in documents and decided to find them in contempt and force an election, even though it backfired cartoonishly on 2 of the 3 parties. And yet today, they suddenly seem perfectly fine with it, going as far to accuse the Conservatives of slowing down Parliament. I keep hearing the number of $1 million a day being spent on holding the government to account, yet they're suspiciously quiet on the $400 million being funneled into the pockets of Liberal insiders. Madam Speaker, let's take a step back. I'd like to go back to a better time. Food costs were less. Housing was much more affordable. Canadians could heat their homes for the winter and put gas in their cars for their upcoming trip to go see Nana and Papa with the kids. Working Canadian families were seized with the decision of where to go perhaps on their summer vacation instead of which food bank to rotate into to put food on their table. It was a better time. It was the tail end of the Harper minority years. However, there was an issue brewing in the House of Commons. There was a new hockey arena to be built in Quebec. The federal government had decided that they would not support the project unless there was more private sector buy-in. There was a request for documents, and the government of the day provided redacted paperwork. This was particularly upsetting to one first-term MP, an up-and-comer from Quebec. On March 11, 2011, this young MP got up and said the following: "Mr. Speaker, North Africa is going after tyrants and fighting for democracy. But here in Canada, it is the Conservatives who are attacking our democracy. They continue to refuse to be held accountable by covering up anything that could enable Canadians to judge their actions." He continued to say, "The latest example we have is the document of the financing of the Quebec Arena, with the page after page being blacked out. There are no state secrets," he says. "They are only hiding the dangerous incompetence of this irresponsible government." He then says, "Why are the Conservatives so afraid of transparency?" Madam Speaker, to be clear, this young MP decided to compare documentation over a hockey arena to the brutal regime of Muammar Gaddafi. In his mind, this was an apt comparison, or at least something he thought worth putting on the parliamentary record. Of course, the documentation that was handed over was subject to revision and redaction by the public service at the time under the sets of rules then instituted, which this person was not happy with. To wit, they replied, "In order for members of the House to do our jobs and make informed decisions on behalf of Canadians, we need to pry scraps of relevant information out of the Conservatives, clenched fists, and drag it out of them as they kick and scream." Clearly, this member took the production of papers to Parliament extremely seriously. In any event, we know how that failed NDP Liberal bloc attempt to discredit the Conservative Party ended up. Their contempt of Parliament gamble failed miserably. The Liberals got relegated to the political hinterland. The NDP saw a massive surge in Quebec, becoming the official opposition. And Stephen Harper finally got his strong, stable, national Conservative majority government. But what of our first-term MP? So listen carefully. But what of our young first-term MP who found the concept of withholding documents so morally repulsive, so disgusting, that he likened the government of the day to a literal Libyan dictator who is at the very moment engaged in brutal suppression of his people? Well, Mr. Speaker, he managed to be one of the very few Liberal MPs who got re-elected. In fact, he is still a member of this place. This member, representing the small riding on the island of Montreal, actually found great successes in the ashes of the Liberal Party. This member from Papineau is the Prime Minister. The very same member who now, 13 years later, refuses to table documents ordered by the House not over a sporting complex, but over $400 million of taxpayer money being siphoned from the pockets of hardworking Canadians and into the trust funds of Liberal insiders. Madam Speaker, it is extremely interesting what 13 years in politics can do to how one views the role of government and how power can change and affect one's morals. In any event, it certainly is an interesting thought experiment to think what the hopeful and beamingly new-minted Prime Minister from Papineau would think of the Prime Minister and his government today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there's one fundamental flaw, and that is when you take a look at the order and what it is that's being requested of the government, you're saying take the documents, collect them, unredacted, and hand them directly to the RCMP. The RCMP have said no. The Auditor General has said no. The former law clerk has said no. Madam Speaker. The only Prime Minister in which she missed out, the only Prime Minister in the history of Canada to ever be held in contempt of Parliament was actually Stephen Harper. Guess who his parliamentary secretary was? The leader of the Conservative Party. Nothing has changed, Madam Speaker. The leader of the Conservative Party today, for example, refuses to get the security clearance so that he can become informed about foreign affairs. Interference. Serious issue. On the one hand, they play the games inside the House of Commons on the floor of the chamber and exaggerate and mislead on many fronts, including many of the statements that the member has just put on the record. And then on the other hand, they ignore the important issue of foreign interference. Why won't the leader of the Conservative Party get his security clearance? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hastings Lennox Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Quite an interesting question. Might I commence by suggesting, through my lens, the Prime Minister is a feckless man who has lost the moral authority to govern. I truly feel as though we're on a path of abject failure, continuously, flagrantly dismissing the people of Canada and the procedures of this House. And to answer his question directly, the moment our leader would choose to take the briefing, he can no longer speak openly about this. I would encourage the Prime Minister to provide the Leader of the Opposition with the same briefing he provided the Washington Post.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Peterborough Court.
Madam Speaker, and thank you so much to my colleague for her very excellent intervention and speech on what has become just absurdity in this House, where the Liberals and this Prime Minister feels they don't have to owe taxpayers any explanation. Meanwhile, if it was them that owed CRA any money, they would be dragged by handcuffs out of their home and put into jail, but they are allowed to do whatever they feel. But the story that she told about the Prime Minister and how he rose and how he's changed his feelings on parliamentary procedures, very, very interesting. And you know, there's a quote, I can't remember who said it, but it is said like this: power and money does not change who you are, it reveals who you are. And I am curious to hear my colleague's point of view on what she has witnessed in her familial experience in politics of what this Prime Minister was and what he has become.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member from Peterborough for her question. The most important value that Canadians look for in someone that is serving them in the House of the Common People, the House of Commons here in Ottawa, is that of trust, leadership, and respect. Continuously, when I speak with constituents, the common question is, first of all, when is the next election? Yes. But more importantly, what is going on in Ottawa? Madam Speaker, the basic principle of the Conservative Party is that people need to take responsibility for their actions. Yes. And maybe, just maybe, after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, this particular Prime Minister should start owning his errors, step away, step back and consider the impact he is having on all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here is my question for the colleague. There's one thing I don't understand. All opposition parties agree that we need the documents. So the first question we always ask Conservative members, why not vote? But they never answer this question. I get the impression that the Conservative Party is working very hard to obtain prorogation. So what does the colleague think of the rumors of prorogation that we've been hearing, and what impacts could that have on our democracy?
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can confidently say that this current Prime Minister has lost control, he's losing confidence, and he's clearly lost the plot. He's not listening to advice from his colleagues about resigning, so clearly, why wouldn't he just call a carbon tax election?
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary of the government house leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To respond to what the member said, while my leader doesn't need to get the security clearance, even though the NDP leader, the Conservative leader, the NDP leader, the Bloc leader, and the Green Party leader already have it. Here's what iPolitics, this is really something. The leader of the Conservative Party's approach to national security is complete nonsense, says an expert. Wesley Wark, who advised both Liberal and Conservative governments on national security issues, said the Tory leader is knowingly misleading the public by claiming he doesn't need the clearance because of his Chief of Staff has received a briefing. Madam Speaker.
Member for St. Shore, St. Margaret's.
This is not relevant to the amendment that we're debating on the motion, which is the privilege motion.
So there is a lot of latitude, and as the honourable member knows, on both sides, people have weighed into different topics within this particular debate. I'll let the honourable member finish. The honourable member, parliamentary secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm not too sure where I was interrupted. This is only about the 10th time I've made reference to it. But anyway, I would suggest to the member opposite, that she really think in terms of what her answer was. Because when you get other leaders of political parties and you get experts saying that her leader is actually, his arguments are absolutely nonsense. That's a reflection on the members' arguments. It makes no sense, unless, of course, Madam Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party has something to hide. That he's not telling Canadians that would not allow him to get the security clearance, and I believe that is the case. Why won't the leader do what other leaders have done and get the security clearance? Or doesn't he think the issue is serious enough? Is that the issue?
Honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
I find this quite rich coming from the member across the aisle. Nonetheless, let's as a collective step back in time when the Liberals promised Canadians for open, transparent government, open by default, yet continuously, scandal after scandal. Could I list a few? SNC Lavalin, ArriveCan, We Charity, McKinsey, Blackface. The list goes on. Madam Speaker, end the cover-up, release the document.
Order the honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if it helps the member, I have a list of, I would ask for unanimous consent if I could table a document, Madam Speaker, a list of...
Doesn't have unanimous consent. I'm not sure if the honourable member was finished answering. So just a brief, so I can go to the next question. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Simple ask. End the cover-up, release it. End the cover-up and release the document.
That's right.
Hey,
hey.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was an excellent speech quoting former MP Derek Lee about the purpose of and the powers of the House to commend documents. In this case, we have a situation where 82% of the money that went out the door, according to the Auditor General, was conflicted. And for some reason, that's just in a sample. But 19 government departments have redacted documents. That's censored them. 9 government departments have put them in. It seems the only government departments that redacted them are the ones that actually have the names of what was going on, like the Industry Department and the Privy Council Office. Could the member please share with the House her thoughts why 9 government departments would comply and, gee, some of the others that are more directly involved haven't?
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that it's be safe to say that the Member of Parliament, my colleague who posed the question to me, would find quite interest in the speech. He and I both have a lot of political history together over the years, and I think it's easy for us to acknowledge that the cover-up of the $400 million slush fund scandal is clearly paralyzing Parliament. The Prime Minister of the day has certainly lost control. The House is at a complete standstill. Government still needs to produce the documents. So every single day in every single way, I will continue to ask, will we receive the documents? Yes or no?
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today on this very interesting discussion that we're having here. And for those just joining us, or for those that are watching on social media, give a bit of background before I get really into things. So on June 10th, the House of Commons adopted a motion demanding the production of various documents related to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. I can also refer it to SDTC for shorter reference a little later on. And all those documents were for review by the RCMP. However, in response, several documents either outright refused to comply with the House order. These are departments of the federal government. Some, like I said, either outright refused to comply with the House order, or there were redacted documents that were provided. Some excuses were citing the Privy Council Act or Access to Information Act. Notably, the House order did not allow for any redactions. It was a straight production of documents motion, and Parliament does have the power to do that, and we have that power because Parliament holds the government to account, the executive branch, and that's a very important part of our parliamentary democracy. So, as the House, for other, additional context, the House does hold the absolute and unfettered power to order those documents, and this has been in our Constitution. It's been a major part of our history and through our Parliament. So, considering this failure to produce the documents, the Conservative House Leader raised a point of privilege, asserting that the breach of House privilege had occurred, a point confirmed by the Speaker's ruling that the privileges of the House had indeed been violated. The Green Slush Fund scandal began late in 2018 when the former Liberal Industry Minister, Navdeep Bains, raised concerns about Jim Balsillie, the Harper Area Chair of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, due to his public criticism of the government's privacy legislation. The Minister's office requested that Jim Balsillie cease his criticisms, prompting the Liberal Minister to propose 2 alternative chairs to the CEO of SDTC, including a number of entrepreneurs and individuals, especially one of which receiving funding through this organization, SDTC. So the one of the recommended replacements was receiving funding from this from SDTC. So that's very important to remember. So despite the warnings about the risks of appointing a conflicted chair, given that SDTC had never had a chair with vested interests in companies, the minister knew better and proceeded with the appointment in the summer of 2019 anyway. This decision then led to an environment where conflicts of interest were tolerated, as board members awarded funding to companies in which they held stakes, and despite witnessing 186 conflicts at the board level, ISED, so that's the Innovation Science Economic Development Department, those officials took no action. They witnessed potential wrongdoing, and they did nothing about it. So in January of 2021, the current Minister of Industry succeeded Minister Bains, but did nothing to correct the obvious conflict of interest taking place right under his nose. A year later, whistleblowers reported unethical practices at SDTC to the Auditor General. Following these revelations, the Privy Council was briefed and 2 independent reports were commissioned. Another year passed. We're now into September 2023. The whistleblowers made their allegations public, prompting the Liberal minister to finally take action and suspended SDTC funding. 2 months later, the Auditor General announced the audit of SDTC, which culminated in a damning report released in June of 2024, a report revealing a complete breakdown of governance and accountability by the minister. Unfortunately, nothing seems to shock Canadians anymore about this Liberal government. Constituents of mine are quite frustrated, but mostly they've come to, unfortunately, expect this level of corruption and incompetence from this government. Speaker, you really can't blame Canadians, though. You have to look at their substantial and abysmal record, the Liberals' record on these scandals. Perhaps a brief overview of some of the many scandals would help to put this latest one into perspective. The SNC Lavalin scandal unfolded in 2019 when it was revealed that senior officials in the Prime Minister's office had pressured then Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould to intervene in a criminal case against SNC Lavalin, a major engineering firm facing bribery and fraud charges related to contracts in Libya. The then Attorney General resisted those pressures, leading to her demotion and eventual resignation, as well as the resignation of several other officials, including another cabinet minister. The controversy ignited a national debate over political interference in the judicial process, raising questions about the integrity of government, decision-making, and the rule of law. An ethics investigation later concluded that the Prime Minister had violated the Conflict of Interest Act, further intensifying public scrutiny and leading to significant political fallout for the Liberal Party. The scandal underscored the challenges of balancing economic interests with ethical governance in Canada. The WE scandal emerged in 2020 when it was revealed that the Liberal government awarded multi-million-dollar contract to the WE charity to administer a student grants program, despite the organization's close ties to the Prime Minister and his then Finance Minister, Bill Morneau. So again, sound familiar, Speaker? Well, like in this scandal, critics raised concerns about conflicts of interest, as both the Prime Minister and then Finance Minister Morneau had personal connections to the charity. Public outcry intensified when it was disclosed that the charity was planning to pay large sums to the Prime Minister's family for speaking engagements, leading to allegations of favoritism, lack of transparency, and much more. The scandal prompted multiple parliamentary investigations and led to the resignation of that finance minister, while the Prime Minister faced significant scrutiny over his government's decision-making process. Ultimately, the controversy highlighted issues of accountability and ethics within the federal government, leading to calls for greater oversight of public contracts and lobbying activities. The ArriveCan scandal emerged in 2022 when it was revealed that the government has spent over $54 million on a mobile app designed to facilitate border crossings during the COVID-19 pandemic. Critics argued that the app was overly complicated and ineffective and imposed unnecessary burdens on travelers, leading to significant frustrations. Allegations surfaced regarding the government's failure to adequately test the app and the lack of clarity on its effectiveness in managing public health. Furthermore, controversy intensified when it was disclosed that the app collected personal, sensitive data, raising privacy concerns among Canadians. This situation sparked widespread criticism from opposition parties and led to calls for accountability, and transparency regarding the government's pandemic response strategies. The scandal highlighted issues of mismanagement and raised questions about the efficiency of government initiatives during a crisis. More recently, and still unfolding, we have two more scandals worth mentioning. First, the Indigenous procurement scandal has revealed that the government has made significant missteps in its efforts to boost Indigenous participation in federal procurement. Critics highlighted instances where contracts meant to benefit Indigenous businesses were awarded to non-Indigenous firms, undermining the intent of initiatives aimed at fostering economic development for Indigenous communities. Allegations of mismanagement, lack of oversight, indeed, one need only upload a picture of a cute mammal to qualify the inadequate accountability measures. It really this actually summed this whole debate up. It's a trust. Okay, it really undermines the trust in Indigenous peoples who are trying to take this government at its word. And the documents issue that we have here is the trust in Parliament, the trust in government that Canadians must have. So, of course, as expected, the ongoing scandal has prompted calls for reform in procurement to ensure that the contracts genuinely serve Indigenous interests. And it raised broader questions about the government's commitment to reconciliation and equitable economic opportunities for Indigenous peoples. As a result, there were increased demands for transparency and adherence to commitments made to Indigenous communities in federal policies. Then there is the ongoing foreign interference scandal, highlighting that foreign entities, particularly from China, had attempted to influence Canadian elections and politics. Reports indicated that foreign agents engaged in tactics and intimidation, harassment of Canadian citizens, and attempts to manipulate electoral outcomes by funneling money to candidates. The scandal escalated when security agencies, including CSIS, revealed that they had warned certain members of Parliament about threats to their safety stemming from foreign interference. This revelation has led to widespread public concern and outrage over the integrity of Canadian democracy. The Liberal government continues to face criticism for its inaction and lack of transparency regarding these threats, prompting calls from Conservatives to release the names of the compromised parliamentarians in the CSIS report and for stronger measures to protect national sovereignty and to enhance accountability. This Liberal scandal has highlighted the failures of this Liberal government and the urgent need for reforms to safeguard against foreign interference. The lack of transparency, ethics, accountability, and safeguarding the interests of Canadians is a pattern that is consistent throughout all of these Liberal scandals. Speaker, let us now turn to yet another one, the one we're talking about today. Sustainable Development Technology Canada. So for those wondering, it is a federally funded non-for-profit organization established in 2021 to support the development of clean technologies aimed at addressing climate change and promoting sustainable development. With a mandate to disperse over $100 million, SDTC administers the SD Tech Fund to finance innovative projects related to air quality, clean water, and soil health. However, significant governance issues have emerged, particularly following the appointment of conflicted executives by former Liberal Industry Minister Navdeep Bains in 2019. So under this new chair appointed by that minister, the board began approving funding for projects where executives had direct conflicts of interest, resulting in over $390 million being awarded improperly. Whistleblowers raised concerns about financial mismanagement, prompting investigations by the Auditor General and the Ethics Commissioner, which revealed severe lapses in governance and compliance standards at SDTC. Here is just some of the damning testimony from the SDTC whistleblowers. Quote, I think the Auditor General's investigation was more of a cursory review. I don't think the goal and mandate of the Auditor General's office is to actually look into criminality. I'm not surprised by the fact that they haven't found anything criminal because they're not looking at intent. If their investigation was focused on intent, of course, they would find the criminality. End quote. The next quote. I know the federal government, like the minister, has continued saying that there was no criminal intent and nothing was found, but I think the committee would agree to be true. I would happily agree to whatever the findings are by the RCMP. I would say that I wouldn't trust that there wasn't any criminality unless the RCMP is given full authority to investigate exactly what Parliament is asking. Another quote, the true failure of this situation stands at the feet of our current governments, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference. It should never have taken 2 years for the issues to reach this point, and what should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed SDTC to continue wasting millions of dollars and abusing countless employees over the last year. Yet another one. And I think that the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare, and they would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like this SDTC and the public sphere. The Green Slush Fund scandal is yet another chapter in a troubling narrative of mismanagement, conflicts of interest, and a lack of accountability under this Prime Minister and this current Liberal government. Time and time again, we have seen the patterns of behavior that prioritize political protection over the principles of transparency and good governance. The testimonials from whistleblowers underscore the urgency of a thorough investigation and the need for reforms to restore public trust. Canadians deserve a government that prioritizes their interests, safeguards public funds, and upholds the integrity of our democratic institutions. And as we move forward, let us demand accountability for those who have failed in their duties, ensuring that scandals have become a relic of the past rather than a reoccurring theme of our nations. So, with that, Madam Speaker, I thank you for your time. I hope I've laid out an argument that not only describes the current situation, but actually continues this call for the production of documents unredacted so that the RCMP can have a look at them and determine if there was any potential wrongdoing through an investigation. So I appreciate the time, and I look forward to the questions.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Speaker, perhaps the member could help me to understand. This would be unprecedented, the House ordering documents to give to a third party. I mean, who might the House want to give the documents to next? I mean, so this is a problem. This precedent-setting part of the motion is a problem. But the RCMP has said it does not want the documents because those documents, if they landed in the RCMP's lap, could compromise the investigation. So my question to the honourable member is, why would the Conservative Party want to compromise an investigation when getting to the bottom of things, when an investigation is in the best interests of Canadians?
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. As I mentioned in my Parliament, its job as legislators elected by our constituents is to question the government, is to keep an eye on the government, the executive branch, and what they are doing. Parliament, therefore, does have the powers to demand certain documents. And that is what the democratically elected representatives here voted for. And this government continues to obstruct that. See, as I mentioned, democracy is based on trust. And the government has repeatedly demonstrated that the people should not trust their work. I laid out scandal after scandal, issue after issue in my 20-minute speech, and that is the reason why Parliament demanded these documents, so that they can be turned over to the RCMP for potential investigation. Thank you.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the last part of his speech, my colleague spoke of the importance of restoring the public's trust. I can't believe he said such a thing. For 3 weeks now, does he really believe that in the last 3 weeks we've been trying to restore public trust here? We're talking about one thing alone. At the moment now, there are all kinds of crises going on. We learned today that GHG emissions internationally increased dangerously high for the survival of humanity, and we're not talking about that. There's a housing crisis as well, and we're not talking about that. There's a language crisis. French is disappearing across Canada, and we're not talking about that. Does my colleague in his truly believe to the depths of his soul that what we've been doing in the last 3 weeks is restoring trust of the public. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
I honestly believe that the Liberals have destroyed the trust after 9 years in power. How many scandals have we gone through? How many conflicts of interest? How many investigations by the Ethics Commissioner? I think Canadians deserve good government. They're not getting it from this side, from that side of the House. Let's call a carbon tax election and find out what Canadians have to say.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am different than the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, although we're both usually the ones quipping to the Speaker. I wanted to ask the member a common argument being made by Liberal members of Parliament that it is unwise to hand over the documents to the law clerk, that multiple departments continue to refuse to do and they continue to redact these documents to give to the law clerk. The law clerk would then give them to the RCMP, and the RCMP can do with it whatever they want. That argument should have been made in June, when the majority of the members of Parliament in this House voted to get those documents handed over to the law clerk. They're basically, what the Liberal MPs are trying to do is to have rehashed the same argument we've already had in the chamber, that a majority of this chamber, of all opposition parties, voted against those Liberal MPs to get the release of these much-needed documents that show off Liberal government corruption. I'd like the member to perhaps think back to that original question that was put before the House, the vote that we held, and the decision that was made then to get the full release of these documents so the public can know how deep does the corruption actually run.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Actually, my friend brings up a very good point. It also highlights exactly how the Liberals tend to deal with pretty much everything, right? It's basically to deny. So it's not happening. Well, maybe it's happening a little bit, but don't look this way. And okay, it's happening, but we're not going to deal with it, or we'll try to memory hole it somehow. This happens every single time. Every single time with this government. And after scandal after scandal, after mismanagement, millions of dollars of mismanagement, hundreds of millions of dollars. Canadians are hurting. Food bank usage is at record levels. We've got a housing crisis, something caused by this Liberal government. Canadians deserve better, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, sorry.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleagues and his honourable colleague just sitting behind him to his broadcast left, I guess. Why don't you trust the RCMP? If they saw evidence that crimes had been committed, they have more than enough power, more than enough authority, and more than enough opportunities to go after the material that they need to perform an investigation. They do not need the House of Commons to do their work for them. Why don't you trust them?
The honourable member has been in the House long enough and he knows he's to address questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the members. The honourable member for Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The RCMP, I do trust them. And I think I outlined in my speech, I do trust the Auditor General, and I trust the RCMP, and I trust those institutions. What I don't trust is this government. But the RCMP can't ask for documents they don't know exist. That's why we as parliamentarians have voted to produce the documents unredacted so that the RCMP can see everything that is available and has been potentially leading to some answers as to what happened to some of this money.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During the investigation, there was a whistleblower that exposed information about the slush fund. The whistleblower stated at committee, and I quote, "Just as I was confident that the Auditor General would confirm financial mismanagement of SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization," end quote. And then, so I'm to the member, why do you think these Liberals are hiding these documents, and why won't they just come clean and hand them over to the...
Just called out another member for not directing the questions directly through the Speaker as opposed to directly to the member who's doing the speech. So I just want to remind members to please direct their questions through the Speaker and not directly to the members. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my friend for that very important question. That's a great mystery that we're here to solve. Why do the government continue to refuse to produce these unredacted documents? It certainly gives the impression that there's something to hide. I think in my speech I outlined some pretty questionable acts when it involved the former minister who didn't like what the current chair was saying publicly about some Liberal policies, who then was replaced by two individuals, one of which had a company that was receiving funding from that organization. So the person that was co-chairing it was actively a participant in receiving funds for whatever projects they applied. And there was then a cascade of questionable events that were witnessed by departmental officials, but yet nothing was done by the minister in charge, either the former one or the current one. It only became the active whistleblowers that actually finally started to bring this to light, and I think everything should be produced so the RCMP can have a full look.
We have time for a brief question.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for my colleague is very simple. I'll repeat it once again to try to bring this message home. I never get an answer. When will all of this end? We agree. You don't have to convince us. When are we going to vote on this? What is the date?
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
I think that's easy when the government produces the documents.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Miramichi, Grand Lakes.
Hey, boys. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'll speak about the production of documents ordered by the House on the latest Liberal scandal, the billion-dollar Green Slush Fund. I have the honour and privilege to be a member of the Public Accounts Committee. We received the damning report from the Auditor General last June when she found the Liberal government has turned the once legitimate Sustainable Development Technology Canada into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. The Auditor General found that the Liberals appointed SDTC gave $330 million of taxpayer money to companies where the board members that voted to give out that money had a conflict of interest. In addition, Madam Speaker, the Auditor General found the same Liberal-appointed board approved another $59 million in projects that were not eligible for funding because they were outside the SDTC Foundation's mandate. The Auditor General said at least 10 of those projects did not even produce green technology or contribute anything whatsoever to emission reductions. What a mess, Madam Speaker. What a joke, too. But what a farce and what a sad day for Canadians. At Public Accounts, we have been diligently trying to get to the bottom of this $400 million Liberal scandal since the Auditor General submitted her disturbing report. But we are being stonewalled by every single witness. Just yesterday, we had a senior official from the Privy Council office, the Prime Minister's own department, testify as we're trying to seek clarity on Annette Verschieren's appointment as SDTC chairperson in 2019. The lack of consistency in witness testimony certainly looks like a cover-up at the highest levels of this Liberal government. Ms. Verschieren has testified that she did not apply for the chairperson role, but had been called 2 or 3 times by former Industry Minister Navdeep Bains, asking her to take the job. This was after a year-long selection process that had already produced a short list of names for Minister Bains, but then suddenly Ms. Verschieren's name was suspiciously added. Madam Speaker, everyone that we have had the luxury of talking to has given a different account. You might say that some would say, well, the opposition's skeptical. Well, of course we are. Everybody's telling a different story, Madam Speaker. We have not been able to find out why the last-minute addition. It certainly was the beginning of the culture of corruption at the Liberals' Green Slush Fund. At the Public Accounts Committee, we received the following information this week. Ms. Verschieren submitted an application to the selection process for the role of chairperson of SDTC on April 30th, 2019. She was then interviewed by the selection committee as part of the selection process on May 14th, 2019. Her application, interview, and references were assessed by the selection committee. She was found to have met the selection criteria for the position. She was then identified as a qualified candidate for the role in an advice letter to the then Minister Baines, dated May 21st, 2019. She was appointed chairperson of SDTC on June 19th, 2019. My question for PCO officials was their belief in Ms. Verschieren had applied for the position of Chair of Sustainable Development Technology Canada through the Privy Council portal. However, as I said earlier, she testified at the Industry Committee on September 16th that she, and I quote, did not apply for the chair position. She said the former Liberal Industry Minister, Baines, approached her 2 or 3 times the position of the chair of the Liberals' Green Slush Fund. And in his testimony to the Public Accounts Committee on October the 9th, Madam Speaker, the former Liberal Industry Minister, Navdeep Baines, stated that he can't recall asking her to take the position. Perhaps he had amnesia, Madam Speaker. Perhaps he misremembered. In the end, we know the truth. If it walks like a duck, looks like a duck, it must be a duck, right? Right, Madam Speaker? I mean, this is our job. This is what we have to do. Something smells awful fishy here. I would say that. And I know the smell of fish because I represent lobster fishermen and I'm a salmon fisherman myself. Yesterday we tried to understand how there can be such a discrepancy between Ms. Verschieren's testimony and Mr. Baines' recollection. The PCO officials had testified before that a former letter of advice would have been provided to the former industry minister containing a list of names of qualified candidates. At that point, it would have been up to the minister, working with his office, to determine the choice of candidate for chair he would recommend for Cabinet's approval. PCO also testified that they would have undertaken a full assessment process for suitable candidates who would have been eligible for the position. You can see the trend, Madam Speaker, very alarming. Considering both the Auditor General's June report and the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner's Verschieren report in July 2024, we are perplexed and find it strange to why such a, and I want to quote a member of the bureaucracy we met this week, such a merit-based process that would not have uncovered the serious conflicts of interest Ms. Verschieren brought to the job as SDTC chair. And the former CEO of SDTC had also raised serious concerns with the minister's office and elsewhere about the new chair's conflict of interest. Madam Speaker, the former CEO of SDTC told the industry committee, and I quote, "My employee in the government relations lead told the minister's office that yes, I expressed concern and I did it at multiple levels. That's my duty and that's what I did. When the minister then decides to not accept that advice, I have to accept that too." So in this case, we have one individual that simply tried to do their job and tried to do it ethically, morally, tried to do it the right way. We have a cabinet minister that didn't take that advice and added somebody with serious conflicts of interest. We will continue to try to find the truth about why former Minister Baines thought it so necessary to appoint a chair with such blatant conflicts of interest, despite repeated warnings from the organization's CEO not to do it. Madam Speaker, the Auditor General's June report found, according to the minutes of the meetings of the Board of Directors, 90 cases that were connected to approval decisions representing $76 million in funding awarded to projects where the Foundation's conflict of interest policies were not even remotely followed. The board of the Green Slush Fund did not ensure the Foundation complied with its enabling legislation. That's alarming. SDTC is entirely funded through public money. The Auditor General stated, with that comes an expectation that it holds the highest standards for ethical practices. Conflicts of interest that are not disclosed or managed call into question the objectivity and impartiality of the Foundation and its directors. In light of these damning reports, we have tried to get the former Liberal Industry Minister Baines to answer questions about Ms. Verschieren's questionable appointment as chair and why he was convinced she was the right person for the position. Even with all of her conflicts of interest, unfortunately, he has not been willing to answer our questions so far and has been called back next week. We have also asked if it's not the role of the Privy Council office to ensure that all proposed appointments meet all requirements. But once again, Madam Speaker, we've been stonewalled at public accounts. Normal and typical behavior. Yesterday, my colleague from Edmonton West asked the PCO officials a simple question, and I'll quote him. Who ordered the documents to be redacted before they were submitted to Parliament? He did not get an answer. It's important to point out that the Privy Council's office is the Prime Minister's personal department. They take their marching orders directly from the Prime Minister's office. Some people say there must be a nefarious reason. The Prime Minister's own department continues to block access to thousands of documents related to the Liberals' Green Slush Fund. As part of her investigation, the Auditor General conducted a governance audit of SDTC. She did not conduct a criminal investigation. A whistleblower told the Public Accounts Committee, Madam Speaker, that he's confident if the documents in question are turned over to the RCMP, criminal intent will be identified. Could this be the reason the department officials have redacted and refused to turn over the documents to the RCMP to prevent criminal intent from being identified? By PCO telling departments to send in redacted documents has resulted in the Speaker's ruling they are in breach of a member's privilege because the order from the House of Commons did not say redact. And because the Speaker has ruled the NDP Liberals have violated a House order to turn over unredacted documents to cooperate with the production order, we continue to talk about the Green Slush Fund scandal today. And it's important to note something. I remember well in the 90s the sponsorship scandal. I was much younger then, and I followed politics a little bit from a distance. I think I was in junior high or high school, maybe dating myself a bit too, Madam Speaker. But if you can imagine, that was the big scandal of the day of my youth. That's the one that I first remember. I'm sure there were many others. I know historically there were. But that's the one that stands out to me. But what's interesting, and I hope people are watching this because this is an interesting aspect of this, the sponsorship scandal was only 1/8 the size of the Green Slush Fund scandal. Can you imagine that? 1/8 the size. We're talking about $400 million, taxpayers' dollars, given to friends, fraught with conflicts of interest. And I know the member from Winnipeg, it bothers him. I know it bothers him. I know it bothers everybody in here from these other parties. They're not getting up today to speak. Do you know why, Madam Speaker? They'd sooner ask me questions why I care and the Conservative Party cares about where $400 million went missing. Because that's why the Conservative Party is doing the good work for the people of Canada. I'm going to continue here, Madam Speaker. At the Public Accounts Committee, we ask questions to provide oversight of taxpayers' dollars to check for value for money and whether or not programs have achieved value. Members have privileges at public accounts. One of those privileges is that when witnesses come into hearings, they're not there to evade. There's no bonus points for trying to not answer the questions. They're called in as witness to public hearings. They're there to answer questions, and it's our job to ask those questions. The witnesses are there to answer those very important questions. The Auditor General found 186 conflicts of interest. In just a sampling of the SDTC board decisions, the Auditor General actually found 82% of funding transactions, 82%, approved by the board of directors during a 5-year sample period that she looked at were conflicted. 82% were having conflicts of interest. 82%. Let that sink in. Something that a sponsorship scandal was 1/8 the size of this. That dominated headlines every day for years of my childhood. This is $400 million. The taxpayers deserve clarity. They deserve accountability, and that's the oversight that we try to provide at Public Accounts and here in the House of Commons. It is deeply disappointing to me, Madam Speaker, and alarming that the Liberal government members on the Public Accounts Committee do not want to simply find the truth for Canadians. They do not call out witnesses who evade questions at committee hearings. They actually defend them over and over again, continuous points of order. As I stated earlier, when former Liberal Industry Minister Baines testified earlier this month, he would not answer our questions, and that's why he's being called back. Mr. Baines knows the political process. He knows what is acceptable. He knows what is not, and he would know what it means to be held accountable and to be transparent with taxpayers' dollars. He must be held to a higher standard as a former cabinet minister and a member of the Privy Council. When discussing the appointment of Ms. Verschieren, Mr. Baines told the president of SDTC, who questioned her conflict issues, and I quote, "They will manage her conflicts as they appointed her the chair." Who are they referring to? Maybe the PMO? Like who said that? Oh, don't worry, we'll manage all the conflicts. There's only 186 of them so far, but we'll look after them. We'll look after them for the people. We're going to do a good job here. Though he's not a politician today, and I'm referring to Minister Baines, former minister, there are no points to evade or refuse to answer the questions posed by the Public Accounts Committee members, regardless of the party they represent at that table. They represent Canadians. Mr. Baines is, however, accountable for his time in public office. He was and will always be a member of the Privy Council, forever bound by those rules, and $400 million, Madam Speaker, is a lot of taxpayers' dollars. It's a lot of money that the Prime Minister's hand-picked appointees from the chair and others got themselves into a position to benefit their own companies. And it's deeply shameful, discouraging, disappointing, and you know what? It's pathetic too, Madam Speaker. $400 million may not seem like a lot of money to some Liberal members, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, when you have record numbers at food banks, punishing carbon taxes, spiking grocery prices, and people in the constituency of Miramichi-Grand Lake who call me daily choosing between medications and groceries, sometimes fuel and groceries, rent is way up. All of these affordability problems are on the watch of this current government. They've inflated prices. They've caused this affordability. The cost of living crisis has been created by the Prime Minister and his colleagues. I remember when I was in high school, I mentioned this earlier, I mentioned the sponsorship scandal. I'll take that out. So the reason we are here today in the House of Commons is to talk about the privilege around the production of documents because questions have not been answered. We've watched earlier this year what happens when you don't answer questions. You get hauled right in there and you have to come right up into here and answer the questions. And you know what? Maybe that's not far off because we're going to get the answers. No matter what it takes, we're going to get them. So I'm going to tell you this. When the questions are not answered by the individuals who have those answers, like the officials from PCO yesterday, at the Public Accounts Committee, it is our privilege to get those answers to the Canadian public. That's how our democracy works. We're doing the right thing right now, and it's deeply disappointing. We are still here today talking about the Liberals' green slush fund scandal of $400 million. How much time do I have, Madam Speaker? 2? Thank you. Too long. It's too bad it's not longer for those across the way that are thoroughly enjoying my speech here today. The Auditor General made it clear that the blame for this scandal falls squarely on the Liberal Industry Minister and the current Industry Minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts being given to Liberal insiders. The Speaker has ruled that the government violated a House order to turn evidence on the $400 million Green Slush Fund over to the RCMP. The NDP Liberal government's refusal to respect the ruling has paralyzed Parliament, pushing aside all other work to address the doubling of housing costs, food inflation, and the crime, corruption, and chaos that we see in our streets because of these policies. Madam Speaker, why will the NDP Liberals not end their Green Slush Fund cover-up and provide the ordered documents so Canadians can have the accountability and transparency they so rightly deserve? It's only my common-sense Conservative colleagues who will end the corruption, end the chaos, find out what happened to that $400 million, and get some clarity and get some justice for the people of this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Anna, I need some clarification from the member. It seems like we're debating a motion to send the matter to PROC. This is a Conservative motion. Why aren't the Conservatives allowing us to vote on this motion to send the matter to PROC? Why are they filibustering their own motion? Why are they filibustering so that they don't get what they want?
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question that he should have answered is, here are the documents that we failed to provide. Here they are. End debate. Turn over the documents. Do your job.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wearing some earrings today that I've gotten quite a few compliments about, and I wanted to just share that these are earrings that I purchased at a Disability Entrepreneurs trade show. And we know that entrepreneurs with disabilities are not receiving specific funding. They find it very difficult, small business owners, to break into the market. So I would like to ask the member, how do they think persons with disabilities are benefiting from this debate?
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Parliament back to work. $6
Madam Speaker, the member opposite, who didn't have the courage to stand with her party and request the documents from the very government they've been propping up for the last 3 years, supporting every single thing they did. What she should have been asking to her own question is why she keeps voting Liberal if they're not doing anything on this issue. And she should have spoken to the question at heart. We're looking for the documents. We know there's criminal intent. We want to find out for the Canadian public. They need to do their job.
The Honourable Member, questions et commentaires, l'Honourable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for, the Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. I knew there was Île in the name of your writing. That's fine. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here's my question. The colleague talked a lot about whistleblowers. Whistleblowers started blowing the whistle as of 2022. The process was rather long. It took a long time from whistleblowing for the issue to get here. Does my colleague feel that there'd be ways to make the process more efficient so that we could react faster in the future? Does the colleague have any suggestions for how we could prevent such a situation from reoccurring? The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate the question from the member over here. Sometimes the process of bureaucracy, I know from being in 3 levels of government, municipal, provincial, and federal, that often the process is slow. I don't disagree with him. I wish it was faster. Are there ways to improve it? Yes, and I will support them. But I think the quickest way that we can speed it up at this juncture is simply for those documents to be presented so we can get on with the rest of the business and we can find out if there's criminal intent for this file we're dealing with here today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, my colleague, for the great intervention. He referred to whistleblower, so I'm going to read more of his testimony in committee. This is what, and I quote, "I think the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare, and then they would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like this SDTC in the public sphere," end quote. I wonder what the member has to say about that.
Honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. Well, this is really it. You know, Madam Speaker, there's some Liberal members today that they're not going to speak on this motion because they're the ones in the wrong. And they have a choice here today, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to tell you what the choice is. If they truly trusted their former colleague, Minister Baines, I've had former colleagues that I worked with, and I'll tell you what, if I truly trusted my colleague, I would just give the documents up. What they're actually doing, Madam Speaker, is they're proving to Canadians that they don't trust the judgment of Minister Baines. This is a man they worked with. This is a man in Executive Council. This is a member of their team. This is a guy they've had dinner with, lunch with, went to retreats with. This is a guy they know personally and they know well. They should have the wherewithal to know what type of individual this man is. Now, I don't know him personally, but I'll tell you what, they should be able to stand up and defend him and give the documents up. They won't give the documents up because A, clearly they don't trust their colleague. B, there's likely criminal intent. So what are they doing? They're choosing to protect their colleague rather than to support him.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, while the member was having some flashbacks to the Paul Martin and Jean Chrétien era, he missed the Stephen Harper era. And why that's an important era is because the leader of the Conservative Party today was the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister and was a minister for that particular minister, for the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper. Now, I have a document that show that there is over 70, and it doesn't include the ones that I'm aware of, another $400 million one, the ETS scandal. Look it up, Google search, $400 million. Bottom line, Madam Speaker, is that past behavior of their current leader demonstrates very clearly why it is that today he still continues to put his thumb up to Canadians when it comes to getting the security clearance. The security clearance is something that's a very serious issue. Every other leader has done it, has gotten the security clearance. He talks about foreign interference, yet there's foreign interference, we know, Madam Speaker, in terms of the Conservative leadership. Serious allegations there. There's Conservative parliamentarians that we should know, according to the leader of the Conservative Party. The question is, why does the leader of the Conservative Party not get the security clearance, Madam Speaker? Why doesn't he do it? What has he got to hide? What's in his past that we don't know? Canadians have a right to know.
Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, we're talking about a former minister of the Privy Council, a guy that clearly had whatever clearance was necessary. You know, I was thinking of it here. I was thinking of it over on this side of the floor. Do you know how times have changed, Madam Speaker? I'll tell you how times have changed. I wasn't here 10 or 15 years ago or 20 or however long this goes back, but I know that the party I'm in had a minister resign over the cost of a glass of orange juice. Do you guys remember this? This is before my time, and I'm not talking badly about this colleague because I'd like to have the floor right now. I know you're a nasty individual and everything, I know that, but I want to have the floor.
That is not parliamentary. I would ask the honourable member to withdraw that. I would ask him to withdraw that comment. Okay, and I do want to remind members, if they have anything else to contribute, they should wait till the appropriate time. And I would ask members who have the floor to respond to the question that was asked, as opposed to trying to respond to other comments that are being made across the way. So if the honourable member can wrap it up right now, and I have time for one more question. The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies for that. The thing about it is, that what I was trying to say is, We had a minister resign because they spent too much money on a glass of orange juice. You know, that probably dominated headlines for weeks back in the day. We're talking about $400 million. He wants to talk about foreign interference? Release the names. My conscience is clear. We're all clear over here.
One more question. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Abitibi-Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is the federal government allowed to be corrupt? Under the Harper government, there were very serious scandals, which we also dealt with. It's just half a dozen of one and 6 of the other. The government needs to hand over the documents. Currently, MPs are not fully respecting their roles as legislators. We are not, in fact, acting as legislators right now, and it's very expensive. How does the member feel about that?
To respond.
Madam Speaker, you know, how I feel about that. How I feel about that. Here's how I feel about it. There's $400 million that's fraught with scandal, and 82% of that money is fraught with scandal and corruption and probably criminal activity. So my job as a parliamentarian is to care that we find out if we're getting value for money. I'm on public accounts. You know what? We didn't get no value for money there. And you know what? The Canadian taxpayers paid for it. No one can afford that. Who could afford $400 million? Our country doesn't have $400 million so that they can have play money. We don't have it. They need to produce the documents and come clean and show some respect for their former minister if they trust him at all. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, the honourable member Brandon Sears, and I will have to advise him that I will have to interrupt him at some point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is always an honour to rise in this House on behalf of the Westman residents. Today is, as in past weeks, we're once again seeking clarity on why this Liberal government has refused to comply with a binding House order to produce documents related to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, better known now as SDTC, perhaps better known to Canadians as the Liberal Green Slush Fund. Let's take a moment to recap what we already know. The Auditor General conducted a thorough investigation into SDTC's governance after a whistleblower came forward. What she uncovered was shocking. As my colleagues have stated, nearly $400 million worth of contracts were inappropriately awarded by the board of directors, all of whom had multiple conflicts of interest. And as reported by the Globe and Mail, and I'll just read this part, Madam Speaker, some of the complaints alleged SDTC had made grants to startups and technology accelerators with ties to its own senior management, or to companies or technology accelerators that were ineligible because they were too established. The complainants also alleged a volatile workplace under the CEO of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, Ms. Lee Lawrence, marked by high staff turnover rates and stress-related leaves. End of article. The Auditor General determined that these complaints were rooted in serious issues within SDTC. Ultimately, at issue is the Auditor General's finding that Liberals appointees gave nearly $400 million tax dollars to their own companies, involving 186 conflicts of interest. That's nearly $400 million wasted or stolen tax dollars, while so many of our fellow Canadians can't afford the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating. After 9 years, Canadians are yet again reminded that this Liberal government is not worth the cost, not worth the crime, and certainly not worth the corruption. SDTC is a Crown corporation, fully funded by Canadian taxpayers. Every member of its board of directors, including the CEO, was appointed by this Liberal government. When the Auditor General began her review, she found that $58 million had been awarded to 10 ineligible projects. Furthermore, an additional $334 million was linked to 186 projects where the 9 board members had conflicts of interest and failed to recuse themselves from the decision-making process. In fact, nearly 59 million worth of projects had no contribution agreements, nor were the terms of those agreements met. The Auditor General made it abundantly clear that this failure lies squarely at the feet of the Liberal Minister of Industry, who failed to ensure proper oversight or governance. Instead, he turned a blind eye when it was revealed to the public that public money, was being funneled to Liberal insiders. We now know that the RCMP has launched an investigation into the 9 directors identified by the Auditor General in the SDTC Green Slush Fund scandal. The RCMP has also confirmed that they are using some of the documents turned over by the Parliamentary Law Clerk. However, this raises serious questions. Why is the government willing to provide only some documents, while other departments have outright refused? Even more absurdly, some departments have claimed they are not even part of the government. To give Canadians a sense of just how bizarre this situation is, here are a few departments that refused to produce documents. The Department of Justice, of all things, the Canada Revenue Agency, the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency, Global Affairs, the Department of Housing, the Department of National Defence, Natural Resources Canada, and the list goes on, Madam Speaker. So the question is simple. Why will these Liberal ministers not turn over the documents to the police? What is so damning in them that, while the RCMP confirms they have some documents, the Liberals and their co-conspirators refuse to hand over the rest? Canadians have a right to know what is in those documents. And the House of Commons has spoken on the matter. The Speaker has ruled that the Liberals had violated a House order to turn over evidence to the police for a criminal investigation. That's pretty serious, Madam Speaker. Moreover, the decision to refuse to turn over the documents has left this House paralyzed, as day after day, the Speaker's ruling is not adhered to by the government. We cannot and should not let this corruption slide. The Liberals keep saying that we should move on and look away. Nothing here to see, they say. If there's one thing we can all agree on, it's that no one wants to spend their time talking about these kind of gross mismanagement and corruption. It shouldn't have happened. It just plain should not have happened, Madam Speaker. But it did, and now it has become impossible for this House to focus its full attention on the needs of Canadians. We should be addressing the doubling of housing costs. We should be addressing the Liberals' government's policies that have resulted in inflation and higher prices for gas and groceries. We should be addressing rising crime and chaos in our cities and rural crime outside our urban centres. We could be having a very different debate right now if the Liberals ended this cover-up and provided the evidence to the RCMP. That's all it would take to get this place focused on the priorities that we need to return our attention to. But should we really be surprised by any of this? After all, this is a Liberal government that has been ethically challenged every step of the way during their years in power. It's been plagued by scandals and continues to demonstrate a culture of corruption. We only need to look back at their history. Let's begin with the SNC-Lavalin scandal in 2019. In this case, the Prime Minister pressured his Justice Minister, Jody Wilson-Raybould, to approve contracts for SNC-Lavalin and to grant them a pardon, allowing them to bid on government contracts again. But when she refused to comply, the Prime Minister removed her from her position. Next, we had the WE scandal, the WE charity scandal in 2020, where the Liberals attempted to funnel over $500 million. It wasn't just a wee small scandal. Madam Speaker, they tried to funnel over $500 million to their associates at the WE charity. Fortunately, was halted, but not before it was revealed that former Finance Minister Bill Morneau had close ties to WE. His daughter worked for the organization, and he advocated for them without recusing himself from the decision-making process. Although the Ethics Commissioner cleared the Prime Minister, it doesn't erase the fact that his close family members received nearly $500,000 from WE charity since he took office. Foreign interference is yet another issue where the Liberals not only turned a blind eye, but have appointed two individuals with close connections to the Trudeau Foundation to investigate how this government might have benefited from such interference. Unsurprisingly, the investigation went nowhere. Then there's the ArriveCan app scandal, where tens of millions of dollars were funneled into the pockets of Liberal insiders. It was later revealed that the ArriveCan app could have been developed for around $80,000. Instead, $60 million of taxpayer money was used to enrich a couple of individuals working out of their basement. We must not forget the issue of the Winnipeg lab documents from 2021. The House of Commons requested and ordered the production of these documents, but the government stalled and blocked the process at every turn. They even took the Speaker of the House to court, their own Speaker of the House, Madam Speaker, to court to prevent the documents from being released. When they were finally made public this year, they revealed that two scientists involved were operatives for the People's Liberation Army in Beijing. The documents also showed that viruses and intelligence on various vaccines were sent to China, raising serious concerns about other potential security breaches at the National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg. The Liberals were so determined to keep these documents from the public that instead of complying with the House's order, they called an election in 2021, effectively breaking Parliament and halting that process as well. Moreover, the Public Safety Minister has been found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner on two separate occasions. These violations include awarding contracts to family members through a Crown corporation and appointing his sister-in-law as interim Ethics Commissioner. How can the public expect him to remain impartial when family members are directly involved?
Comme le temps prévu aujourd'hui pour le débat sur
the debate on the question, the motion on the question of privilege is now deferred to the next sitting of the House.
minutes and 25 seconds the next time that this matter is before the House. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise virtually this evening to pursue a question that I asked in this House some months ago with the occasion of a wonderful conference that took place in Ottawa that was called Vote 16. There are movements across this country of people who are wanting to see the voting age lowered to 16 years old. Now, I'm going to canvass very quickly why that is, because the response I received that day from the parliamentary secretary was not to the issue of why it would help make our democracy more vibrant if we were to change the voting age. Some jurisdictions have, and occasionally, for instance, on the referendum in Scotland, the voting age was 16 years old. The problem we have in Canada with voter turnout, and it is a significant problem, it tends to go down over the years. The voter turnout most recently that scandalized me was in the Ontario provincial election, the last one that had something like 46% voter turnout. So fewer than half people who were able to vote actually voted. So that it really is a blow to democracy. The demographic group that votes the least in our country is the group that has the most, if you'll forgive the expression, Madam Speaker, the most skin in the game, young people. Young people, the decisions we make in this Parliament, in this House in 2024 are going to significantly affect 16-year-olds for the rest of their lives. whereas for people of my age and older, there is relatively less of a long-term impact. But young people vote the least. One of the reasons for that, when you look at the research, is that at 18 years old, many Canadian youth are away from home for the first time. They may be away at university, off trying to find a job, make their own way in the world. I'm not sure I know enough about this community, this new place I live. This isn't where I'm from. It tends to reduce voter turnout. And we also know from the research that if young people don't vote at their first opportunity at 18 years old, they're quite unlikely to start voting when they're 25 or 30 or 35. We put in place patterns of non-engagement, of non-involvement. Add to that the general disgust in the general public at political partisan games, and you end up having a very real risk of voter turnout continuing to go down. Now, imagine turning that around, which we could still do before the next election, and saying voting age is now legal at 16. 16-year-olds can vote, 16-year-olds can drive, 16-year-olds pay taxes, 16-year-olds can risk their lives in many ways, and we accept that. Why not allow young people to vote at 16 when they're in their home community with the support of peer groups, with the potential for beefed up ethics classes that have so far, and I've heard from many retired school teachers, they feel that, and this is of course provincial jurisdiction, that teaching democracy in schools has gone downhill in civics classes. I misspoke when I said ethics, I mean civics classes. So in the time remaining, the last 30 seconds, let me just say, let's seize the opportunity while we have time to increase the engagement of Canadian youth in the future of our country, to ask young people to step up and start voting at 16. And I think we'll see a positive impact for all of us, including the seniors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to rise today in this chamber to talk about the opportunities for youth engagement in our democracy, particularly voting in federal elections. I would also like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Island for raising the important issue of Canada's voting age. Section 3 of the Charter of Rights and Freedom states that every citizen of Canada has the right to vote, and all citizens do eventually. The Canada Election Act qualifies this right by adding an age requirement that citizens must be 18 years old. This is consistent with the voting age for provincial and territorial elections in most jurisdictions around the world. Madam Speaker, the federal voting age has not always been set at 18. In 1970, it was lowered from age 21, which had been the voting age since Confederation. Since then, Parliament has often reflected on the voting age. Indeed, this very Parliament debated the idea of lowering the voting age to 16 2 years ago. And while Parliament did not agree to lower the voting age, our government, and the Prime Minister in particular, have made very significant efforts to ensure young people continue to have a voice in our parliamentary democracy. Madam Speaker, I would like to highlight a few of the many opportunities available to youth for engaging in democratic life and all levels of government. For example, they can become active members of political parties, and they can join or even launch social movements on issues of importance to them, as well as advocate for public policies. Madam Speaker, our government recognizes that youth participation in our democracy, which is not limited to voting, makes it healthier. This is why we took important steps to provide youth opportunities to participate in our democracy in recent years. For example, in 2018, the government passed Bill C-76, the Election Modernization Act, which created a voluntary register of future electors, providing Canadians between the age of 14 to 17 who wish to vote with the option to register early with Elections Canada. If they chose to sign up early, these youth are automatically included in the National Registry of Electors upon turning 18, as well as the list of electors so that they are registered to vote and will receive their voter information card. The Election Modernization Act also facilitated the ability of Elections Canada to hire 16 and 17-year-olds to work as election officers, giving young people an opportunity to be at the front lines of Canada's electoral process. Our youth can and do participate in our democracy and continue to make a valuable contribution in a variety of ways. At the same time, our government recognizes that it's important we continue to support ways to encourage participation. All of us here can and should do more to encourage the turnout of all electors. We need to be example for our youth. In March of this year, our government introduced Bill C-65, the Electoral Participation Act, which seeks to enhance voters' participation for all electors, including youth and students.
I'm sorry, the honourable member's time is up. He'll be able to finish up during his 1 minute. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and I really appreciate that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary made those points. I mean, clearly, we do appreciate, and I appreciate, the changes to the Elections Act to allow 16-year-olds to pre-register, but nothing's going to have the impact on youth voting like moving the voting age to 16. I even hear from 16-year-olds sometimes. They say, well, maybe we don't know enough yet. And I'd remind all of our colleagues here that we don't cut off the ability to vote and our intellectual capacities. If we happen to be in a long-term care home with dementia, we have the right to vote. Canadian youth have a right to say what needs to be done so the climate of the future is livable. So they have a livable world and a chance to die of old age, a right that we rarely embrace, but one that our kids may be denied. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, our government recognizes that a healthy democracy requires youth engagement. As you know, Parliament has continued to support the current voting age of 18 for a variety of reasons. At the same time, important action have been taken to further foster youth participation both by the government, by stakeholders, as well as youth-led organization and initiative. However, I would note that voters aged 18 to 24 continue to have much lower turnout than the national average. Our government believes more can be done to make voting easier for these electors, many of whom are post-secondary students. That is why this government proposal to make voter on campus permanent through Bill C-65 is so important. I want to thank Canadian youth for the continued engagement in our democracy institute. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question is very simple. How many hectares of dead pine remain standing in Jasper National Park? Just a number.
The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
No, it's not me. No, it wasn't.
Oh, sorry.
That's not my title.
The honourable, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Sports and Physical Activity.
That'll do.
That's good.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry, they had a different minister, I guess, parliamentary secretary up there.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we've been in committee talking about these issues over the last couple of weeks. And, Jasperites have written to me, they've messaged me, and they've asked us to tone down the political rhetoric on this because it's reopening old wounds. And instead of trying to estimate the number of trees that still stand in Jasper, I know it's very, very many because thankfully the fires in Jasper didn't consume the whole park. It's an extremely large park. It did consume a third of the town, and it was a great tragedy. But the politicization of this wildfire by the Conservatives have been disgusting, and that notion is shared by Jasperites. So I'd like to read from a local Jasper newspaper called the Jasper Local, and the article is called Recipe for Disaster, Misinformation and Wildfire. Record dryness, extreme heat, high winds, and a lightning storm. This summer in Jasper National Park, all the ingredients of a recipe for disaster were in place. Now, 2.5 months later, the disaster has come to pass. Another set of circumstances, misinformation, toxic politics, and facts-starved social media blowhards desperately looking for someone to pin blame on have lined up to wreak havoc. On July 22, 2024, after bolts of lightning ignited 3 sparks which blew up into the fast-moving wildfires 30 kilometers south of Jasper, initial attack firefighting crews radioed Parks Canada Incident Command. On top of another fire that sprang to life north of town, the news from the south wasn't good. All 3 fires were already well into the crowns, Parks Canada fire specialist Landon Shepherd learned. Meanwhile, tornadoes were being reported all over BC and Alberta. Conditions were unprecedented, Shepherd said. What wasn't unprecedented was collaborating with his fellow wildfire specialists, and as soon as he had a handle on the gravity of the wildfire situation, Shepherd picked up the phone and called Gord Glover. Gord Glover isn't a federal official. He's not an Ottawa bureaucrat nor a politician. Glover is an operations officer with Alberta Wildfire based out of Edson. Last year, when Edson was under threat of being impinged by fast-running wildfires south of the community, Shepherd was one of Glover's first calls. They know when to call us when their backs are up against the wall, Shepherd said. Alberta was overwhelmed. Even so, Alberta Wildfire sent what they could. Parkland and Yellowhead counties roared in to help. Banff showed up. Ontario was sending teams. Yukon sent ignition specialists. From BC, Quesnel was on their way. Valemount, Tet, Joan, and McBride, they were all under evacuation alerts of their own, but they sent engines. And many private contractors running helicopters and heavy equipment were used as well. Jasper said yes to resources to help. They said yes early, and they said yes often. They said yes to wildland teams, and they said yes to municipal departments. We kept saying yes, Shepherd said, but they didn't say yes to everyone. Unified Command did not immediately say yes to an independent firefighting business seeking to access Jasper to perform structural protection services for a private company. They did not say yes to a group of trucks and personnel who, while having been deployed by the government of Alberta, did not have prior engagements for access. They did not say yes to a self-dispatching team who had not signed an agreement to abide by the ICT rules of engagement, and they did not say yes to a group of mercenaries known as Arctic Fire Safety Services, the bulk of whose resources arrived the day after 350 structures burned in Jasper. We can't just have rogue agents patrolling around, Shepherd explained. It's too dangerous. What if they get in the way of wildfire operations that we're doing? Recently, those rogue agents have popped back up, and although the fires in Jasper have long been put out, the hyperbole that these hired guns are now spewing is once again putting people in harm's way. This week, dressed in a shiny-buttoned, double-breasted uniform of a fire chief or high-ranking officer, Arctic Fire Safety Services President Chris Liveham complained to a parliamentary committee that his crews were obstructed from doing their jobs by Jasper Unified Command. That testimony, lapped up like fresh milk from hungry alley cats, is being weaponized by opposition MPs and social media warriors alike. Fanning the flames of these politically driven comments sows division, mistrust, and hard feelings amongst Canadians in general. But among Jasperites, in particular, the negative rhetoric is wearing on locals, many of whom were involved in the incident, many others who lost their homes and livelihoods to the fire and desperately want fact-based answers. Even Jasper's mayor, the now well-known to Canadians for his diplomacy, fortitude, and tact, weighed in on the scuttlebutt. The present atmosphere of finger-pointing, blaming, and misinformation.
Sorry, the Honourable's time is up as well. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa.
Madam Speaker, the Jasper wildfire investigation has proved that the Liberals were negligent in protecting Jasper. If they're so proud of their record, why can't they answer a simple question? So I'll ask the question again. How many hectares of dead pine are still standing in Jasper National Park?
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
I'll continue, Madam Speaker, with the quote from Jasper's mayor. The present atmosphere of finger-pointing, blaming, and misinformation is beyond merely an annoying distraction. It delays healing. Richard Ireland said on Thursday, October 10th, it introduces fresh wounds at a time when we need recovery and unity. Facts matter. What Arctic Fire Safety Services have said about their involvement in Jasper wildfire is not accurate. And I would add, Madam Speaker, as an addendum, that was the member from Swan Nippewa's witness at that committee meeting. Unified Command should not have had to explain why they were prepared to upend their established processes of deploying resources safely and effectively because some cowboys with big trucks wanted to act on instinct. Extreme atmospheric conditions and instability combined with unprecedented dry fuel conditions meant that Jasper wildfires weren't in a fair fight on July 22nd. But the people authorized to be involved in the battle gave it everything they had. Jasper has taken some big punches, but if we're going to get up from the map, we first need to know that we're in each other's corner. Madam Speaker, the final line in this article is, but if we can put politics aside and filter out good information from bad, Jasper, the town and the park and all the people has the right ingredients to make its rebuild unprecedented too. I wish the Conservatives would get on board.
Sorry, there's no point of order. There's none. The honourable member may not like the answers he got, but the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple of weeks ago, I asked a question during question period about the possibility of the Prime Minister calling a carbon tax election. This was an important question for me, and it was based on conversations that I had with many people in my home riding of Langley over the summer months, people who are deeply concerned about the ever-rising cost of living. Now, we hear the Minister of Finance saying that we should be celebrating that inflation is coming down to the Bank of Canada target of around 2%, but I'm saying that celebrations might be a bit premature and certainly offensive to people who are struggling to put food on the table. A recently retired couple explained it to me like this. Groceries that cost $100 when they first retired 4 years ago, today is costing $175 for the same food, and that is week after week after week. And even though inflation might be down, the price of groceries is still sky high. Government-induced inflation is a tax on people on fixed income. Now add to that the Liberals' ever-increasing carbon tax, which drives up the cost of everything, including groceries, and is driving a record number of people to food banks. Now, the Liberals say, yes, we realize that the carbon tax is going up, we realize it's inflationary, but taxpayers, you're better off with this carbon tax because you get some of that money back. Now, in support of that audacious claim, they highlight the fiscal impact only table of the recent Parliamentary Budget Office report, while conveniently ignoring that same report's broader economic analysis saying that the carbon tax deals a sharp blow to our national economy and to our per capita income. So in other words, we're all poorer off on account of the carbon tax, and that's why my question was timely and important. Many Canadians feel that. They know it when they're out buying groceries. Now, I'll acknowledge that we've been asking variations of that question for some time, and perhaps the minister, or was the government House leader who answered the question, was tired of the repetition, but I asked the question in good faith. It was important for my constituents, it was important for me, and that's why it was so disappointing to receive a flippant answer to my question about the carbon tax from the government House leader. She said something to the effect, oh, the House has lost confidence in the leader of the opposition. Well, she knows the rules as well as everybody, and that is that it is the Prime Minister's job to earn the confidence of the House, and it is the opposition's job to test that confidence from time to time when it's appropriate to do so. And I think that we have been doing that very effectively since Parliament resumed again after the summer break. We've posed several appropriately placed non-confidence votes, and unfortunately with the support of the ongoing support of the NDP, this government still stands to continue wreaking economic havoc on our people. Now, the minister knows this.
The honourable member still has 30 seconds.
Good, yeah, thank you. So the minister knows how this all works. And maybe she's anticipating already what it's going to feel like to be on this side of the House. She's going to have her chance soon enough. But for now, we're asking the questions, and I'm hoping for a more serious answer to a legitimate question. Why is the Prime Minister afraid of a carbon tax? Why not let Canadians decide?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, the member opposite is from Langley, Aldergrove, or Aldergrove-Langley. And that constituency is in British Columbia. And British Columbia does not utilize the federal backstop system, so there's no federal carbon tax, as he calls it, in British Columbia. So every time he stands up in this House and says that he wants a carbon tax election for his constituents in British Columbia, in Langley, Aldergrove, Langley, sorry, I keep reading it wrong. It's Langley, Aldergrove. What he's doing is he's trying to impress upon his constituents that the federal carbon tax even applies in his constituency, but it does not. So either he's unaware of that fact or he's intentionally trying to mislead his constituents. I don't know which one it is. I won't hazard to guess or even hazard to suggest that he's trying to intentionally mislead his constituents into thinking that a federal carbon tax is applied to any amount of fuel in British Columbia, because it simply isn't, and it has never been. So we've had this conversation before, Madam Speaker, but everyone in this House, we've repeated it enough times that everybody in this House knows that the federal carbon tax does not apply in British Columbia. And if you would like to talk about carbon pricing, there was just a provincial election in British Columbia, and he can talk to the future Premier of British Columbia about carbon pricing, because British Columbia is a leader on carbon pricing. They always have been. In fact, it was a government which many of his colleagues served in that brought in this country's first ever carbon pricing program, which is a provincial one. They've had their own system since 2008, more than 10 years before the Government of Canada implemented carbon pricing across the country. And one of the reasons why we did it across the country is because it was working. The emissions per capita were dropping in British Columbia. British Columbia's economy continued to grow, as now Canada's emissions have gone down and Canada's economy continues to grow. So if the member opposite would like to talk about carbon pricing, then what we should also talk about is the cost of climate change itself. The Insurance Bureau of Canada reports that for a second year in a row, Canada exceeded $7 billion in insured damage from severe weather and events linked to climate change. Madam Speaker, it's a scientific fact that climate change increases the severity and frequency of extreme weather events. And many of those have affected my colleague's riding. Certainly his province, even just during the provincial election, received an extreme amount of precipitation in a very short period of time, constituting extreme weather. Without significant additional actions to reduce emissions, these costs are projected to balloon to $35 billion in 2030 and to $80 to $103 billion in 2055. Madam Speaker, the cost of inaction is far too great to bear. What we need to do is join countries like in Europe, states like California, New York, and New Jersey, countries around the world who are determined to lower their emissions. But the Conservatives are continually demonstrating not just their climate denial, but the fact that they are literally in the pockets of big oil and gas. It's as if their statements in this House are just written by oil and gas lobbyists, Madam Speaker. On the other hand, our government is taking serious and ambitious climate action. It includes using all of the tools in our toolbox, which includes putting a price on pollution, but it also includes an industrial pricing system. It's widely recognized as the most cost-effective way of combating climate change. And just today, industry called the provinces to work together to strengthen the industrial price on pollution. So, Madam Speaker, once again, to my colleague from British Columbia, carbon pricing in Canada, that's great. If he would like it removed in British Columbia, he needs to talk to provincial politicians, because there's no carbon tax in British Columbia from the federal government.
The honourable for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, good. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for highlighting the fact that there's been an provincial election recently in British Columbia. He might not be aware that both parties had said that in their electioneering that if the federal government drops the carbon tax, they will too. Different variations of it, but effectively they're responding to calls from their constituents who do not like the federal carbon tax. The provincial carbon tax arguably was accepted to most British Columbians, but the federal carbon tax backstop has been driving that tax to a level that is inflationary, that is unacceptable to British Columbians. So yes, I do know what I'm talking about, and I also want to highlight that 81% increase in food bank usage in British Columbia. If the Liberals are so confident that their policies are good, why not call the carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It's simply astonishing, Madam Speaker. The member just did it again. He suggested that there's a federal carbon tax in British Columbia. What he did is he said that the provincial price on pollution, the provincial carbon tax in BC, was widely regarded as a good measure. But then he said that the federal one was driving up inflation. Madam Speaker, they're very similar. One can't be good and effective, and the other is driving up inflation. Madam Speaker, what we've seen is a decline in inflation. Inflation is 1.6%. We saw a 0.5 cut on the interest rates just this week, Madam Speaker. If the carbon tax has been going up in Canada, as it has every year, year after year, as the Canada carbon rebate has also gone up, what we've seen is 8 out of 10 families get more money back through the Canada carbon rebate than they pay in the climate action incentive or the price on pollution. But I just remind Canadians and British Columbians that that doesn't apply in British Columbia, because British Columbia has been pricing carbon for over a decade.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.